Old style. The notion that all adult members of a given community must be involved in its policy-making affairs is recent. In the ancient Oriental societies, for instance, it was clear that only the dynasty and a small group of advisors and nobles were called upon to take the attitudes required to deal with affairs of state. Only among these ruling groups could the problem of indifference even arise. The rest of the population was not apathetic, but politically asleep. Likewise, in the Greek city-state we can think of apathy only among the citizens. Women, aliens, and slaves were simply excluded from the sphere of political involvement. The tradition-directeds in America are numbered among political indifference of this type. Theirs is the classic indifference of the masses of antiquity or the Middle Ages, the people who, throughout history, have accepted, with recurrent cynicism and sporadic revolts, the tyranny of an elite. They have no means of being articulate politically, nor have they any conception of what this would involve. They lack the elementary political tools of literacy, political education, and organizational experience. In the United States today, the number of such tradition-directed indifference is small. There are few reservations where people can avoid being affected by inner-directed or other-directed values, or both. However, among some immigrant groups and rural Negroes, the old indifference of tradition direction remains, at least to a degree. I will take one example from an interview one with a middle-aged cleaning woman from the British West Indies, now living in Harlem. Though she has been strongly affected by inner direction, her political attitudes, allowing for guarded response, do seem representative of certain themes of an indifference resting on tradition direction. Q. Do you consider yourself a person who's very interested in politics, not so interested, or hardly interested at all? A.
No.
My husband, yes. He's a talker. He can hold debates. Q. Do you make up your mind about what's going on? Like, do you know who you want to win the election? A. No. I believe the best man wins. Q. You don't think it makes any difference who wins, then? A. No difference. The best man wins. They're all alike anyway when they get in. All the same. They do the same things. A Republican gets in, or a Democrat. They're all the same. Q. Do you ever hear things on the radio about politics that make them mad? A. No, I'm not interested, so I no get mad. Q. Do you hear anything else over the radio that makes you mad, not politics? A. No. Q. Do you hear anything that makes you glad? A. No. Q. What kind of people do you think are interested in politics? A. Oh. I believe more rich folks. Poor class would be too, but they don't have no chance. Q. Do you think wars can be avoided? A. No. The Bible says the Romans will fight. Something like that. I didn't quite get it. I believe there will always be wars, said almost with satisfaction, as you'd say, there'll always be in England. Generation after generation, the Bible tells you that. Q. Do you think we can do something to avoid depressions? A. I think you can work and try to have something, but sometimes it will be hard and sometimes better. And if you have a little something it's better, but you can get along somehow. Q. Do you think the people in Washington know better than other people whether there'll be a war? A. Only God in heaven knows. Man don't know. We just hope. Q. Do you think that on the whole the United States is a democracy? A. I'll say one thing, she is a blessed country. Out of all the countries of the world, she is blessed. Characteristic of the tradition-directed indifferent is an attitude that politics is someone else's job. With the interviewee above, politics is for her husband, the rich, and very likely the club of the white man. The depth and tenacity of these proxy conventions are such that the political indifferent of this type, though excluded from direct political participation, has no cause to feel at sea. Having no sense of personal responsibility for the political sphere, such a person seeks no power over, and therefore seldom feels frustrated or guilty about, politics. Indeed, beyond the ministrations of the wise, the good, and the rich, to use Fisher Ames's words, responsibility for the political is not man's, but God's. So much for the increasingly rare indifference whose political style is compatible with a tradition-directed character, lowly class position, poverty, and lack of political education. Much more important are the indifferents who, no longer tradition-directed, have acquired the elementary political tools of literacy, a certain amount of organizational competence, and a certain awareness of the uses that may be made of political activity. To be sure, when we study the efforts to bring political education and organization to those who live either in rural or in urban slum areas, it often appears that the conditions of their life do not train them in the political motivations or techniques, such simple techniques, for instance, as the easy use of the telephone, that are taken for granted in some politically conscious and active sections of the middle class. Yet in the course of the last century, the spread of education, the shortening and easing of working hours, the rise of unions, and other more or less formal associations, the increase in experience with government forms and routines, seem to have increased the ability, if not the desire, of the poorer citizens to maneuver in the political sphere. Nevertheless, these people, in the main, do not participate. They vote, of course, when someone takes the trouble to get them out, perhaps for a price they will do more than vote. But only about 2% of unionized workers voluntarily takes part in routine union affairs, and as the studies of Mira Komarovsky and others have shown, only a slightly larger percent takes part in community affairs of some sort. The Army Information and Education Services discovered, as have many other groups, how little interest most people can muster in the more general aspects of politics. But this apathy of the great majority is not the classic, quiescent indifference of the tradition-directed. It is to a large degree the indifference of people who know enough about politics to reject it, enough about political information to refuse it, enough about their political responsibilities as citizens to evade them. Some of these new-style indifferents we may classify as inner-directed or other-directed people who happen not to have adopted a political style more characteristic for their type. Otherwise, they are people who are on the move, characterologically and socially, from one character type and social situation to another, uprooted tradition-directeds not yet acculturated to inner directeds not yet acculturated to other direction, and all shades between. This is speculative, of course. External factors in the present political scene are often sufficient to explain a similar indifference in all classes and all character types. It is clear that an individual may withdraw completely from politics because the scene looks so hopeful that no action seems necessary. One might argue that American life can be sufficiently satisfying, even for many in lower income ranks, to justify indifference to political efforts at improvement. In this light, as the Americans are rich enough and comfortable enough to afford more food, more telephones, more trips than most people, in their security they can afford more political indifference. Contrariwise, a person may withdraw completely from politics because the scene looks so confused that no action seems adequate or so hopeless that no action looks promising, and these too are the feelings of men of Americans. A failure to act politically or to inform oneself, motivated in any of these ways, does not mean that the individual's indifference has anything to do with his character. All we can say is that a person's habitual failure over a long period of time to make any overt response to political stimuli may contribute to or in fact constitute what psychologists call a withdrawal of affect. This can spread from politics to other spheres as well as vice versa, with eventual results for character. We would need many studies of the political consequences of characterological, as well as social, transition before we could make a definitive statement. To illustrate the problem, however, I will draw on a group of interviews conducted in a small county seat town in Vermont, where the older generation seems to be inner-directed, and the younger generation is becoming other-directed. The old people in this community express feelings of responsibility for politics. Despite their lack of actual participation, they feel their relatedness to government, though it is often expressed only in grievance and guilt feelings. Thus, they say they ought to take part in politics. In referring to events they use the pronoun I think, I want, I hate, and so on. They talk as if it were up to them to judge what happens in politics and, to the limit of their gifts and available energies, to guide it. The young people of the town, on the other hand, while they have greater education and the elementary political tools, feel that political doings are no business of theirs. They have less grievance and less guilt. Both kinds of feelings, which might relate them to politics, even though inadequately, have been withdrawn. Instead, they take whatever government gives them, including the draft, with an almost total passivity. 8 Their references to politics are almost devoid of the pronoun I, sometimes the reference is to a group we, and mostly to a group they. More socialized, more cooperative than their parents, they do not react as individuals to what happens to them. They have passed from the indignation of their elders to indifference. This, plainly, is not the indifference of the tradition directed. Perhaps it is the indifference of those caught between inner direction and other direction. Whether their political style, even their character, will change when they in turn are the elder generation, no one can predict. Very likely, there may be a life cycle of political styles for the individual, in which relatedness is gained as well as lost as one grows older. Nevertheless, I am inclined to think that the new style indifference, passive and resigned today, will scarcely alter their political stance as they grow older, provided, of course, that general social conditions do not change appreciably. Their life experiences may bring them some degree of competence if, for instance, they get involved with the Farm Bureau or union political legwork, but even their frustrations will be accepted, not resisted. We see here, if these speculations are correct, evidence of a long-range historical change in political style rather than evidence for the existence of a phase in the life cycle in which anyone might be indifferent. Indifference, old style and new style as I define them, probably account for more than a majority of the American population. We have already seen that they are not necessarily equivalent to the non-voters. These indifferents may perform quite a few political chores, for a price or under pressure. Nor are they devoid of political opinions. Indeed, if we accept the evidence of public opinion polls that only some 10% of the population refuses to be polled at all, while another 10% or so gets into the don't know column, we might conclude that people in all regions and social classes have a sense of direct and easy influence on the forum of opinion and policy, and that their willingness to have and state an opinion is a sign of political health. But closer examination of the attitudes that accompany the interviewing and polling process fails to support that judgment. Actually, these political opinions are connected neither with direct political self-interest nor with clear emotional ties to politics. They resemble, rather, the peer group exchange of consumption preferences, though unlike the latter, the preferences are seldom taken into the political market and translated into purchases of political commodities. For the indifferents do not believe that, by virtue of anything they do, know, or believe, they can buy a political package that will substantially improve their lives. And so, subject to occasional manipulations, they tend to view politics in most of its large-scale forms as if they were spectators. Since, however, these new-style indifferents have some education and organizational competence, and since they are neither morally committed to political principles nor emotionally related to political events, they are rather easily welded into cadres for political action, much as they are capable of being welded into a modern mechanized and specialized army. The old-style tradition-directed indifferents, on the other hand, have no such potential. At best, they are capable of sporadic and more or less spontaneous action. The new-style indifferents, however, are attached neither to their privacy, which would make politics intrusive, nor to their class groupings, which would make politics limited. Rather, like the young Vermonters previously described, they are socialized, passive, and cooperative, not only in politics, of course. Their loyalty is at large, ready to be captured by any movement that can undercut their frequent cynicism or exploit it. In all these ways, they place hardly any barriers, even those of their own tastes and feelings, between themselves and the politically organized community. The only barrier is their apathy. This apathy cuts two ways. It deprives them of the capacity for enthusiasm and for genuine political involvement, but it also helps protect them from falling for many of the fairy tales about politics that have mobilized people in the past for political adventures. And while the tradition-directed person can sometimes be roused, in his inexperience, into indignation and is even sometimes hungry for political indoctrination, as for literacy of any sort, the modern indifferent in this country has built up a fairly high and often fairly useful immunity to politics, though not to cynical attacks on politics. The typical style of the inner-directed person in 19th-century American politics is that of the moralizer. Since the inner-directed man is work-driven and work-oriented, his profoundest feelings wrapped up in work and the competence with which work is done, when he turns to politics he sees it as a field of work and judges it accordingly. Presented with a political message, he sees a task in it, and, far from seeking to demonstrate his knowledge of personalities by explaining its meaning, he responds with emotional directness and often naivete. While this, however, does not mean that all inner-directed people are responsive to politics and are moralizers, one sees in America of the 19th century a powerful tendency to moralize the well-defined interests of the self and hence to respond to political attack by political indignation. Therefore, moralizing becomes a virtually uniform political style for the inner-directed. One variant of the moralizer projects on the political scene his characterological tendency towards self-improvement. He wants to improve all men and institutions. The fringes of the Granger movement harbored such types in the last quarter of the 19th century, and perhaps the Cross of Gold speech marked a peak of enthusiastic moralizing of the fisc. But by the time the issue arose of American adherence to the League of Nations, Wilson was considered by many to be merely a moralizer, an idealist, unable to get his friends, his enemies, and perhaps himself to understand how aware he was of practical, manipulative problems. Another variant on the type expresses his moralizing capacity less by concern with achieving the possible good than by concern with preventing the perpetual recurrence of evil. This interest in repressing the evil rather than in evoking the good is carried over from his own personal struggle. Evil defines itself for him with ease and clarity. For instance, a lack of seriousness toward work is sloth, a comfortable attitude toward pleasure is debauchery, a skeptical attitude about property is socialism. The inner-directed man, when he approaches politics, has a tendency to underestimate the values of easygoing looseness of political articulation. He does not look to politics for intellectual orientation in a confusing world, and generally he does not see it as a game to be watched for its human interest. Rather, he turns to politics to protect his vested interests, and whether these are of a practical or an ideal sort, he feels little ambivalence about them. Thus we might find in the same characterological and even political camp a tariff log-roller and a prohibitionist or prison reformer, provided only that the former had some emotional charge behind his political pressure. As we saw in discussing the characterological struggle in the first chapter, it makes a great deal of difference whether a character type is on the increase or the wane. The moralizer in power is representative of a class, the old middle class, and of a character type, the inner-directed, dominant in the 19th century. We turn first to look at his style, then at the altered style of the moralizer in retreat, who represents the same class and character in their mid-20th century decline. The style of the moralizer in power. Early 19th century Britain presents an example of an inner-directed political mood. Clear-cut class leadership was combined with a sense of participation in the history-making process, and history itself seemed goal-directed. Tolerance as a skill was called for primarily on the international scene, where British diplomats continued to practice veto power, that is, balance of power, politics, until interfered with by the moralizer Gladstone. But the domestic scene seemed manageable and hence attracted the moralizers. Wilberforce and his cohorts succeeded in prohibiting the African slave trade despite the pressure of powerful commercial interests. Much of what we know of 19th century American politics may be seen in terms of inner-directed self-interest and inner-directed moralizing. While today we tend to think of moralizing and self-interest as contradictory approaches to politics, amalgamated only through hypocrisy, this very outlook says something about our own loss of political simplicities. In the 19th century, moralizing and self-interested stances were compatible because, as compared with today, there was little conflict between the clear emotions felt and the clear interests recognized by the inner-directeds. The Federalist Papers are perhaps the classic example of this. To be sure, with the broadening of the electorate it became increasingly difficult to be as frank as the Founding Fathers, as Nicholas Biddle learned to his sorrow, and one result was an increasing tendency to divorce interest from morality or to cloud their junction in vague, demagogic ideology. Even so, until the Civil War, unconcealed economic interests constantly intruded on the political sphere, shaping up in great arguments over fiscal policy, internal development, taxation, and property interests in slavery or anti-slavery. Likewise, moralizing interests made themselves felt quite openly in the government of towns, in arguments about manhood suffrage, universal education, and slavery. Let me give two illustrations of the shift away from these 19th century patterns of political relatedness. If we look, first, at the platforms and programs of the pre-Civil War unions and mechanics associations, we see that the self-educating workmen and their journalist friends were passionately concerned with questions of political, legal, and economic justice and only indirectly interested in wages and working conditions. These workmen were unashamed moralizers, eager to participate in middle-class religious and educational values. Their press and their meetings did not look at everything from the labor angle. Today such an outlook has all but vanished from the labor press and program, save for a few old-time socialists or ex-ministers in the CIO. It has not been succeeded by a vision of clear labor interest, but rather by a labor line laid down as an ideology by the union officials to an indifferent mass of nominal union members. Our second example is from a belated sector of American culture, that of the Negro. If we examine the masthead of the Chicago Defender, one of the largest and most influential of Negro papers, we see that the program for Negro improvement laid down in 1905 was almost exclusively put in terms of simple political and economic advance, the right to vote, to get jobs on streetcars, and so on. It is clear that today neither the editors nor readers of the Defender are so sure as to which way is up for the Negro. Moralizing has perhaps not declined, but it has become more diffuse. Unequivocal interests and straightforward moralizing have been replaced by a growth of ideology, a Negro line laid down by the race leaders and applied by them to specific issues on which it is desired to have an audience respond. In general, the press in the era, depending on inner direction, fortified its readers in their political role-playing, reassured them that they had roles, and that politics was responding to their playing of them. Journalism zealously preserved an individualistic slant, personal rather than personalized, as it could more easily do before the days of the AP, mailed boilerplate, and chain newspapers, and its individualism helped foster the feeling of the reader that his individual political decision always mattered for him and usually mattered for the country. Cynicism toward politics as a whole, as against cynicism about democracy or bossism or other specific political form or usage, was virtually unknown. Indeed, a feeling prevailed in many circles that the millennium was near. The defined political problems of the period were felt to be manageable by their customary devotees, a few professionals, the bosses, and a small corps of career officials, and the amateurs who worked part-time or full-time, the statesmen and good government people. The simplicity of the pattern is evident enough in the way it was reflected in the women's suffrage conventions. With a brief look at related social issues, such as the labor of working mothers, they asked what any middle-class person would ask of politics in the 19th century, a right to vote for a duly selected politician. Thus, the limits of the political sphere as well as its meaning were self-evident to the inner-directed man of the 19th century. Political activity was no more baffling in terms of motivation than work. So many political tasks needed doing and were obviously obligatory on the basis of one's class position, regional location, and morality, that each active person could find satisfying political employment. This employment was satisfying because many problems were indeed finally overcome by the reformers' zeal. Not only was the franchise extended and free education spread, but the prisons and asylums were somewhat ameliorated, factory legislation was introduced, and so on. Perhaps it was only because these were, at least when taken singly, relatively limited goals that reformers were so successful. The reformers operated within the changing climate of that capitalist civilization which Professor Joseph Schumpeter has brilliantly described in Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy. In any case, however, there was little in England and America to compare with the enormous frustrations of the 20th century. In fact, it was characteristic of the moralizers, and perhaps of the inner-directeds generally, not to be aware of the narrow limits they imposed on their relation to the political sphere. Each reform movement of the 19th century powerfully channelized the energies of its friends and foes, without necessarily producing in either group a larger, more comprehensive and hence more realistic political awareness. If the aim sought was attained, whether it was emancipation or railroad legislation, the moralizers' grip on politics vanished in success. If the aim sought did not succeed, as the women's movement did not succeed in the 19th century, its members remained prisoners of a crusade. Even then, however, they felt the political sphere to be malleable. Success would come, as it would to their own mobility strivings, if they worked hard enough and were of good character. In conclusion, when we think of the inner-directed man's political style, we must always think of the interests he brought to the political sphere. He participated not because he felt obliged to further a highly cooperative group life, but because he had something specific at stake, a responsibility to himself or to others, or both. In general, and despite its partial compartmentalization, the political sphere served to further the interests of his class position, class aspirations, or class antagonisms. Since politics existed to satisfy needs other than amusement and psychic escape, it was felt to react passively to the pressure of those needs. Men were masters of their politics. Conversely, politics could not and did not invade a man's privacy, since it could only touch him so far as he felt that it was responding, or refusing to respond, to the pressure of what he was sure were his interests. And this is perhaps one major reason why the political was a comparatively well-defined and indeed often overdefined and constricted sphere in the 19th as compared to the 20th century. The style of the moralizer and retreat. These last remarks must be qualified by the realization that the old struggles, being dead, have bequeathed to history model partisans who from our present perspective seem more integrated now than they must have to themselves. The good old days are the days of Patrick Henry as he appears in the post office mural, a man without doubts, leading men who follow without confusion or anxiety. It is easy to forget that the Federalists were not always federal, that the know-nothings knew something, and that Jackson was not a Jacksonian. We must also recognize that many moralizers in the 19th century viewed politics not only in a confused and ethically limited but also in a slightly paranoid and autistic way. These men, precursors of the modern inner-directeds who feel themselves displaced, did not so much steer politics as permit themselves to be oversteered by their fears, which they projected onto politics. How else can we explain the emotion generated by the recurrent anti-foreign crusades, the campaigns against mysterious secret orders, Catholic, Masonic, Phi Beta Kappa? It was often difficult for some Americans to see the difference between the mumbo-jumbo voluntary association such as the Masons, for example, and a social and class conspiracy. Likewise, the feeling of political conservatives that the world will come to an end if that man is elected does not make its appearance for the first time under the second Roosevelt. Morbid anxiety of this sort is the fruit of an envy and bewilderment that are rooted in character. While the tradition-directed indifferents feel neither helpless about nor invaded by politics, because of the curtain that separates them from the political, the inner-directed indignants can easily feel helpless and invaded when things do not go well with them. As we saw in Chapter 5, the inner-directed man becomes vulnerable to himself when he fails to achieve his internalized goals. Able to forget the invisible hand as long as he is successful, he seeks in his baffled failure to make it visible so that he can smite it. His politics, like his character, becomes curdled when lack of success reveals and renders intolerable his lack of understanding. It is in part the indignant person's baffled incomprehension that makes him see the city slicker as having a great and disagreeable sureness of grasp compared with his own. He envies this, and overrates it. The urban magnates and lawyers of the 19th century were, in their character, almost as clearly inner-directed as their rural and small-town enemies. Yet the communications bridge between them, as between regions and classes, was always on the verge of collapse. Today it is often assumed that, because the gap in education between city and country has narrowed and because such mass media as the radio attract both urban and rural audiences, it follows that the gap in character structure has also narrowed. Perhaps in some parts of the country this has occurred. But I think it more likely that the gap between other-directed city dwellers and inner-directed rural folk has increased and that the well-meant efforts to bridge the gap have frequently served only to make the latter feel still more envious and unsure. Envy and the feeling of displacement, sources of a political style of curdled indignation, are of course also to be found among those rural immigrants to town who are city dwellers in name only. As long as such people, urban or rural, have political power, their malaise vis-a-vis the other-directeds may be muted. They can shape their world and force it to make sense to them. But when even this avenue toward understanding is cut off, the curdled indignant lashes out in helpless rage or subsides into the sort of passive, frustrated resistance that we commented on in Chapter 1 in connection with Erickson's studies of American Indians. Another variety of moralizer, those we might term the enthusiasts, far from resigning themselves to political frustration, hopefully tackle the most intractable tasks. The changing meaning of the word enthusiast says much about the history of political styles. The enthusiasts in the days of Cromwell and the Long Parliament were the men of spirit and vision, the Quakers or levelers or diggers. But in 18th century England the word enthusiast had already begun to lose this religious meaning and to become instead a term of ridicule rather than fear admiration. It is perhaps part of the same development which has added do-gooder, world improver, reformer, and a Boy Scout to our colloquial vocabulary as terms of contempt or friendly dismissal. To want to do good in politics is obviously to be naive. The enthusiast resembles the indignant in that his political emotions frequently outweigh his political intelligence. They lead him into half-thought-out crusades. But he differs from the indignant in the quality of these emotions. These are rosy and cheerful as against the darker emotional hue of the indignant point, for though the folklore has it that still waters run deep, and hence that easily surfaced emotions are not genuine, this is, of course, frequently not the case, We have come to distrust the enthusiast because he violates our tradition of suppressing emotion, or more accurately, because he violates our conventional styles in release of emotion. The enthusiast is apt not to understand the limits on change in human affairs, which politics must recognize, limitations expressed by that disenchanted moralizer Sumner in his famous phrase, "State ways cannot change folk ways." Sometimes the enthusiast fails to realize these limits by focusing on unattainable ends, as the millwrights did, but more frequently by uncritical preoccupation with manageable means. In the 19th century, the enthusiast was unceasingly active. If challenged, he argued, as he would argue today, that there is always work, and political work, for idle hands to do. Such an argument rests on ascetic feelings of obligation about engaging in or concerning oneself with politics as well as on the American penchant for activity as such, a penchant outlasting the belief in progress which rationalized ceaseless activity for many of the inner directeds in the 19th century. Wars and technological changes, as well as the shift from inner direction to other direction, have brought the moralizing style, in either its indignant or enthusiast versions, into disrepute. The Civil War, itself a complex catharsis of the moral indignation that accompanied the political sphere in the preceding years, initiated a process that has since continued. Probably the few living veterans of the Civil War still retain a fighting faith in the righteousness of their cause. The veterans of World War I are less involved in their cause, though still involved in their experience. The veterans of World War II bring scarcely a trace of moral righteousness into their scant political participation. These men ain't mad at nobody. It looks as though since the Civil War there has been a decline in the emotionality of political differences, a decline in the histrionic violence of electoral campaigning, and a decline in the reserves of indignation and enthusiasm available to any and all sides of an easily moralized issue. Certainly, salient examples of the indignant style remain. The sallies of Mencken in the 2OS were carefully aimed at the social groups in which most of the extreme moralizing was still to be found, the country people, the Midwesterners, the small-town Protestants, the Southern APAs, the corn-fed shouting sects, the small lodge-joining businessmen. That such groups have been somewhat more concealed in recent years during which other direction has spread, does not mean that these older patterns have vanished. But they have been hard hit, and by stronger foes than Mencken. Today, just as inner direction in character is partly the result of a moralizing political style, so loss of emotion in politics leads to other direction in character. In other words, politics itself, as it impinges on the lives of people and shapes their experiences and interpretations of them, becomes one of the agencies of character formation. This complex interplay is one reason why, within our broad scheme of character types linked to the curve of population, we find, and would expect to find, different national variants rooted in different national historical experience. For example, both England and America are countries that have arrived at incipient decline of population as the result of industrialization, urbanization, and the spread of contraceptive substitutes for a Malthusian morality. But both countries encountered these historic crises, as they encountered civil war, at very different periods in their political development. Congreve, living in a post-war reign of tolerance, might have been surprised at the recurrence of moralization in the Victorian age, when the combination of evangelical revival and the pace and politics of industrialization upset the older political styles. Likewise, in view of the indeterminacies of history, it would be rash to predict that the moralizing style is doomed and that no revival in America is possible. Indeed, if influential others become moralizers, the other directeds, because they are other-directed, will try to be moralizers, too. The inside dopisters. For all the Athenians and strangers which were there spent their time in nothing else, but either to tell, or to hear some new thing. St. Paul. The spread of other direction has brought to the political scene the attitude of the inside dopister, originating not in the sphere of work, but of consumption. This attitude is not entirely new, any more than other direction is entirely new. Congressional moralizers often retreated before congressional inside dopisters, and political hard workers often retreated before political glamorizers, even before the Civil War. Here, again, the change is a matter of degree. The other-directed man possesses a rich store of social skills he needs in order to survive and move about in his social environment. Some of these he can deploy in the form of political skills. One of these is his ability to hold his emotional fire, which he must do because of the cooperative pattern of life to which he is committed. This skill is related to his inescapable awareness, lacking in the inner, directed man, that in any situation people are as important as things. The inside dopester may be one who has concluded, with good reason, that since he can do nothing to change politics, he can only understand it. Or he may see all political issues in terms of being able to get some insider on the telephone. That is, some inside dopesters actually crave to be on the inside, to join an inner circle or invent one. Others aim no higher than to, now the inside, for whatever peer or group satisfactions this can bring them. I do not try in the ensuing discussion to distinguish sharply between the various types of inside dopester. I do indicate in a general way what I think are the positive, and what the negative, elements in the several manifestations of this political style. The inside dopester of whatever stripe tends to know a great deal about what other people are doing and thinking in the important or a great issue of spheres of life. He is politically cosmopolitan rather than parochial. If he cannot change the others who dominate his political attention, his characterological drive leads him to manipulate himself in order not to change the others, but to resemble them. He will go to great lengths to keep from looking and feeling like the uninformed outsider. As we shall see, not all other directed people are inside dopesters, but perhaps, for the lack of a more mature form of their type, many of them aspire to be. The inside dopester is competent in the way that the school system and the mass media of communication have taught him to be competent. Ideology demands that, living in a politically saturated milieu, he know the political score as he must know the score in other fields of entertainment, such as sports. But while the lower-class person is apt to know a good deal about a policy, the numbers game, the upper-middle-class inside dopester focuses on a public policy, in terms of the game of politics. The majority of inside dopesters take no active part in politics, but there are those who do. Thus, we find many government and party officials who handle the political news in the way encouraged by their jobs, in fragments of office gossip. There are political newsmen and broadcasters who, after long training, have succeeded in eliminating any emotional response to politics and who pride themselves on achieving the inside dopester's goal, never to be taken in by any person, cause, or event. Even in radical politics, inside dopesterism is on the increase. For instance, the passionate concern with Marxist fundamentals prevalent among an earlier generation of communists is avoided, even feared, by the present generation. Hence the young Stalinist of today may know how to get his candidate in a union local elected or how to corral fellow travelers for a front organization, but he lacks the kind of enthusiasm or indignation, fanatical though this frequently was, that sustained the earlier Bolsheviks. Our interviews show, however, that some urban young people who are on the fringes of the Stalinist movement, mainly, people who were strongly for Henry Wallace in 1948, are numbered among the political indignants. Frequently, they use their inside knowledge simply as a means of getting themselves worked up about American political abuses. They have a positive tropism to evidences of race discrimination, police brutality, corporate skullduggery, etc. At the same time, the interviews give some indication that this political stance becomes de rigueur among some groups of politically oriented youth. In these circles, group conformity leads not to tolerance and political consumption, but to indignation and political action. Hence, paradoxically enough, successful other direction may lead to moralizing, just as we shall see that it does among some controllers of the mass media. In general, when the other-directed man comes to apply his skills and motivations to politics, the style he selects will depend on the situation created for him by the others who set the expectations to which he responds. This situation itself is not in the first instance the product of his character, but it is his character that leads him to perceive it only in terms of the others, to see not a landscape with figures, but figures with a landscape. His ability to assimilate issues in terms of people induces him to see issues as others see them and, with seeing, to pardon rather than to moralize. This virtue of tolerance, however, turns to a vice when it serves to lower his own emotional tone by the constant demand he puts on himself to be objective. This demand is especially severe, perhaps, when he must try to live down his own residual moralizing tendencies and bend his efforts to discovering the inside dope. No matter how politically active the inside dopester may appear, he is essentially passive, a self-conscious puppet tolerantly watching and making sure that the strings that move him do not touch his heart. The balance sheet of inside dope. While the moralizer generally defined politics narrowly as the affair of a single stage called politics, the inside dopester is quite prepared to see politics as a set of revolving stages. Indeed, politics today refuses to fit into its 19th century compartment. With the mass media behind it, it invades the privacy of the citizen with its noise and claims. This invasion destroys the older, easy transitions from individual to local, local to national, and national to international interests and plunges the individual directly into the complexities of world politics, without any clear-cut notion of where his interests lie. At the same time, politics becomes more difficult to understand in a purely technical sense, partly because it invades previously semi-independent spheres like economics, partly because of the growing scope and interdependence of political decisions. For instance, in modern war, people must understand that higher taxes are necessary, not to meet government expenditures or even to redistribute income, but because industrial and private consumers must be kept from spending too much and fueling inflation, and because the government needs to buy goods and services that would be scarce if people were left with money to buy them. The incomprehensibility of politics gains momentum not only from the increase in its objective complexity but from what is in some respects a drop in the general level of skills relevant to understanding what goes on in politics. While formal education has increased, the education provided by the effort to run a farm, an independent business, or a shop, has decreased along with the increase in the number of employees, and while there may be little or no decline in the number of independent entrepreneurs, a larger proportion of the factors leading to success or failure is no longer in the hands of those remaining as entrepreneurs. No longer can one judge the work and competence of the politician or government administrator from the confident, often overconfident, baseline of one's own work and competence. To be sure, one can still find many businessmen who think themselves competent to judge the job performance of politicians and administrators, men who believe that they owe their own positions purely to their industry and ability. Such observers often deceive themselves, for example, by the formula that what government needs is more businessmen administrators, and their illusion that they are judging the actual job performance of the politician is easily dispelled. The 19th century businessman who put a ward boss on his payroll had a pretty good idea of where the money went, or at least had no doubts he could find out if he cared to. Likewise, he had a pretty clear idea of what would advance the interests of the business class. Today, however, the businessman who hires lawyers, fixers, and market researchers to deal with the government feels a good deal more helpless in the hands of the specialists and is doubtful as to just what may be his own interests. We saw in Chapter 6 that the other directed businessman hires a similar crew to tell him what a proper business should be like. These men tutor him for his trusteeship. Likewise, he hires people to tell him what he should do about politics, what the score is and what it means to business and, incidentally, to him. We can see a shift in the type of man who profits from this particular opportunity to frighten businessmen. He is no longer the lawyer who frightens them about what a tiny but significant public, the judges or legislators, might do to them. He is the public relations man, often enough trained as a lawyer or at least not untrained by his legal craft learning, who frightens businessmen about what a host of amorphous publics, as likely to disappear on inspection as the Cheshire Cat, might do to them or for them. This new type counselor is apt to be an inside dopester himself, and his businessman clients are often accessible to him because of their own other directed tendencies. But sometimes the man who lives by frightening businessmen is an indignant moralizer, goading his clients to crusades against enemies as shadowy as any the know-nothings when after, as we shall see later on, the other directed man is vulnerable to others' indignation where this is not too ridiculous. While the moralizer's gullibility is often the result of the limitations he imposes on the political, the inside dopester's gullibility is often the result of his belief that there are those who, like Walter Winchell, Kiplinger, Newsweek's, Periscope, and RKO News, see all and know all. In sharp contrast with all these weaknesses, the inside dopester does bring to politics a certain kind of realism that the moralizer often lacked. The notion of transcending the inevitable never arises for the inside dopester. Though as we shall see in discussing Conversation of the Classes, he sometimes has illusions about his own political power. On the whole, he accepts politics as given. He has neither the moralizer's conviction about his own interest nor the moralizer's readiness to go fight City Hall. This realism is, in fact, very much the same brand that he buys in his popular culture. D. W. Brogan wittily describes in Key American Character how American women in the 19th century tried to moralize and reform their husbands. As against this, the heroine of Let's Go Out Tonight tries neither to get rid of her husband nor to reform him, but to settle for small tactical gains achieved primarily by manipulation. The inside dopester as spectator, as well as the inside dopester as operator, has a very good idea of what the limits are. He does not set his sights very high. Moreover, though the loss of competence and interest in work affects the ability of many people to judge politics, the conditions of modern urban life have created many new occupations where political innocence is fatal. A barkeep, handling cops, union business agents, and licensing authorities, an oil company economist, steeped in Middle East politics and its Washington extensions, an atomic physicist negotiating a Navy research contract and getting clearance for a colleague through the FBI. The knowingness of such people must be weighed against the loss of competence of the older type of entrepreneur. Likewise, the millions who play policy, or otherwise engage in illegal activity, probably gain some political sophistication at what is called the local level. As against the mythical oversimplifications of many moralizers, the inside dopesters include a core of specialists who know much more than the often narrowly partisan indignants and enthusiasts even in the days of their power, let alone in the days of their wane. Many people, not only specialists, have become accustomed to thinking in world political terms, and cross-cultural terms, such as were hardly to be found amid the ethnocentrisms, or world brotherhood idealisms, of even a generation ago. Perhaps most important of all, the other-directed man has carried what are essentially political skills into many areas outside of formal political science as defined by the moralizer, for example, in the fields of city planning and labor management relations. While the excellent discussions of the press in the age of AC/Sun 5 remind us that the editorializes of the early 19th century included a wider spectrum of opinion with more sophisticated elements than is often assumed, most 19th-century press discussions of international politics drew on such parochial slogans as national honor, in the case of Mason and Slidell, for instance, or the Maine. Today, however, the mass media almost invariably discuss world politics in terms of strategic, including propaganda, considerations. The public is often asked to support a policy because such support, in a kind of self-manipulative balancing act, will influence public opinion. Such arguments can only be made because of the heightened understanding, in an era increasingly dependent on other direction, of psychological forces in politics. Some may find current talk about our way of life reminiscent of discussions of national honor. But the change is not merely one of phrasing. National honor could be a hypocritical phrase to cover such clear-cut class interests as led to our invasion of Haiti, or it could be grouped with the various internal xenophobias of the 19th century. Yet however vague the content of the phrase, what it demanded of the national enemy was quite specific. Our way of life, on the other hand, has many more psychological connotations. It is fairly specific in domestic content, but highly unspecific in foreign policy demand. National honor sometimes straitjacketed our foreign policy in moralizing beyond our power resources or power readiness. As against this, our way of life gives almost no moral guidance to foreign policy, which seems, therefore, to be left to realpolitik. Only seems to be, however. For just as the phrase, national honor, calls to mind a Victorian form of hypocrisy, so the phrase, our way of life, reminds us that the other-directed man conceals from himself as well as from others such morality as he possesses by taking refuge in seemingly expediential considerations. A young veteran interviewed in 1947 by the University of Michigan Survey Research Center, when asked whether he thought the United States had given in or had its own way too much in the United Nations, replied, "This will sound funny, but I think we are getting our own way too much." "Why do you say that?" he was questioned. "Because we don't want the other nations to feel that we are trying to take over their countries. They know that Russia wants that, and I think that's why there is so much argument. But if they feel we are trying to grab, they won't trust us either, and then we won't be able to steer this whole program, which is what I think we should do. So when we don't get what we want and the headlines say we have been beaten on something, I think that's really good because it makes the other countries feel that we're just like them and that we are having troubles too. That would make them more sympathetic to us and more friendly." Psychological understanding such as this represents a real advance. The moralizer would not ordinarily have been capable of such subtleties, or interested in them. But this advance in understanding is partial only. The power of principle in politics tends to be underestimated. In Chapter 3, I suggested that there were certain analogies between the tradition-directed and the other-directed person, as compared with the inner-directed. There is also a certain similarity in their helpless attitude toward politics. We saw above that the tradition-directed indifferent does feel helpless though not irresponsible vis-a-vis politics. He feels that politics is under the control of people quite unlike himself and that politics is to be dealt with by prayer or propitiation, and by fatalism when disaster strikes. The inner-directed moralizer was likely to feel confident about politics in the days of his power because his personal ignorance of the workings of the invisible hand was irrelevant, by laissez-faire definitions, to the continuance of his social structure. The inside dopester, on the other hand, feels helpless vis-a-vis politics because he knows too much to be comforted and too little to be helped. On the face of it, this outlook might be thought to resemble that of 19th-century political observers who insisted that man was limited and to some extent rendered impotent to effect far-reaching social changes, by his own nature and by the organic nature of society that followed its own laws of development. Edmund Burke and other conservative critics of the French Revolution at the beginning of the century, and the social Darwinists at its end, represent two strands in this general line of thought. However, these feelings of limitation were not necessarily accompanied by subjective feelings of powerlessness, and, at least in the case of the social Darwinists and perhaps also in the case of Burke, a positively optimistic view was taken as to the course of society's organic development. If the world took care of itself, if reformers would only let it alone, one would not need to feel frustrated and helpless, one merely had to acknowledge this limitation and devote oneself to less than apocalyptic changes. Contemporary forms of social determinism, on the other hand, tend to assume that our civilization is running down, a view we find in the 19th century only in a few observers, like Brooks Adam**, who could hardly believe their own prophecies. Even the pessimists of the last century could not envisage how terrible politics might become in the 20th century. But today men feel politically impotent, and their philosophizing reinforces the mood that befits their character and situation. Does the inside dopester withdraw his emotional allegiance from a political scene because it has become too complex, or does it appear too complex and unmanageable to him because his emotional allegiance has been withdrawn? It would seem that both processes occur and that each reinforces the other. Concerned with being right, fearing to be taken in, hostile above all to wishful thinking, which he equates with any introduction of his humaneness into his judgments, the inside dopester deprives himself of the best yardstick he could use to test his experience, namely, his own reactions as a political animal. In this, as in much else, he resembles the new style indifference. He differs from them chiefly in belonging to a peer group that, reinforced by the mass media, approves and even demands his being up on politics. Yet understanding of historical change and understanding of the as yet unrealized potentialities of the present can almost never come from the highly selective classification of events handed out as the inside story or made even more alluring by being stamped as classified or confidential information. Such sources of information are, rather, the class media on which the inside dopester of the upper middle class feeds, as against the mass media which sustain his imitators in the lower middle class. Furthermore, in order to keep up with the political branch of the consumers' union, the inside dopester must be prepared for rapid changes of line. In this respect he is like the negotiator whom we discussed in Chapter 6, who is better able to bring home the bacon of goodwill if he is hazy about and has not pressed his legal rights in the matter. The inside dopester can make an easier opinion shift if he has lost the moralizer's ability to relate political events to himself and his practical interests. That is perhaps why the portrait of the inside dopester as an official, in Anna Karenina, the image of Stepan Arkadyevich Oblonsky as quoted in Chapter 1, of Bilibin of War and Peace, and of Ivan Ilyich in Tolstoy's short story, The Death of Ivan Ilyich. Why these 19th-century Russians, attuned to the class media of the court, seem under their strange names so very contemporary. There is evidence that in America rapid fluctuation of opinion is to be found primarily in the better educated groups, the groups in which we also expect to find the inside dopesters. Thus, the very interesting study made at the Harvard Department of Social Relations of Attitudes toward Russia provides evidence that middle-class opinion vis-a-vis Russia has swung much more widely than lower-class opinion, which was always hostile and suspicious. For the middle class, Russia became a wartime ally and, for a time, a post-war friend. This has been succeeded by violent hostility. Other studies show the same ring with respect to isolationism and war. On all these matters, the middle classes, being caught up in politics and, on the whole, susceptible to the way the mass media present events, are capable of attending to a much more rapid change of signals than the lower classes. Politics, as we have said, serves the inside dopester chiefly as a means for group conformity. He must have acceptable opinions, and where he engages in politics he must do so in acceptable ways. In the upper class, as among radical groups, the influence of the moralizer is still strong, and many people who set the cultural patterns carry on with an ideology of political responsibility. They act as if politics were a meaningful sphere for them. The college student or young professional or businessman of the upper middle class may take up politics as he takes up golf or any other acceptable hobby. It is a fulfillment of social role, and in addition it is good fun, good business, and a way to meet interesting people. It happens, of course, that people who enter politics, on one or another level, with inside dopester motivations, may find themselves becoming emotionally involved, and stay for quite other reasons. More common, probably, are those inside dopesters who use their political experience to justify their emotional anemia, drawing on their acquaintance with the inside story to look down on those who get excited. With these inside dopesters of the upper middle class, we must compare those who can be found in small towns and rural areas who are in easy contact with their local and even state officials. In the small town, social distance between the politically influential and the non-influential is small, and very little in the machinery of government is opaque. The telephone party line on which everybody listens may be thought of as symbolizing this. Though ordinarily these people can muster quite a bit of indignation over the local issues, this is not always the case, and we find occasional small town and rural people who, bringing to politics the cosmopolitan style of the other directeds, give a good imitation of urban inside dopesters. Indeed, the distinction between the inside dopester and the new style indifferent is often hard to draw. To qualify as an inside dopester, one has to have some familiarity with the political score. But then the question arises, which score? In the UN, in Washington, the precinct, the Union local, the Will Rogers Memorial Committee, or where and are we, in passing judgment, to set different standards for different regions, ages, sexes, and to make allowances for such subtle factors as intelligence? When we seek for criteria which, in the case of concrete individuals, will permit us to differentiate among political styles, such questions become exceedingly difficult. But when we compare groups rather than single individuals, it is perhaps somewhat easier to assess the social factors at work which separate those groups consisting of new style indifferents, who imbibe some atomized political information, but not very much, from those consisting of inside dopesters, who are avid and often discriminating consumers of politics. For ordinarily, the inside dopester, unlike the indifferent, is subordinate to a peer group in which politics is an important consumable and in which the correct, that is, the unemotional, attitude toward one's consumption is equally important. The new style indifferent can take politics or leave it alone, while the inside dopester is tied to it by motivations hardly less compelling than those of the moralizer. Even so, important questions remain. Why do so many peer groups in which the other directeds move continue to put politics on their bill of fare, and why is it that fashion does not, as it has with many intellectuals, substitute something else, for instance, religion? This is hard to say. What should surprise us in America is not the number of the indifferents, but why their number is not greater still, and why people hang on as moralizers and seek to inform themselves as inside dopesters. I suggest as a partial explanation that the mass media of communication play a complex part in the training and sustaining of people of appropriate character, in both these latter styles. The media are at the same time continuous bringers of information and tutors in tolerance for would-be inside dopesters, and tutors and provocateurs in indignation for would-be moralizers. Political persuasions, indignation and tolerance. The supermarket that offers the shopper the subtle, psychological values will have a better chance to build a profitable customer following than one which depends solely on low price and good quality merchandise. G. L. Clements, Vice President and General Manager of the Jewel Food Stores of Chicago, asserted here today. In determining how to provide psychological values attractive to the customer, Mr. Clements said he thought a business should seek to develop the same traits that we like in our friends. He outlined these traits as being cleanliness, up-to-date appearance, generosity, courtesy, honesty, patience, sincerity, sympathy, and good-naturedness. Each store operator, he said, should ask himself whether his store has these traits. Price and quality may be given as reasons why your customers shop at your store, Mr. Clements stated, yet they will be the same reasons given by others why they do not shop at your store, but prefer other stores. Mr. Clements asserted that in seeking to understand the psychological forces motivating customers, we might start out by asking the question, do people really know what they want? The answer to the question indicates that people do not know what they want, Mr. Clements said. But they do know what they like or do not like, he asserted, adding that, we must watch their reactions to determine what they do need or would like. From the report of the 12th Annual Convention of the Supermarket Institute, Herald Tribune, May 10, 1949. The inner-directed moralizer, as we have seen, brings to politics an attitude derived from the sphere of production. Politics is work, and work is good. Political activity is to be criticized in terms of its relation to morality and economics. Politicians are workers, or ought to be. As against this, the other-directed inside dopester brings to politics an attitude derived from the sphere of consumption. Politics is good, or bad, for morale and is to be appraised in terms of consumption preferences. Politicians are people, and the more glamorous, the better. Moreover, in imitating consumption patterns, politics becomes a place where the manner and mood of doing things is quite as important as what is done. This corresponds with the other-directed man's tendency to put more emphasis on means than the inner-directed man did, and less emphasis on ends. The mass media of communication are perhaps the most important channels between the other-directed actors on the stage of politics and their audience. The media criticize the actors and the show generally, and both directly and indirectly train the audience in techniques of political consumership. The direct training media are the modern descendants of the Springfield Republican or the New York Tribune and a very small number of old-time newspapers, with their inner-directed moralizing editorializers. Much larger and more influential are the media of indirect training. They include the whole range of contemporary popular culture from comic books to television. They dominate the use of leisure in all American classes except at the very top and perhaps also the very bottom, and their influence is very great in creating the other-directed style of response. Although the pattern of this influence is complex, it may be summed up in three generalizations. First, since popular culture is in essence a tutor in consumption, it teaches the other-directed man to consume politics and to regard politics and political information and attitudes as consumption goods. They are products, games, entertainments, recreations, and he is their purchaser, player, spectator, or leisure time observer. Second, the media, by their very sensitivity to pressure and their addiction to piety, have a stake in tolerance. But even where they are moralizers in intention, the mood of the audience of peer groupers will cause the indignant message to be received in an unindignant way. This audience situation, moreover, leads to an emphasis not on what the media say in terms of content, but on the sincerity of the presentation. This focus on sincerity, both in popular culture and in politics, leads the audience to tolerantly overlook the competence of performance. Third, while there is a significant residue of inner-directed moralizing in American political news coverage and editorializing, it slows down but does not halt the persuasions exercised by popular culture in favor of other-directed tolerance and passivity. Politics as an object of consumption. We saw in Chapter 7 that the other-directed man cannot escape from his characteristic lifestyle in the way that the inner-directed man did, because the style of the other-directed is oriented toward consumption, including the consumption of approval. One can escape from work, one cannot escape from consumption. The inner-directed person can put away childish things, and only returns to them surreptitiously as an adult. The other-directed person cannot put away his childhood training in the art of consumption. Nor can the other-directed person escape as an adult from the increasing elaboration and refinement of consumer values and consumer roles, as we saw in the discussion of food and sex as consumables. The child, of course, begins his taste training in food early, while he must postpone his training in sex until adolescence. This postponement is perhaps one of the things that gives sex its frontier-like quality. In politics, however, the child can also begin to consume at an early age, especially in the middle class and in the schools that emphasize current events. Adulthood brings voting but otherwise little new consumer experience in politics. Hence politics is not much of a frontier for him. The other-directed man's inability to know what he wants, while being preoccupied with what he likes, as observed by the retailer quoted at the head of the chapter, applies to politics as well as to other spheres of life. In contrast, the inner-directed man, in those spheres of life, such as politics, that he identified with work, knew what he wanted but did not really allow himself to know what he liked. The mass media cater to these confusions of the other-directed man. The radio and the newsreel particularly, but also much of the press, cover politics in the very form and fashion in which they cover sports and entertainment news. It is a commonplace that they announce a world crisis and a new toothpaste with similar breathless voice. These tendencies reach their peak in the quiz program, in which information, political and otherwise, is atomized in a context of competition, chit-chat, and pursuit of the expert's approach. Those who like these programs feel they learn something from them, but it is not clear what it is. While the cultivated citizen of earlier time was supposed to know many irrelevant things, their irrelevancy being, according to Veblen's The Theory of the Leisure Class, the sign of his status and invidious distinction, the quiz fan is not entirely sure that what he knows is irrelevant. This shapelessness of attention is a corollary of the other-directed audience's ability to shift from one sphere to another without making clear differentiations between the values of one sphere and those of another. In terms of the transfer of moods from the entertainment world to the political world, it is a transfer of the tolerance appropriate for the world of changing tastes, to a world structured in quite a different way, a world that, if it is to be changed, demands that people know not only what they like but what they want. This tolerant consumership is the sign of a political style quite different from the leisured casualness and coolness of the old-time gentleman amateur in politics. He, at least, gained in competence as he became immersed in politics. Like the languid Sherlock Holmes, he was really not passive, his ennui was cultivated, not characterological. As against this, the other-directed consumer of the political news at most learns how to be a better consumer. And yet no matter how active his intake and output of opinions, there is an atrophy of the political sense and political functioning of the individual. A striking illustration of these tendencies is to be found in a group of interviews conducted in the newly built suburb of Park Forest, near Chicago. Park Forest is a development of a federally aided private concern called American Community Builders. The homes are rented to occupants, and the ACB retains the financial functions of government, in cooperation with a sort of town council of residents. Residents were asked in the interviews how they felt about ACB, and what part, if any, they took in local politics, including griping and gossip. Many had complaints about their living quarters and community arrangements generally. What was noteworthy was that these complaints were frequently put in terms of the allegedly, and, as it appeared, actually, bad public relations of ACB. That is, direct criticism, based on the residents' wants and feelings, was muted. Rather, they were criticized because their public relations were so mishandled as to leave people, presumably, people other than the speaker, critical. In effect, people were complaining not about their direct grievances, but because they had not been so manipulated as to make them like it. Now it might be thought that this repeated reference to poor public relations was simply a politic evasion by the interview respondents, who feared lest their criticisms become known. Apart from the fact that the interviewer seems on the whole to have won the residents' confidence, more decisive evidence that caution does not explain the public relations formulation appears when the entire interview is read. For then it is plain that many of the respondents fall into the other-directed, inside dopester category, insofar as their character and political style can be gleaned from an intensive interview of 2 or 3 hours or more. Not only toward Park Forest, but toward national political issues and popular culture, their outlook is that of the consumer, not the producer, of politics, who complains if the show is not such a good one as to hold him in thrall, and who seeks tolerantly to understand all political events in terms of personality and publicity. Under these conditions of passive consumership, we would expect people to drop out of the league of inside dopesters into the great mass of the new style indifference. Left to themselves, perhaps many would do so. But they are not left to themselves. The political actors want a political audience. Moreover, the residual moralizing influence of the mass media acts as a kind of barker for the political show. The audience, too, finding the Mexican situation fraught with interest, looks to politics as one of its range of entertainment likings. To combat this danger of indifference and apathy in the other directed, there is one sovereign remedy, a glamour. And this is increasingly called on by those who want the political show to go on. Just as glamour and sex substitutes for both love and the relatively impersonal family ties of the tradition-directed person, and just as glamour in packaging and advertising of products substitutes for price competition, so glamour in politics, whether as charisma, packaging, of the leader, or as the hopped-up treatment of events by the mass media, substitutes for the types of self-interest that govern the inner directed. To put this into a general form we shall have occasion to use later, wherever we see glamour an object of attention, we must suspect a basic apathy in the spectator. The result of the search for glamour in politics is the effort, not dissimilar to that of the retailer quoted above, to provide psychological values attractive to the customer. And, as Mr. Clements told the Supermarket Institute, the values are the same traits that we like in our friends, namely cleanliness, up-to-date appearance, generosity, courtesy, honesty, patience, sincerity, sympathy, and good-naturedness. Many of the maneuverings of politics can be interpreted in these terms. Truman was felt to lack the up-to-date appearance, Dewey the sincerity, sympathy, and good-naturedness. Eisenhower seemed irresistibly attractive on all these scores. He had everything. People wanted a candidate with both appeals, and the spontaneous elements in the Eisenhower movement were to a large degree a tribute to people's desperate search for glamour. But having said this, it must be added that glamour is not only a veneer for apathy but also a sign that people crave a political leadership that, by dispelling their apathy, would allow them to become excited, committed, and related to politics. That is, glamour has an ambivalent effect. It reinforces apathy by invoking consumership motivations, while at the same time people look to glamour as a way of altering their motivations. As we shall see below, the mass media have a similarly ambivalent influence on political style. The Eisenhower supporters in the 1948 campaign were saying, in effect, that a candidate who has everything, whom one could wholeheartedly like, would surely know what one needed. At the same time, one of the things needed is precisely a candidate with whom one can become emotionally involved, who will help one overcome the felt limitations of new style indifference and insidopesquism. Even where likable qualities are less evident than in Eisenhower's case, people try hard to find a candidate with charm. To be sure, this was true in earlier eras, but I think it likely that this style of political appeal has been growing steadily in the United States in the radio age. For even the hard-headed political bosses in America have learned, enduring their experience of Franklin Roosevelt, to take these appeals into account. The wider the electorate, of course, the more glamour tends to displace issues or old-fashioned patronage considerations. A very interesting attitude toward Roosevelt's glamour turns up in some of our interviews with young people. When asked what great men, living or dead, they most admire, they name Roosevelt as one of the stars of the political galaxy, along with older names, such as Lincoln and Jefferson, whom they have heard about in school. They do not name Roosevelt, or any other politicians, as someone they want to emulate personally. They have no hope of growing up to be president, nor would they want to be that conspicuous point too. On the contrary, they can afford to admire Roosevelt just because they think of him as very much out of this world. It seems all but impossible for someone in the lower middle or even upper middle class to imagine himself acting with Roosevelt's appearance of aristocratic jauntiness and dexterity. Thus, FDR can be admired without envy. And, even in lower economic ranges, he is not so much a rescuer of families in distress as a personality. The limits of psychology. During the 1948 campaign, investigators studied a panel of voters in Elmira, New York, who were repeatedly interviewed from May until after the election. 3. The interviewers found this cross-section of the political audience bored with the show, even though they recognized that class interests were at stake in the contest. Mostly Republicans, they disliked Dewey, though they thought him qualified. And though they said they would like Truman for a lodge brother, they could not completely discard their feeling that he was not what the times needed. To admit that even such elaborate investigations did not make it possible to anticipate the Truman victory is to say that such outcomes cannot be explained in psychological terms alone. For one thing, we do not know how much the upset was based on people voting their likes and how much on labor leaders and farmers voting, or getting others to vote, their needs. In any political analysis, it is exceedingly difficult to single out those consequences attributable to the specific qualities of the other-directed character and to separate these from the wider American scene in which that character plays an increasing part. We know, for instance, that many lower-income people view politics as a consumable in much the same way that we have described for the other-directed middle class. Yet we can say that character structure is one factor, though not the only one, which is related to a confusion between politics as work and politics as leisure, between politics as a shop where one makes what one wants and politics as a show where one sees what one likes. While character does not dictate with finality the uses one makes of politics, we must all be struck by the other-directed person's similar ways of perceiving politics and other events from which he is equally distant in genuine emotional response. The media as tutors in tolerance. Since the chief strategy of the media as tutors of consumption is to introduce and rationalize changes, enrichments, or discontinuities in conventional tastes and styles, the media have a stake in taste tolerance. They cannot afford to have people overcommit to a taste that they may want to change tomorrow. And while the advertisers would like to commit people to a label, they do not, fair trade devotees that they are, attack one another. This media attitude of tolerance, verging on passivity of judgment, becomes the mode of experiencing and viewing everything, including politics. For it is apparent enough that the guides to attractiveness, living, and success that appear in all the media, the entire content of some, are promoters of other direction. Their message is one that implies constant need of approval by others. They are read with the idea of taking cues from others, and what is more, their formulas are reinforced by their acceptance and circulation in the peer groups of America's child, adolescent, and adult life. The political reporting and editorializing of the more serious magazines and newspapers, however, are another matter. While such publications may decorate their pages with stories about the consumption habits and tastes of senators, proconsuls, and elder statesmen, their general attitude toward the political sphere is a moralizing one. Regardless of their partisan position, the serious political story is written with reverence for the American way, an air of righteousness about such matters as patronage, and concern for American or local interests. The general tone is that of a message addressed to solid citizens, and it reaches some. A Connecticut commuter train, for example, certainly carries, among its readers of the Herald Tribune, a loyal cohort of inner directeds. In terms of class and influence, they may range from the hereditary bankers and insurance men to the young up-and-coming accountants, and the conductors, not all Tootle-trained, of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford itself. But these compose a declining characterological group. The commuter train will be well filled with other directeds who, despite the moralizing character and commendable firmness of the Herald Tribune's political intention, take it in an inside dopesters fashion. They will take it not as a reinforcement of their own clear-cut interests and moralizing habits, since they have none, but as a cue to the trend of ideas in the group with which they associate themselves. Their political reading is, therefore, an exercise in group conformity, and the irony of their case is that the group to which they wish to conform is, or appears to be, inner-directed. But since these readers are tolerant, they can tolerate and even adopt a moralizing style that is not their own. I have chosen an illustration where content and reader reception might point in different directions. But this ambiguity does not arise in many of the large circulation media, whose content is itself slanted toward tolerance. The most powerful factor making for this slant may be the sheer size of the audience. The press, though less terrorized than the movies, is subject to a variety of pressures brought by groups seeking protection from attack, and these pressures are internalized in the very structure of large media management and distribution. For one thing, the larger the scope of the medium, the more likely it is to be edited and produced in a large metropolitan center where the pressures toward other-directed tolerance are greatest. While freer from pressure of advertisers and local cranks than small-town editors and broadcasters, and, in general, often considerably more daring, big city media with a citywide audience cannot help being aware of those attitudes that may offend their complex constituencies. Whereas the early 19th century editor could gamble on a crusade that might bring him both a libel suit and a circulation, the 20th century publisher often cannot afford to let his editor gamble even on an increased circulation. Like the modern corporation generally, he wants a relatively inflexible demand curve for his product. He cannot risk sharp losses of circulation and often not sharp increases either, since his managers have guaranteed his circulation to the advertisers, planned his paper supply, and committed him to newspaper guild contracts and distributive relationships long in advance. Obviously, moreover, as the one-paper towns and cities grow in number, the owner-monopolist has little to gain by attacking a powerful group. He will prefer the comforts of fair trade, as enshrined in the American Newspaper Publishers Association or the Broadcasters Code, to the risks of free trade in punches and ideas. For another thing, there is the pressure that I have already referred to as the piety of print, or the even greater piety of radio. As the audience becomes less stratified in class or age terms, the writer or broadcaster becomes less able to pitch what he has to say in any tone of obloquy based on intimate knowledge of a specific audience. Since he does not know how, in unexpected readership or listenership situations, the virus of indignation may be received, he must be preoccupied with the antibodies of tolerance. Hence, all other things being equal, the larger the scope of the medium, the more it tends to be produced and consumed in a mood of other-directed tolerance and the less it makes an appeal to the indignants. On the other hand, the very intolerance of some of the older captains of the press and radio, ambitious men with a message, allows them, and the columnistic commissars they encourage to take a tough approach, to find and hold an audience among all those indifferent and maladjusted people who seek not political news, but excitement and diversion from their apathy. Hearst, McCormick, Gannett, Shepard of the Yankee Network, such men want power through the press and radio, rather than money or approval. Yet their audiences are made up not of political indignants primarily but of political news-style indifference, would-be inside dopesters who are attracted by the impiety of Hearst, the Chicago Tribune, and especially the New York Daily News because this sort of news handling seems to promise them the unfaked inside story. Having been trained to associate piety with the official culture of sermon, school, and print, they take whatever appears by contrast to be sophisticated, brutal, illegal, or mysterious as true almost by definition and think the editor sincere for letting them in on it. The exploration of what is meant by sincerity will take us far toward understanding the ways in which popular culture trains its audience in tolerance. We must remind ourselves that sincerity is one of the qualities by which a retail store may hold a loyal clientele, according to Mr. Clements' remarks quoted above. A graduate student at the University of Chicago collected interviews on attitudes toward popular music and found cropping up again and again such statements as, "I like Dinah Shore because she's so sincere," or, "That's a very sincere record," or, "You can just feel Frank Sinatra, is sincere." While it is clear that people want to personalize their relationships to their heroes of consumption and that their yearning for sincerity is a grim reminder of how little they can trust themselves or others in daily life, it is less clear just what it is that they find as sincere in a singer or other performer. 51 element may be the apparent freedom of the entertainer to express emotions that others dare not or cannot express. Again, sincerity means performance in a style which is not aggressive or cynical, which may even be defenseless, as the question-answering or press conference technique of some politicians appears to be. The performer puts himself at the mercy of both his audience and his emotions. Thus sincerity on the side of the performer evokes the audience's tolerance for him. It would not be fair to be too critical of the person who has left himself wide open and extended the glad hand of friendliness. But the popular emphasis on sincerity means more than this. It means that the source of criteria for judgment has shifted from the content of the performance and its goodness or badness, aesthetically speaking, to the personality of the performer. He is judged for his attitude toward the audience, an attitude which is either sincere or insincere. The performer of the 19th century appears to have been judged rather by his relation to his craft, that is, his honesty and skill. By ignoring what the audience believes itself to lack, ability to perform, and emphasizing the qualities that it believes itself secretly to possess, capacity for sincerity, the audience is enabled, to a degree, to patronize the artist just as it patronizes the bumbling participants in a giveaway show. This protects the audience against making an error in taste. Indeed, the mood of tolerance gains in importance when we see it as insurance against making this error. The fear of the divergence of one's own consumption preferences from those of one's peer group of listeners is minimized by fastening on a criterion which is as generalized and as subjective as sincerity. I have remarked that the inner-directed style in cultural judgment was to see a person, an event, a political issue, or a theater performance in terms of good and bad. To a large degree, the authority of these concepts was a direct transferal from the world of moral right and wrong, or from surviving customary postulates, or from clear, though often bigoted, notions of interest and self-interest. Today such intensity of response is not welcome either in the sphere of entertainment or of politics. It may well be that the audience that emphasizes an emotional quality of a performer, such as sincerity, escapes from the need for emotional response to the performance itself. Though the listener likes a star who, as the teenager says, can ascend me, he does not want to go very far. He has his membership card in the Consumers Union to consider. By making sincerity appear as an objective quality, or at least one capable of peer group discussion, he gets some emotional release while preserving safety in numbers. He can give the little girl a hand without committing himself to a judgment on her virtuosity. In this sense, the sincere artist is like the artist who tries hard. Viewing the political scene as a market for comparable emotions, it seems that the appeal of many of our political candidates tends to be of this sort. To be sure, candidates who combine sincerity with a good feed are much preferred. But forced to choose between skill and sincerity, many in the audience prefer the latter. They are tolerant of bumbles and obvious ineptness if the leader tries hard. Sincerity and cynicism. While it may seem at first glance that the other directed inside dopester is simply a cynic, the relations between tolerance and sincerity help to show how complex cynicism can be. Cynicism is a trait compatible with both inner direction and other direction, but it has a different bearing in the two constellations. The inner-directed cynic is or can be an opportunist, ruthless in pursuing his goals. Or he may be a disgruntled idealist, still in practice committed to rectitude. In pursuit of his aims, good or bad, he may be quite ready to exploit others, just as the inner-directed moralizer may be quite ready to force others to be moral, too. However, the other-directed person, cynical as he often seems, is generally too dependent on others to be completely cynical about them. He may keep looking for sincerity, that is, for personalities who, if they exploit his emotions, will also involve their own. What appears here as cynicism is frequently the readiness of the other-directed person tolerantly to accept the norms of whatever adult peer group he is in. But this limp acceptance is rather a source for his cynicism about himself than for his cynicism about others, to whom he clings in search of goals. In fact, the other-directed man's cynicism about himself is one of the principal reasons that, while he is willing to say what he likes, he cannot believe in himself enough to know what he wants. The inner-directed man, when he looks at politics, is likely to be exceedingly cynical about people but not cynical about institutions, constitutions, and, as we saw earlier, the value of politics itself. By contrast, the other-directed man, somewhat sentimental about people, is likely to be quite cynical about legal and political institutions, just as he is about the great game of politics itself. Coupled with this outlook, his concern for sincerity in his political personalities becomes a vice. While the concern for sincerity may imply a refusal to be taken in by any abstract notions of good and bad, along with an insistence that the personal emotional tone of the leader is of decisive importance, there are many situations where this orientation leads one astray. In the first place, the leader's warmth or sincerity is not always important, that depends on the situation. When presented with a cold or mechanical candidate, the other-directed man may oppose him because he does not seem sincere, quite possibly because the candidate is caught, as a small-town boy such as Thomas Dewey seems to have been, between an inner-directed upbringing and an other-directed milieu. Yet even if the candidate possesses the negative qualities attributed to him, the structure of politics and of the electorate may be sufficiently firm to make it unlikely that such a candidate, if successful, could bring about great evils. Once in office, he may be able to do no more harm than a bookkeeper in a bank with a good bank examining system and insurance coverage. The other-directed person, focused on people as he is, often overlooks such institutional hardness of the material. Thus, just as the moralizer romanticizes a government of laws and not of men, the inside dopester romanticizes a government of men and not of laws. Both are unattainable ideals. In the second place, it is obviously most difficult to judge sincerity. While the audience which uses the term sincerity thinks that it is escaping, in its tolerant mood, from the difficulty of judging skills, it is actually moving into a domain of considerably greater complexity. Just because such a premium is put on sincerity, a premium is put on faking it. And as the child learns to tell the good guys from the bad guys in the comics by telltale clues of appearance and decor, so the adult may fall for formulas for deciding on sincerity that are no more meaningful than those summed up in folk proverbs about looking at a person's hands or eyes. 6 Perhaps he could tell more after a psychiatric interview, though this is not, despite the efforts of Harold Well and others, the kind of interview the politician grants. Moreover, we might conceive of a culture in which people are better trained to judge sincerity than either the inner-directeds or the other-directeds. The tribe in the South Seas whose members report their dreams to each other and are masters of the art of dream interpretation may live in such a culture. In the meantime, it looks as if the other-directeds have lost the inner-directeds' easy judgments of competence without gaining an equally solid judgment of the more intangible aspects of personality. Plainly, it is the other-directed person's psychological need, not his political one, that dictates his emphasis on warmth and sincerity. For leadership, the ability to be disagreeable may often be more important. The man who thinks he is sincere, moreover, may deceive himself and others. The man who knows he is not, may watch himself and be watched. 7. Do the media escape from politics? Hollywood's discovery of the Negro problem had given the studios a new cycle and distributors a tough problem. How would the South take to films denouncing racial prejudice? Having already played 9 profitable weeks in Manhattan, home of the Brave opened in Dallas and Houston. In Dallas, the Negro elevator operator tried to sum up overheard opinion. Well, I'll tell you, 99% of the people say it's educational, the other 1% say it's good. Time, July 18, 1949. Critics of the mass media seem generally to suppose that the media foster political apathy, that they permit and encourage the audience to escape from the political and other realities of life, that, by a kind of Gresham's law, they drive out the hard money of politics with the soft money of mass entertainment. How can Washington, it is sometimes asked, compete with Hollywood and Broadway? Scarcity psychology, hanging on from the period of transitional growth of population, assumes that leisure is so limited that time taken, say, by comic reading, is taken from politics. Except for a dwindling number of occupations, most people have ample time for both. Underneath the media critic's position there may be concealed a puritanical dislike for leisure, a feeling that people ought to occupy their, unfortunately, free time with civic affairs and other serious matters. Or there is the neo-Puritan hygienic feeling that people ought to be doing something, no matter what, a vitamin-conscious view of life. This outlook represents a failure to realize that in a post-Veblenian economy of abundance people can afford to waste both time and other resources. Actually, however, the much criticized media, especially the press, seem to have maintained a surprisingly inner-directed attitude toward the political. The fact is that they pay more attention to politics than their audience seems to demand. Even tabloids print headlines and, often, news pictures on the front page, not comics. True, this is often news of sex, crime, and politically irrelevant or distracting expose, but a few major political topics figure on occasion. Old indignant Hearst likes to print the chief's editorials rather than cheesecake on page 1. Local radio stations with disc jockeys build their self-esteem and please the FCC by broadcasting news every hour, which, like the commercials, people do not bother to switch off. In fact, many people like to listen to commercials who may not like newscasts. Likewise, newsreels usually begin with shots of some political personage or event, postponing Lou Lair or the fashion show to the end of the reel. Thus many of the agencies of mass communications give political news a larger play than might be dictated by strict considerations of market research. In this way they help maintain the prestige of politics as a presumed interest on the part of their audience, even though at the same time, they constantly harp on the disreputability of politicians. This prestige position given to politics is especially important for the other-directed person since he looks to the mass media for guidance in his life plan and value hierarchy. He is led to assume that other people must rate politics as the mass media themselves do, that they are politically alert moralizers even though he is not. He is also encouraged in this assumption by the polls which the press prints. Save for an inquiring photographer here and there, these polls ask many questions and report many answers about public issues and rather few about daily living or sports. The media, far from being a conspiracy to dull the political sense of the people, could be viewed as a conspiracy to disguise the extent of political indifference. Indeed, most people in most walks of life are apologetic if they are not up on politics, men especially so. When in our intensive interviews we ask people if they are interested in politics or don't care about it, they generally say that they are interested or that they should be. People do not often make the discovery that others are quite as bored or apathetic about politics, or about other things on which the media confer respectability, as they know themselves to be. In the city, where people do not know each other, the unbelievers could only be aware of how numerous they are through the mass media, but these are the very channels that give politics priority. One reason for this is the desire of those who work for the mass media to do what is right or considered to be right by those to whom they look for leadership. Just as publishers want to publish prestige books even though they may lose money on them, under various rationalizations of goodwill, so newspapermen and broadcasters want to raise themselves above the lowest common denominator, without fully exploring the potential financial profitability of the latter. The movie king who speaks for mere entertainment feels on the defensive with the bold producer of Home of the Brave and similar problem films. For in fact, those who work in the mass communications industries are, despite the moralizing style with which they approach politics, typically other-directed characters. The hypersensitive radar that is their meal ticket is tuned in spare moments, not to the audience to whom they sell, but to the intellectual strata around and above them. These strata, though engaged in consumption, are frequently contemptuous of consumption of popular culture, perhaps because tempted by it. Doubtless, a hierarchy among the different kinds of entertainment has always existed. But whereas the hierarchy in earlier days was based, at least to some extent, on criteria of artistry, the hierarchy today seems to be based somewhat more on topic than on mode of treatment. As the audience itself is asked to move on a constantly uptilting gradient of topic and taste, from the comics of childhood to the commentators of adulthood, so the makers of the media, in their own combination of social mobility and ethical uplift, are always impatient to get to the point where in addition to entertaining they are, in terms of topic, educating and improving. As the slicks are more high class than the pulps, so politics is more high class than sex. The sports writer wants to become a political columnist, the nightclub broadcaster moves over first into political chit-chat, then into political fire. Many a newspaper publisher who begins as a no-nonsense businessman ends up as a bit of a political moralizer. Just as the new rich are educated to philanthropy by their associates, so the new entrants into the mass media are educated away from the low commercial motives to ones of more prestige. To take an example, the older pictorial magazines, such as Life and Lou / and even some of the less well-known ones, have moved steadily away from pictures, away from cheesecake toward art, away from Sunday supplement sensation toward serious reading matter and political exhorting. Pictures are only the come-on for social issues. It seems, therefore, that the mass media, among their highly complex and ambiguous effects, do help prop up the prestige of the political sphere in the United States, and that within this sphere they have the effect of favoring the older, moralizing political styles. But this is a residue effect to be explained by special factors, and it is more true of the press than of the movies and radio, just as within the press it is more true of certain magazines and newspapers than of others. The total impact of the mass media on the political attitudes of Americans is composed of forces that do more to encourage other-directed tolerance than to preserve inner-directed indignation. The sheer emphasis on consumer skills in the mass media, an emphasis that both encourages and caters to the other-directed, has cumulative effects. One of the most basic of these is that the inner-directeds and their interests are driven out of the media in every sphere except that of politics itself. The reservoir of indignation. Outside of politics, indeed, the mass media offer the indignants a rather scanty fare. The moral issues dealt with in the media are posed in increasingly subtle form, and they mainly reflect problems of personal relationship. Moreover, the pace of the media is too fast, too sophisticated, for many of the readers who remain inner-directed. What are they to make, for instance, of a Billy Rose column about Broadway morals and mores? How are they to translate the specialized lingos of many comic strips? How can they possibly make sense of the elusiveness of the grade problem film? The indignants are apt to find that even horse operas have become pastoral settings for sadism and sex, no longer like the old westerns whose chief characters were horses and whose moral problems involved hardly more complicated beings. Soap operas probably seem to casual upper-middle-class listeners to be bathed in lachrymose moralizing. But typically their characters are preoccupied with straightening out a complex web of tenuous emotions, often needing the specialized services of the professional or semi-professional helper. The typical curdled indignant, perhaps especially if male, is simply not interested in such things. We may note the change in popular culture fare in another medium altogether, by remarking the transformation of the new Scientific American. The old Scientific American used to be read by inner-directed hobbyists of science. Now it has become a slick paper periodical, catering with brilliance and sophistication to the consumer of science, including social science and philosophy. One old subscriber complained that it was no longer edited to be read by men with greasy hands at workbenches. Virtually the only hobby column remaining is the astronomy section. Likewise, we might note that Street and Smith, publishers of such moralizing tales as Alger and Nick Carter, recently killed all but one of their remaining pulps, including detective story, western story, etc., to concentrate on their three booming slicks, Mademoiselle, Charm, and Mademoiselle's Living. What is the barnacled moralizer to do with them? This gnawing deficit of acceptable mass media would perhaps be less troublesome to the moralizer if the world in which he lived still appeared to be inner-directed, to be governed, that is, by an invisible hand. But his own life experience is often disappointing. He is deprived of a feeling of competence and place. Even this would not be so bad if the world made sense, if he could apply to what goes on his internalized standards of judgment, but as it is, neither his character nor his work is rewarded. In that situation he tends to turn both on himself, for he is vulnerable to lack of worldly comprehension even more perhaps than to lack of worldly success, and on the world. In a last desperate effort to turn the country back on its inner-directed course so as to make it habitable for him, he is ready to join a political movement whose basic driving force is indignation. A world that refuses him a place, a world that bombards him with messages that make him feel inadequate, may not appear to him worth saving, though his destructiveness may be rationalized by various ideologies. The mass media cater to this attitude in politics, even if they no longer cater to it in other fields. We have seen one reason for this, the fact that many media leaders, for prestige and other reasons of their own, espouse a moralizing attitude toward politics rather than an inside dopesterish one. And we have seen another reason, the fact that the media attract and provide an audience for indignant men with a simple message. While most of their readers are new-style indifferents who are titillated by political excitement, some are indignants who find their responses welcomed on the editorial page and in the commentators' columns if nowhere else. Moreover, the indignation of the lords of press, comment, and column is not as ineffective with the other directeds in their audience as one might suppose at first glance. Many of these have adopted the moralizer's style as their own, and many are only marginally other-directed. But even the tolerant other-directed person is often fascinated by the indignant's ire, not because it is compatible with his character structure but precisely because it is not. In commercial sports, for instance, he enjoys a rivalry and temper display, even if he knows in a way that it is cooked up for his benefit, that is vanishing or banished from other spheres of his life. As a result, displays of aggression and indignation in the arena of politics are popular with all types, indignants, inside dopesters, and indifferents. "Pour it on, Harry," the crowd said to President Truman, who, under his grin, harbors a good deal of aggression and vindictiveness. As Americans, whatever their class or character, can enjoy boxing or a rodeo, so they still look upon a political brawl as very much a part of their American heritage, despite the trend toward tolerance. This leads us to the important consideration that the nature of the election process encourages the entry of the indignant on his own terms. In campaigning, a tradition of moralizing survives, in competition with the newer search for glamour. The machines, though sensitive to glamour, are also aware, from past defeats, of the political power of the indignants, those who did go fight City Hall. Even other directeds may vote for moralizing inner directeds because the latter present a more familiar, more dramatized, more seemingly appropriate style of attitude toward politics, thus postponing the characterological struggle between the two types. For the indignants have hold of one of the great traditions of American politics. This is the tradition of asking the government to govern more than it knows how to govern, as in the case of Prohibition, a latter-day survival of the time when a state like Connecticut, to Tocqueville's astonishment, could not justify putting less than the Hebraic law on its statute books, but could not justify enforcing its harsh penal provisions either. In line with this tradition, the indignants of today can strive in politics to get the law on those movements in culture, in literature, the movies, the universities, the libraries, that symbolize urban sophistication and tolerance. They are resisted in this effort less by tolerant other-directed types than by inner-directeds for whom tolerance is a moral principle, not a character trait. The most fervent defenders of civil liberties in America, men such as Roger Baldwin, Alexander Meiklejohn, Grenville Clark, draw political strength from their principles, not from their knowledge of who's who in politics. In contrast, the tolerant inside dopester may become objective about intolerance. He knows enough about people to doubt the efficacy of reason or to be sure of his own resistance. His vulnerabilities, as well as his abilities, spring from the fact that he has his eye on the others and not on his own principles or wants. In fact, the other directeds try to defend themselves against the political onslaughts of the indignants by inside operations rather than by counter-moralizing. Disinclined to personal militancy, to getting out on a limb, they put on pressure through groups and associations that speak in their name. As capable handlers of inside tactics and of the communication process, they are, of course, at home among the mass media, not all of which are controlled by moralizers. They can often put the brakes on what the indignants would like to do. As a clever district attorney can mitigate the fury of a grand jury to whom he has to present an indictment by making a deal with the defendant's lawyer to accept a plea to a lesser offense, so the inside dopester has often, in national and local politics, been able to hold the indignants off with a concession. He can make concessions, since he does not ask of politics that it straighten out the world for him. Indeed, if the indignant asks too much of politics, the tolerant inside dopester asks too little. As we have said, the moralizers and the inside dopisters taken together are a minority of Americans, the majority are political indifferents. To the indifferents, however, the inside dopister has little to offer in the way of psychic dividends. His very knowledge leads him to be aware of how little can be accomplished in politics and how fantastic it is to hope for getting rid of politics. But in rousing the indifferents, indignation has great possibilities. Not only does it make for a better show, but it also plays on such grievances as the indifferents have. Sometimes these grievances can be brought into the political sphere by an anti-political appeal. Many leading writers and speakers, for example, hate politics, even though they would insist that they hate only bad or corrupt politics. Their indignant style is a far cry from the more traditional and amiable American dislike for politics and politicians, which is usually coupled with a genuine liking for business and business-like administration. They must also be differentiated from the many political scientists and other technicians who, fearing conflict, distrust politics and would like to see it superseded not by business administration but by administrative administration. The indignation of these latter groups is held in check by a certain amount of competence, as well as by the very over-rationality which makes them hostile to the seeming chaos and controversy of politics. But the hatred for politics of a large group of curdled indignants is bottomless, and their hate-filled promises appeal to many of those whose political indifference rests not on the security of tradition direction but on a purposeful autism. From similar sources were rallied many of the early Nazis, a large wing of the de Gaullists, and many other groups in various countries who placed themselves above politics, above parties, and above opinions. Such groups attack the more traditionally partisan and politically articulate elements of society and demand freedom from politics, from platforms, principles, and parliaments. In our own limited interviewing and experience, we have come across a number of people with just such an attitude toward the American party system and pattern of political discourse. If at any time the indignants can make a junction with the indifferents, they can be very powerful. In international affairs, for example, the mood of tolerance rests on fragile grounds. It can be so easily ruptured either on the international or the domestic front. Internally, indignation can draw on great lower-class reserves of nationalism and xenophobia. Externally, indignation may meet counter-indignation, and the congruence of indignance and temporarily aroused indifference may present the tolerant with a seeming fait accompli. And the tolerant inside dopisters, as compared with those who are tolerant from inner-directed principle, are men trained to recognize a fait accompli, not resist it. There are still plenty of these older character types, often made angry by the very fact of no longer fitting their times. Among them are ambitious men and destructive men. These men may appeal to the indignant and intimidate the tolerant. Indeed, the latter, when faced with crisis, may even turn to such men out of a feeling of their own inadequacy. Long before the tolerant are able to organize politics after their style and their mood, a stampede of the indignant may have brought on an explosion and may have pushed the tolerant cause and the tolerant character into abeyance. In dreams begin responsibilities. The role of the media in dramatizing, organizing, and promoting American political styles is obviously, from all that has been said in this chapter, filled with ambiguities and paradoxes. It follows from what I have said so far that a reorientation of media policy to play down political moralizing and exhortation and to play up escape, in the sense of richly imaginative fantasy, might be the greatest contribution the media could make to developing a political style that would transcend both indignation and inside dopisterism. The present political scene is one of seldom alleviated dullness, to which people attach themselves either because of ideas of proper consumership or because of the impious excitement held out, like an alluring movie ad, by the residual indignants who have rejected the convention of tolerance. An increased diet of political moralizing and dutiful editorializing will scarcely liberate our presently impoverished political fantasy. Nor are we likely to liberate it by increasing the time allotted to Dinah Shore or Mel Torme. Nevertheless, I have the feeling that if the media encouraged, and if its audience could permit itself, more genuine escape, away from it all, we would become stronger psychically and more ready to undertake an awakening of political imagination and commitment. By going on with our present course of media performance and media criticism, we make it possible for the media to continue to uphold the prestige of the political even when, as for much of our life at present, the political is devoid of substantial content, for one thing, because this very lack of content could only be glimpsed from a less realistic, more fantasy-oriented outlook. The direct impact of the media on political decision may easily become as thin as the impact of the House of Lords on popular opinion in Britain. The serious press refuses to face this situation, and, far from seeking to explore new emotional currents in American life, it strenuously seeks to present to the concourse of the media, radio, TV, movies, and pulps, a hand-me-down agenda of political debate. Since politics is actually less real than the press lords pretend to themselves and their audience that it is, the consumption of political vituperation may easily become more than ever an escape in the usual invidious sense, rationalized by its high, media-based prestige. Thus, the sources in popular art and culture from which eventual political creation may flow are partially dammed up by false prestige considerations and by the displaced guilts and ethical urges shared by those who control the media and those who, in turn, look to them for a bill of cultural fare. The probabilities are that the media, in their direct, message-bearing impact, are likely to do less either to help or hurt the audience than the controllers of the media and their critics like to think. This alone should save us, to borrow a fine phrase from Justice Holmes, from looking either for panaceas or for sudden ruin as the result of any messages or group of messages the media may carry. Awareness of this fact may then permit both the controllers and the critics of the media to reorient their attention. They are free, much freer than they realize, to attend to the medium itself, rather than to the message it purveys or is believed to purvey. The movie producer or critic who is concerned mainly with messages, for instance of ethnic tolerance, may actually despise the movies as an art form. The editorializer or social scientist who is concerned only with arousing the electorate may hate the English language because it has become for him a mere tool. The broadcaster who wants to atone for his big salary and sponsors by slipping in a crack against business may have little respect for the aesthetic resources of his medium. As we have just seen, the men who work in radio, film, and fiction tend to give politics, as the press and its uplifters see it, a prestige denied to art, and especially the popular art of the media themselves. There is pathos in this for their personal lives, since it leads them to unwarranted contempt for their own craft. There is irony in this for American politics, since it seems to me that a country which produced artistically first-class movies, papers, and broadcasts, no matter what the topic and, indeed, subordinating the whole question of topic, would be, politically as well as culturally, a livelier and happier land. Good mass media artists are quite as important, and perhaps even scarcer, than responsible, anti-escapist commentators. We saw in Chapter 2 that teachers in schools permeated by other direction tend to train children to devalue skill and to overvalue a contentless cooperation. Thus they are prepared for their role not only in the economy but also in the political audience. Such morality as they bring to politics becomes attached to morale as an end, or hidden under it. At once trusting and distrusting those with whom they are in antagonistic cooperation, they see in a sincerity an escape from their dilemma. Unless he is as glamorous as FDR, they can be loyal only to the candidate who appears sincere and who, unlike, say, Dean Acheson, is not big and does not think he is. We saw in Chapter 3 that the childhood peer group is focused less on accomplishment than on popularity ratings and taste exchange. Here, too, there is a parallel with contemporary politics where the vital decisions, war or peace, are felt to be, and usually are, out of the citizen's hands, who is nevertheless urged to participate, by peer groups of moralizers and inside dopisters and their media guides. That, as we shall see, he often does participate effectively as a member of a veto group is sometimes overlooked. We saw in Chapter 4 that the media have a differential impact on inner-directed and other-directed children. The former may be driven to ambitious action, the latter learn to become apt judges of winning. In this sense, many comics and radio and TV dramas for children, despite and indeed because of their pious moralizing, prepare them for roles as inside dopisters and new-style indifference, save for an occasional encouragement to fantasy. Yet it would be patently false to conclude that, because similar tendencies are at work which introduce compatibilities between child training on the one hand and adult politics on the other, there is a ruling class which intends these consequences or even profits by them. Rather, large-scale historical developments, those we shorthand by reference to the curve of population, are reflected both in child training and in adult life. Their compatibility is a complicated characterological one, rather than an affair of the rulers. Images of power. Q. After all, does what happens in politics make any difference to the way you live and work? A long hesitation. In a way, in my work, yes. But as far as me living goes, I don't think it changes me much. I don't follow up on politics. Q. What do you mean, follow up? A. I mean I'm not so much interested. Q. How does it affect how you work? A. In the gas station politics come in and out, mostly all the talk is about politics. If anything changes in politics, I should think things would change in the gas station too. From an interview with an 18-year-old boy, a senior in trade school, who works in a gas station after hours. Whenever we ask, as we did in the last chapter, whether the media do or do not uphold the prestige of the political sphere, we assume some definition of the political sphere itself. But what is that sphere and how does it look to Americans? As I suggested in Chapter 8, all the formal methods of analysis we have at our disposal, even when backed by quantitative research, leave much unanswered and much unasked. The purpose of the following 3 chapters is to explore the matter in terms of certain aspects of the political imagery induced in American political styles by the character structure of the population, and especially the other directed strata. The principal thesis of this chapter is that there has been in the last 50 years a change in American power configurations, from the power hierarchy of a ruling class to the power dispersal of what we shall call the veto groups. This change has many complex roots and complex consequences, including the change in political mood from moralizing to tolerance. On the one hand, a clear-cut power structure helps to create the clarity of goals of the inner directeds. On the other hand, an amorphous power structure helps to create the consumer orientation of the other directeds. The change in power relations which I posit has not, however, been generally recognized. I hope to show that the images of power that prevail are themselves a factor in the change of styles, and that people's misconceptions of their power position both affect that position and are evidence for the waning of inner direction. The leaders and the led. To be sure, this divergence between the ideology about power and the existing power relations is not new in American history but can be traced back to the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The Federalist leadership, landed gentry and mercantilist money leadership, certainly thought of itself as a ruling group, indentured to politics by its sense of noblesse oblige. But long before this leadership was actually dislodged, its power was disputed and, in decisive instances, overruled in the northern and middle states by yeoman farmers and artisans. These latter, having little time or gift for politics, ordinarily left it to their betters, but they retained a veto on what was done and occasionally, as with Jackson, moved into a more positive command. After the Civil War, however, these farmer and artisan groups lost their capacity to check what was done, and the new plutocracy, the captains of industry, emerged as a ruling class. During their hegemony, the images and the actualities of power in America coincided more closely than I think they do today. Captains of industry as political leaders. According to this view of the matter, the election of 1896 appears as an historical watershed, the high point of oligarchic rule. In terms of political style, there were moralizers for Bryan and moralizers for McKinley. And there were groups that, whether or not they saw their interests in moral terms, had a clear picture of themselves and of their interests. They, too, responded to die election in an inner-directed way. Only a few people like Brooks Adams, who supported Bryan out of his hatred for the gold bugs, were aware of some of the ambiguities in the situation. Certainly, the victorious leaders, McKinley, Hanna, and Morgan in their several bailiwicks, were not aware of ambiguity. The success of their electoral bid is less important to us than the mood of their undertaking. Their mood was one of conscious leadership, directed by conscious class considerations, implying a conscious and explicit relation to those whom they led. This easy, self-conscious leadership took support from the close connection, in an era dependent on inner direction, between politics and work. The world of work was the great world, politics was an extension that could either facilitate work or sabotage it. Bankers and grangers had different notions as to what work politics should do and what leave undone, but they agreed as to the primacy of the production side of life. Of course, the political sphere was not devoid of entertainment for the inner-directed man. It had its occasional but real uses as a downward escape from the dignities of the propertied existence, with its opportunity for cracker barrel argument, beer drinking, and shirt-sleeved good fellowship by torchlight. Yet it was obvious to the inner-directed business classes that parades and free beer were only the shows that served to advance an essentially economic goal, the conquest of American resources. Moreover, the not-so-invisible hand of enterprise could buy franchises, tariffs, land grants. That is, free trade, political or economic, did not rule out finagling and corruption, if one could get away with it. A Rockefeller might try to cheapen his wares through railroad rebates, as a Vayer or Tweed might lengthen his ring's chances by buying votes or stuffing ballot boxes. But in neither case was the competition a monopolistic one in the modern sense of concern for goodwill and marginal differentiation. The Rockefeller of wealth against Commonwealth sold oil more by force or cheapness than by brand, and the bosses sold their commodities, votes or judges, in the same way. If moralizing would not drive out the black horse cavalry, the legislators who lived by blackmailing businessmen with others' morality as some policemen live today from pimps, then the only political persuasion that would work was cash. This situation and these interdirected motivations gave a clarity to the political and social scene in 1896 that it does not appear to have had in Tocqueville's day and has not had since. The bullet that killed McKinley marked the end of the days of explicit class leadership. Muckraking and savage political cartooning won, arts that depend on clarity of line, continued for a time and of course have not quite vanished yet. But as the old-time religion depended on a clear image of heaven and hell and clear judgments of good and evil, so the old-time politics depended on a clear class structure and the clear and easily moralized judgments of good and bad that flow from it. It depended, too, and I cannot emphasize the point too much, on an agreement between leaders and led that the work sphere of life was dominant. And because the goals were clear, the obvious job of the leader was to lead, of the led, to follow. Their political cooperation, like their cooperation in industry and agriculture, was based on mutual interests, whether directly moralized or not, rather than on mutual preferences and likings. What I have said must be taken as an ideal typical political portrait of the age, useful by way of contrast to our own times. Actually, the changes are, as always, changes in emphasis and degree, and the portrait would be seriously overdrawn if the reader should conclude that no emotional moods, no audience concerns for charisma and glamour, eddied about the relations between leaders and led. These relations were not built entirely out of sober moralizing and clear-cut interests, but occasionally, as Veblen described matters, the captain of industry served as the spokesman and exemplar of the kept classes, and served as the legitimate channel by which the community's surplus product has been drained off and consumed, to the greater spiritual comfort of all parties concerned. Those whom the captain led, Veblen described as follows. Men are moved by many impulses and driven by many instinctive dispositions. Among these abiding dispositions are a strong bent to admire and defer to persons of achievement and distinction, as well as a workmanlike disposition to find merit in any work that serves the common good. Men like to believe that the personages whom they so admire by force of conventional routine are also of some use, as well as of great distinction, that they even somehow contribute, or at least conduce, to the material well-being at large. Ruling class theories, applied to contemporary America, seem to be spectral survivals of this earlier time. Indeed, such remarks as Veblen's have a curiously archaic ring today. The type of the captain of industry no longer runs business, no longer runs politics, and no longer provides legitimate, spiritual comfort. Here and there, it is true, there are survivals. In the booming Southwest, Texas still produces men like Glenn McCarthy, and California produced an old-style lion of the jungle in A.P. Giannini, significantly enough, a man whose family had not gone through long grooming in a society heading toward incipient decline of population. Yet even these types are touched by traits that were not nearly so evident in the earlier captains of industry who fascinated Veblen as Lucifer fascinated Milton. Like Henry Kaiser, they depend much more than did the older Magnificos on public opinion and, as a corollary to public opinion, on the attitude of government. To this end they tend to exploit their personalities, or allow them to be exploited, in a way that makes the elder Rockefellers' Ivy League stun of dime-giving seem as remote as the Fuggers. Much more than their pre-World War I predecessors, then, these surviving captains stay within the limits as well as the possibilities of the economy of the glad hand. If they enter politics they do so because it is a sport for the rich, or simply because, like Henry Kaiser, they are tied in with government at every step in their ramifying enterprises. These latter-day captains neither see themselves nor are recognized as political leaders who, by their presence and by what they stand for, clarify and thereby moralize politics. The elder Morgan and his friends thought it was up to them to stop Bryan and to stop the Depression of 1907. No one has taken their place. In the focus of public attention, the old captains of industry have been replaced by an entirely new type, the captains of non-industry, of consumption and leisure. Surveys of content in the mass media show a shift in the kinds of information about business and political leaders that audiences ask for. 2. In an earlier day, the audience was given a story of the hero's work-minded rise to success. Today, the ladder climbing is taken for granted or is seen in terms of the breaks, and the hero's tastes in dress, food, women, and recreation are emphasized. These are, as we have seen, the frontiers on which the reader can himself compete, while he cannot imagine himself in the work role of the President of the United States or the head of a big company. What is more, there is a shift in such biographies from an accent on business leaders to an accent on consumption leaders. Proportionately, actors, artists, entertainers get more space than they used to, and the heroes of the office, hustings, and factory get less. These consumers of the surplus product may, in Veblen's terms, provide spiritual comfort by their very skill in consumption. But they need not be persons of achievement and distinction, and it may be their conventionally defined uselessness that makes them glamorous. But of course, these captains of consumption are not leaders. They are still only personalities, employed to adorn movements, not to lead them. For an illustration, we can turn to a recent American leader, undoubtedly a leader, who shared many characteristics of the artist and entertainer, Franklin D. Roosevelt. We are accustomed to thinking of him as a man of great power. Yet his role in leading the country into war was very different from that of McKinley or even of Wilson. Think of McKinley pacing the floor of his study, deciding whether or not to ask for a declaration of war on Spain, when he already knew that Spain would capitulate. McKinley felt it was up to him, so did Wilson. Roosevelt felt he could only maneuver within very narrow limits which came close to leaving the decision to the enemy. Again, if we compare his activities during the war years with those of Churchill, we can see important differences. Churchill led the British in something like the old-time sense of an explicit relation between the leader and the follower. That he led, moreover, as a moralizing leader and not, despite his great personal charm, as of personality, appeared in the readiness of the electorate to follow him in war and to dispense with him in peace. They were work-minded rather than consumption-minded about him. Roosevelt, on the other hand, remained throughout the war, as before, a powerful though tolerant persuader, even conniver and stimulator, of changes in public opinion that he followed with deep concern at all times. Churchill exploited his indignation, Roosevelt his charm. The admittedly real differences in the military situation of Britain and the United States during this period are not sufficient to explain these differences in the mood and method of leadership. Much more important than the wartime differences between the two countries are the differing shifts in political pattern during the last half-century. America in the 90s could be led politically and morally. Since then we have entered a social and political phase in which power is dispersed among veto groups. These groups are too many and diverse to be led by moralizing. What they want is too various to be moralized and too intangible to be bought off for cash alone. And what is called political leadership consists, as we could see in Roosevelt's case, in the tolerant ability to manipulate coalitions. If the great actor Roosevelt was not a powerful leader in the old sense, how much less so are the so-called leaders from the sphere of non-industry. Even in their own sphere of consumption pattern leadership, they are weighed down by heavier sanctions than the old business leader in his sphere. A brief examination of the forces exerted on the business and political leader of the old days, and the pressure exerted on the consumption opinion leader of today, reveals the contrast. It is true that the old political bosses and business groups had to contend with a variety of pressures, the pressure of the Grange against the railroad leaders, for example. But these lobbies were few, they originated in a small circle of power-minded people for or against business, and they were, as we have seen, manageable. They could be handled by counter-lobbies, making their strength felt on a few individuals. They could be handled by deals. And outside the circle of the leaders, there could always be an easily moralized appeal to the followers for a vote of confidence in the economy and in those whom the invisible hand had elevated to the seats of power. Money or morality talked more than love or personality. In conflict with radicals, guns talked. Today, however, the personalities from the leisure world, no matter how much loved, lack the strength and the situation for leadership. If we take the movie star of today as an example, we see that his potentialities for action are constricted by a variety of lobbies. If he tries to put across a political message, in or out of films, he finds himself vulnerable, though his wealth may be as great and his political contacts as good as a 19th century tycoon's. All sorts of pressures, from ridicule to boycott, can send him scampering back to his role of leader merely in consumption patterns and opinions. Yet even there he is weak. Though we saw the mass media as among the tutors of the young in Chapter 4 and among the steerers of the old in Chapter 7, it was not intended to suggest that the owners or the personalities of the media had much power, by conscious effort, to change things. Indeed, we saw in the last chapter how little they can do, despite their best efforts, to make Americans more serious about politics. Every vehicle in which the movie star appears is pre-criticized by the so-called kings who run his own industry. These men, however, in the main want to be led, not to lead. Even in their private lives, the present fashion is for no conspicuous no consumption. Pre-audience surveys tell the movie makers what the audience likes. A variety of veto groups tell them what the audience should not have. The Catholics, the Methodists, the organized morticians, the State Department, the Southerners, the Jews, the doctors, all put their pressure on the vehicle that is being prepared for mass distribution. Piety or decency protects the minority groups that have no lobbies. The movie maker acts as a broker among these veto groups in a situation much too intricate to encourage his taking a firm, moralizing stance. At best, he or someone in his organization may sneak a moral and political message into the film as Roosevelt or someone in his organization sneaked over an appointment or a new coordinating agency. The message, the appointment, the agency, none of them could get very far in the Alice in Wonderland croquet game of the veto groups. Even when the movie star uses his personal appearance, rather than his film as a vehicle, he is subject to the same pressures. The area within which he, as an individual, can start consumption fads is minimal. He has the power of marginal differentiation in consumption that any peer grouper has, and, like the denizens of cafe society, his peer group gets publicity. Beyond these limits he cannot move. While his image exercises a power of enchantment over his audiences, he is at the mercy of the biggest and most active lobby in history. 2. Who has the power? In terms of class, or elite theory, the first decades of American politics can be described as a period of conscious leadership by a mercantile aristocratic group subject to occasional check, even displacement, by farmers and artisans who usually left politics alone. We might think of the latter as veto groups, and in that sense we can view the period between the end of the Civil War and 1900 as an exceptional period when the old veto groups were in retreat and the new ones had not yet found themselves. Yet, though the analogy between today and 100 years ago is helpful, it conceals important differences in the mood and structure of the veto groups. Perhaps the most important change is the numerical elaboration and complexity of the latter and the fact that they not only exercise the residual veto of the farmer and artisan groups in the earlier period, but also are constantly pressing their claims on the social and political sphere. These veto groups are lobbies, and also more than lobbies. The shifting nature of the lobby, moreover, provides us with an important clue as to the difference between the present American political scene and that of the age of McKinley. Then there was conscious opposition to the ruling class on the part of those who at any moment wanted a better cut of the economic pie, and who were willing to follow another middle-class would-be elite to get it. In terms of cycles of participation and withdrawal from politics, the era was one in which the masses were drawn up into politics, but their entry was motivated by the search for opportunities to move up the class ladder. The people did not ask that politics be more fun, or provide more fun, but that it help them in their work and status. To the participants, of course, it often looked as if there was a strong anti-business movement. And in fact there were groups of moralizers who, through aristocracy or radicalism, were actually seeking a goal antithetical to that of the business class. The latter's leadership was so clear that these anti-business groups could polarize their own destination by reference to the business position. But these fringe groups were actually quite weak, though they might find momentary resonance in groups of farmers or small businessmen. With such exceptions, people arriving on the political scene felt themselves to be moving upward and onward. Where up and on lay, was clear. Up was up to the power and pelf of the business class, the lucid, internalized goal for individual inner direction. On was on to the frontiers of production in a series of wars and skirmishes whose limits were set as clearly by the surrounding oceans as the limits of individual aspiration were set by the example of the business and political models of the day. If we take a snapshot of the country in 1900, we see the South defeated and forgiven, the West bought off by remedial legislation, the world held at bay by the show of the Spanish War. Not before and not since has the class ladder seemed so straight, politics so crooked, and both so simply moralizable. The lobby's task under these conditions had the simplicity we noted in Chapter 9, where businessmen could relatively easily, though perhaps mistakenly, decide where their interests lay and what editors, lawyers, and legislators might be paid to advance them. The latter, and the judiciary too, might be said to constitute a veto group. But today the legislative lobby, as Pendleton Herring has seen very clearly, is only a small aspect of the cumulated veto groups. Groups whose relations to their members and to each other are no longer mediated in the legal and political forums alone, but extend throughout the whole structure of American cultural and political life. The veto groups. The lobby in the old days actually ministered to the clear leadership, privilege, and imperative of the business ruling class. Today we have substituted for that leadership a series of groups, each of which has struggled for and finally attained a power to stop things conceivably inimical to its interests and, within far narrower limits, to start things. The movie censoring groups, the farm groups and the labor and professional groups, the major ethnic groups and major regional groups, have in many instances succeeded in maneuvering themselves into a position in which they are able to neutralize those who might attack them. The very increase in the number of these groups, and in the kinds of interests, practical, and if fictional, they are protecting, marks therefore, a decisive change from the lobbies of an earlier day. There is a change in method, too, in the way the groups are organized, the way they handle each other, and the way they handle the public, that is, the unorganized. These veto groups are neither leader groups nor led groups. The only leaders of national scope left in the United States today are those who can placate the veto groups. The only followers left in the United States today are those unorganized and sometimes disorganized unfortunates who have not yet invented their group. Within the veto groups, there is, of course, the same struggle of antagonistic cooperators for top places that goes on in other bureaucratic setups. Among the veto groups, competition is monopolistic, rules of fairness and fellowship dictate how far one can go. Despite the rules, there are, of course, occasionally price wars, like the jurisdictional disputes of labor unions or Jewish defense groups. These are ended by negotiation, the division of territory, and the formation of a roof organization for the previously split constituency. These big monopolies, taken as a single group, are in devastating competition with the not yet grouped, much as the fair trade economy competes against the free trade economy. These latter scattered followers find what protection they can in the interstices around the group-minded. Each of the veto groups in this pattern is capable of an aggressive move, but the move is sharply limited in its range by the way in which the various groups have already cut up the sphere of politics and arrayed certain massive expectations behind each cut. Both within the groups and in the situation created by their presence, the political mood tends to become one of other-directed tolerance. The vetoes so bind action that it is hard for the moralizers to conceive of a program that might in any large way alter the relations between political and personal life or between political and economic life. In the amorphous power structure created by the veto groups, it is hard to distinguish rulers from the ruled, those to be aided from those to be opposed, those on your side from those on the other side. This very pattern encourages the inside dopester who can unravel the personal linkages, and discourages the enthusiast or indignant who wants to install the good or fend off the bad. Probably, most of all, it encourages the new style indifferent who feels and is often told that his and everyone else's affairs are in the hands of the experts and that laymen, though they should participate, should not really be too inquisitive or aroused. By their very nature, the veto groups exist as defense groups, not as leadership groups. If it is true that they do have the power, they have it by virtue of a necessary mutual tolerance in which each of these groups allows all the other groups to dominate its agenda of attention. More and more they mirror each other in their style of political action, including their interest in public relations and their emphasis on internal harmony of feelings. There is a tendency for organizations as differently oriented as, say, the Young Socialists and the 4-H Club, to adopt similar psychological methods of salesmanship to obtain and solidify their recruits. As suggested in Chapter 8, character structure by no means determines vote, opinion, or informedness, but is, on the contrary, an influence that tends to cut across party and opinion lines. So it is likewise clear that the veto groups are not formed along the lines of character structure either. In a business corporation there is room for both inner-directed and other-directed types, and all mixtures between, and in a veto group there can exist complex symbiotic relationships among people of different political styles. Thus a team of lobbyists may include both moralizers and inside dopisters, sometimes working in harness, sometimes in conflict. And the constituency of the team may be composed mainly of new-style political indifferents who have enough literacy and organizational experience to throw weight around when called upon. It is, however, very difficult to disentangle such relationships in any concrete case. It is necessary to recall, first, that virtually no one is a pure inside dopister or a pure moralizer. The struggle, often a very bitter one, goes on within each person. Second, in times of any basic change, the less fashionable type learns to look, in some ways, like the more fashionable type. Third, moralizers and inside dopisters are the extreme wings of character groups that have developed less clear-cut styles of political relatedness. Fourth, occasionally, the moralizing of the inner directed, while increasingly unpopular among those in the know, can find the other directed instrumentalities that will dress moralizing in the new and fashionably tolerant style. Despite these complications, I think it fair to say that the veto groups, even when they are set up to protect a clear-cut moralizing interest, are generally forced to adopt the political manners of the other directeds. In saying this, I am talking about the national scene. The smaller the constituency, of course, the smaller the number of veto groups involved and the greater the chance that some one of them will be dominant. Thus, in local politics there is more indignation and less tolerance, just as even the Chicago Tribune is a tolerant paper in comparison with the community throwaways in many Chicago neighborhoods. The same problem may be considered from another perspective. Various groups have discovered that they can go quite far in the amorphous power situation in America without being stopped. Our society is behaviorally open enough to permit a considerable community of gangsters a comfortable living tinder a variety of partisan political regimes. In their lack of concern for public relations, these men are belated businessmen. So are some labor leaders who have discovered their power to hold up the economy, though in most situations what is surprising is the moderation of labor demands, a moderation based on psychological restraints rather than any power that could effectively be interposed. Likewise, it is sometimes possible for an aggressive group, while not belonging to the entrenched veto power teams, to push a bill through a legislature. Thus, the original Social Security Act went through Congress, so far as I can discover, because it was pushed by a devoted but tiny cohort. The large veto groups, including organized labor, were neither very much for it nor very much against it. For similar reasons, those veto groups are in many political situations strongest whose own memberships are composed of veto groups, especially veto groups of one. The best example of this is the individual farmer who, after one of the farm lobbies has made a deal for him, can still hold out for more. The farm lobby's concern for the reaction of other veto groups, such as labor unions, cuts little ice with the individual farmer. This fact may strengthen the lobby in a negotiation. It can use its internal public relations problems as a counter in bargaining, very much as does a diplomat who tells a foreign minister that he must consider how Senator McKellar will react. For, no matter what the other directedness of the lobby's leaders, they cannot bind their membership to carry out a public relations approach. Many labor unions have a similar power because they cannot control their memberships who, if not satisfied with a deal made by the union, can walk off or sabotage a job. In contrast, those veto groups are often weaker whose other directed orientation can dominate their memberships. Large corporations are vulnerable to a call from the White House because, save for a residual indignant like Sewell Avery, their officials are themselves other directed, and because, once the word from the chief goes out, the factory superintendents, no matter how boiling mad, have to fall into line with the new policy by the very nature of the centralized organization for which they work. They can sabotage top management on minor matters, but not, say, on wage rates or tax accounting. As against this, the American Catholic Church possesses immense veto group power because it combines a certain amount of centralized command, and a public picture of a still greater amount, with a highly decentralized priesthood and a membership organization of wide-ranging ethnic, social, and political loyalties. This structure permits great flexibility in bargaining. These qualifications, however, do not change the fact that the veto groups, taken together, constitute a new buffer region between the old, altered, and thinning extremes of those who were once leaders and led. It is both the attenuation of leaders and led, and the other-oriented doings of these buffers, that help to give many moralizers a sense of vacuum in American political life. In the economy, the monopolies, with their potential for delaying technological progress, are more than held at bay by the leverage of the remaining free sectors and by the inevitable, and inevitably fierce, competition among groups of monopolies for the consumer dollar vote. In politics, a similar form of monopolistic competition goes on as the veto groups in certain situations compete for the unorganized or try to steal a march on one another. 4. But as is obvious, the dollar vote is a far more sensitive instrument than the ballot box vote, despite efforts, for example, by proportional representation, to make the latter more flexible. And while some of the unorganized sectors in politics might like to prod the veto groups in the way the free trade economy prods the fair trade economy, they lack the dynamite of technological invention. Thus, such progress as there is in national politics seems slow in comparison with the urgent needs of the present day and in comparison with the hopes, or the fears, of the remaining moralizers. The veto groups, by the conditions their presence creates and by the requirements they set for leadership in politics, foster the tolerant mood of other direction and hasten the retreat of the inner-directed indignants. Is there a ruling class left? Nevertheless, people go on acting as if there still were a decisive ruling class in contemporary America. Recent investigations show that businessmen think labor leaders and politicians run the country. Labor and the left think that Wall Street runs it, or that 60 families. Wall Street, confused perhaps by its dethronement as a telling barometer of capital formation weather, may think that the mid or western industrial barons, cushioned on plant expansion money in the form of heavy depreciation reserves and undivided profits, run the country. They might have some evidence for this in the fact that the New Deal was much tougher with finance capital, e.g., the SEC and the Holding Company Act, than with industrial capital, and that when, in the undistributed profits tax, it tried to subject the latter to a stockholder and money market control, the tax was quickly repealed. But these barons of Pittsburgh, Weirton, Akron, and Detroit, though certainly a tougher crowd than the Wall Streeters, are, as we saw in Chapter 6, coming more and more to think of themselves as trustees whose moves are largely dictated by the expectations, only marginally manipulated, of their beneficiaries. And whereas, from the point of view of labor and the left, these men ran the War Production Board in the interest of their respective companies, one could argue just as easily that the WPB experience was one of the congeries of factors that have tamed the barons. It put them in a situation where they had to view their company from the standpoint of the others. Despite the absence of intensive studies of business power and of what happens in a business negotiation, it is easy to get a sense of the change in business behavior in the last generation. In the pages of Fortune, that excellent chronicler of business, one can see that there are few survivals of the kinds of dealings, with other businessmen, with labor, with the government, that were standard operating practice for the pre-World War I tycoons. Moreover, in its 20-year history, Fortune itself has shown, and perhaps it may be considered representative of its audience, a steady decline in interest in business as such and a growth of interest in once peripheral matters, such as international relations, social philosophy, and other accoutrements of the modern executive. But it is of course more difficult to know whether character has changed as well as behavior, whether, as some contend, businessmen simply rule today in a more subtle, more managerial way. In The Manager Meets Union, Joseph M. Goldson and Lillian Lowe have depicted the psychological dependence of a contemporary sales manager on the approval of the men under him, his willingness to go to great lengths, in terms of concessions, to maintain interpersonal warmth in his relations with them, and his fierce resentment of the union as a barrier to this emotional exchange. As against this, one must set the attitude of some of the auto supply companies whose leadership still seems much more craft-oriented than people-oriented and therefore unwilling to make concessions and none too concerned with the emotional atmosphere of negotiations. Likewise, the General Motors UAW negotiations of 1946, as reported in print, sound more like a cockfight than a Platonic symposium, although in Peter Drucker's Concept of the Corporation, a study of General Motors published in the same year, there is much evidence of management eagerness to build a big, happy family. The point here is that power is not a commodity to be kept under lock and key, but is founded, as is now widely realized, on interpersonal expectations and attitudes. If businessmen feel weak and dependent, they are weak and dependent, no matter what material resources may be ascribed to them. My impression, based mainly on experiences of my own in business and law practice, is that businessmen from large manufacturing companies, though they often talk big, are easily frightened by the threat of others' hostility. They may pound the table, but they look to others for leadership and do not care to get out of line with their peer groupers. Possibly, attitudes towards such an irascible businessman as Sewell Avery might mark a good dividing line between the older and the newer attitudes. Those businessmen who admire Avery, though they might not dare to imitate him, are becoming increasingly an elderly minority, while the younger men generally are shocked by Avery's high-handedness, his rebuff of the glad hand. Furthermore, reading accounts in court records of negotiations between little businessmen and gangsters, I have been struck by the resemblance in the mood of their negotiations to the negotiations, say, of big businessmen and labor leaders. These small businessmen sat around in nightclubs and taverns and exchanged small talk with the milk, trucking, or other racketeers to whom they were paying tribute. An air of pleasant sociability hung, like tobacco smoke, over the proceedings. Of course, these gangsters not only had the power but showed it by occasionally bombing an uncooperative factory or overturning an uncooperative truck. But the gangsters, being illegal, had to use such methods to establish themselves as a veto group. In the big leagues of the big veto groups, the limits of power are seldom tested by combat, though this restraint, resting, as I think, on psychological grounds, is easily rationalized in terms of power politics and public relations. Businessmen, moreover, are not the only people who fail to exploit the power position they are supposed, in the eyes of many observers, to have. Army officers are also astonishingly timid about exercising their leadership. During the war, one would have thought that the army would be relatively impervious to criticism. But frequently the generals went to great lengths to refrain from doing something about which a congressman might make an unfriendly speech. They did so even at times when they might have brushed the congressman off like an angry fly. When dealing with businessmen or labor leaders, army officers were, as it seemed to me, astonishingly deferential, and this was as true of the West Pointers as of the reservists. Of course, there were exceptions, but in many of the situations where the armed services made concessions to propitiate some veto group, they rationalized the concessions in terms of morale or of post-war public relations needs, or, frequently, simply were not aware of their power position. To be sure, some came to the same result by the route of a democratic tradition of civilian dominance. Very likely, it was a good thing for the country that the services were so self-restrained. I do not here deal with the matter on the merits, but use it as an illustration of changing character and changing social structure. In some circles, the images of power of the inside dopesters are clearly self-confirming. There is the story of a professor who wrote a book that warns the nation against the new slickness in conservative thinking and publicity. He later met a lawyer who seemed to him to represent perfectly the type of sophisticated manipulators of opinion who he thought had a very good chance of taking over the country. A third person, the acquaintance of both, learned that the lawyer used the professor's book as a warning to sell his corporate clients on the need for still more temperate publicity as a counter to, and propitiation of, the left. Obviously, not all intellectuals can make a good living this way, but certainly each time a professor writes a book attacking business, even if almost nobody reads it, he makes many jobs in industry for his students. While the old Black Horse Cavalry held up businessmen by threatening to pass crippling legislation desired by anti-business moralizers, today many self-convinced intellectuals hold business and government jobs because they have managed to scare their clients into taking cognizance of some actual or imaginary veto group. As things are today, however, most observers seem unwilling to take a straight look at the amorphous distribution, power in America. Sophisticated social scientists pin their hopes or fears on this or that elite, echoing the bottom dogs who feel there is a boss somewhere. Yet people fail to see that, while it may take leadership to start things running, or to stop them, very little leadership is needed once things are underway, that, indeed, things can get terribly snarled up and still go on running. If one studies a factory, an army group, or other large organization, one wonders how things get done at all, in view of the lack of leadership and the extensive featherbedding. Perhaps they get done because we are still trading on our reserves of inner direction, especially in the lower ranks. At any rate, the fact they do get done is no proof that there is someone in charge. Power in America seems to me situational and mercurial. It resists attempts to locate it the way a molecule, under the Heisenberg principle, resists attempts simultaneously to locate it and time its velocity. There are, of course, still some veto groups that have more power than others and some individuals who have more power than others. But the determination of who these are has to be made all over again for our time. We cannot be satisfied with the answers given by Marx, Mosca, Michaels, Pareto, Weber, Veblen, or Burnham, though we can learn from all of them. Paradoxically, it may be that while the mesas of the veto groups have replaced the mountain peaks of class in the United States, power has nevertheless become more concentrated in another respect, namely in the decline of the older separations of power, both constitutional and social psychological. Most of the constitutional separations, executive, legislative, and judicial, upper chamber and lower chamber, federal and state, are of diminishing importance. So are the social psychological separations that formerly buttressed the political ones, the separations between those who sought power through wealth and wealth through power, between those locally oriented and those nationally oriented, between those who look to business models and those who look to agrarian ones. We see the consequences of this loss of older divisions in a number of ways. One example is the immense power, both political and economy, possessed by R.D. Samish, allegedly the veto group boss of California. Samish is a new type lobbyist, who represents not one but scores of interests, often competing ones, from truckers to chiropractors, and who plays one veto group off against others to shake them down and strengthen his own power. He has learned how the other orientation of the established veto groups will lead them to call still other groups into being through his auspices. Since the old line parties have little power in California, there is no way of reaching a clear-cut decision for or against a particular veto group through the party system. Instead, the state officials have become dependent on Samish for electoral support, or at least non-opposition, through his herded groups of voters and their cash contributions. Moreover, he knows how to go directly to the people through the democratic plebiscite machinery. Thus, one might argue that Samish has more power than did, on the one hand, the Southern Pacific in the days of its California hegemony, or, on the other hand, Hiram Johnson in the days of his glory. The separations that divide politics from economics, the legislative branch from the executive, or the public at large from its representatives, these older compartmentalizations and protections do not exist for him. Kerry McWilliams has seen that Samish's power rests both on the peculiar election machinery of the state and on the fact that no one industry or allied group of industries, no one union, one ethnic group or region, is dominant. The situation is very different in a state like Montana, where copper is pivotal, and one must be either for the Union or for Anaconda. It is different again in Virginia where, as V.O. Aki shows in Southern politics, the setup of the state constitution favors control by the old courthouse crowd. In view of these divergences, rooted in local legal niceties as well as in major social and economic factors, it is apparent that any discussion of class and power on the national scene can at best be only an approximation. Yet I would venture to say that the United States is on the whole more like California in its variety, but without its veto boss, than like Montana and Virginia in their particularity. The vaster number of veto groups, and their greater power, mean that no one man or small group of men can amass the power nationally that R.D. Samish and, in earlier days, Huey Long, have held locally. Rather, power on the national scene must be viewed in terms of issues. It is possible that, where an issue involves only 2 or 3 veto groups, themselves tiny minorities, the official or unofficial broker among the groups can be quite powerful, but only on that issue. However, where the issue involves the country as a whole, no individual or group leadership is likely to be very effective, because the entrenched veto groups cannot be budged, unlike a party that may be defeated at the polls, or a class that may be replaced by another class. The veto groups are always in. Someone who wished to challenge this view might argue that the nation's big business showed that it still retained rulership when, in return for converting to war production in 1941, it insisted on retaining its prime position and its perquisites. 2 answers might be made to this. One would be that the other directedness of the anti-business groups prevented them from challenging the sit-down of the business community, as Jackson challenged the sit-down of Nicholas Biddle. The other would be that business itself became frightened of its power and put up only token resistance to the renegotiation of its war contracts and war profits. Indeed, big businessmen seemed much more afraid of anti-business post-war investigations of the nice sort than was warranted in a society that has lost its moralizing taste for muckraking. A more important criticism of my analysis would not rest on detailed discussion of particular instances of power concentration, but would ask whether one might not find, over a long period of time, that decisions in America favored one group or class as thereby, by definition, the ruling group or class over others. Does not wealth, one might ask, exert its pull in the long run? In the past this has been so, for the future I doubt it. The future seems to be in the hands of the small business and professional men who control Congress, the local realtors, lawyers, car salesmen, undertakers, and so on, of the military men who control defense and, in part, foreign policy, of the big business managers and their lawyers, finance committee men, and other counselors who decide on plant investment and influence the rate of technological change, of the labor leaders who control worker productivity and worker votes, of the Black Belt. Whites who have the greatest stake in Southern politics, of the Poles, Italians, Jews, and Irishmen who have stakes in foreign policy, city jobs, and ethnic, religious, and cultural organizations, of the editorializers and storytellers who help socialize the young, tease and train the adult, and amuse and annoy the aged, of the farmers, themselves a warring congeries of cattlemen, cornmen, dairymen, cotton men, and so on, who control key departments and committees, and who, as the living representatives of our inner-directed past, control many of our memories, of the Russians and, to a lesser degree, other foreign powers who control much of our agenda of attention, and so on. The reader can complete the list. But people are afraid of this indeterminacy and amorphousness in the power situation. Even those intellectuals, for instance, who feel themselves very much out of power and who are frightened of those who they think have the power, prefer to be scared by the power structures they conjure up than to face the possibility that the power structure they believe exists has largely evaporated. This is of course partly because if someone has power, one can always imagine taking it away from him. But inside dopisters have nothing so practical at stake in their belief that there are insiders who have power. It is rather that they, like most people, prefer to suffer with interpretations that give their world meaning than to relax in the cave without an Ariadne's thread. The conversation of the classes, and other dialogues. In the United States, the more opulent citizens take great care not to stand aloof from the people. On the contrary, they constantly keep on easy terms with the lower classes, they listen to them, they speak to them every day. They know that the rich in democracies always stand in need of the poor, and that in democratic times you attach a poor man to you more by your manner than by benefits conferred. Tocqueville, Democracy in America. The same process that occurs, on a small scale in the self-confirming relationships of the veto groups with each other, also occurs on a wider scale in the relationship among the social classes in America. In certain respects each class, or ascertainable segment of that elusive concept, may be thought of as a loosely linked veto group. Politics is an aspect of a conversation among these class groups, a conversation increasingly conducted according to the inside dopisters' tolerant style. Similarly, if we look at recent international conferences in which Americans have participated, we find that the conversation of American diplomacy seems to be increasingly concerned with the securing of approval both for the individual participants and for the country that they represent. Even more clearly, the leadership in American domestic politics tries to carry on a conversation with the public in the intimate, ingratiating mood of the other directeds. Indeed, even where the leaders appeal beyond the public to the verdict of history, they are today still engaged in the endless search for approval. The anticipation of the verdict becomes a form of conversation. Conversations across the railroad tracks. In this section we do not consider the cross-class conversations carried on by individuals, although these are part of the picture. Rather, we view the mass media, the public opinion polls, and our political institutions, generally, as the principal forums where the discourse goes on. The conversation is complex and continuous, and though its mood is tolerance, it has different meanings for the several class participants. The richer classes, for instance, have in the Roosevelt era used the conversation to sustain alternate illusions of power and powerlessness. The poorer classes, too, find variant images of power reflected in their share of the talk. In recent years, conversing both across the class line and within it, many vocal members of the comfortable classes have talked as if they felt politically frustrated, as if they could make no headway against that man in the White House, or, indeed, against politicians in general. The premise of calling attention to this frustration, however, has been that the speakers are not really powerless, but feel only temporarily out of the seats of power. They have illusions of political omnipotence that descend from the power and competence of the late 19th century captains of industry, or perhaps from earlier heritages still. The mass media helps sustain these illusions by reacting to them, just as the New Dealers took the opposition of these relics as evidence, sometimes, that they, the New Dealers, were actually running the country and changing the location of power in America and, sometimes, that the New Dealers were being prevented from doing this by the interests. But these illusions are also sustained by the life situation of the well-to-do. People in these groups have been brought up to make choices and to consider their opinions significant, on what to do for a living, on whether to buy a Packard or a Cadillac, on what summer resort or salad dressing is best. That is to say, they have been brought up to consider themselves as individuals, an individuality constantly reinforced by ability to make tastes, preferences, and opinions count in daily life situations. Moreover, voicing their opinions to others increases their feeling of potency. In a way akin to the uses of word magic by children, they reassure themselves that they grasp their world and that it is theirs, by having and expressing opinions about those aspects of reality they have been brought up to attend to. Though more likely to be moralizers than inside dopesters, they are in social contact with political insiders. This helps them to identify with the political world and to feel that, except for the unfortunate temporary situation, that world still belongs to them. However, as these residual conservatives become more and more isolated, their ability to communicate across the class lines diminishes. They shout at people but cannot bring themselves to listen. More typical of the trend toward other direction are the men and women of the upper middle and middle classes who, while aware of their class position, see politics and popular culture in terms of an interchange among the classes in which they listen quite as much as they talk. This conversation is more than mere politeness, although it is reflected in the politeness of the up-to-date personnel relations and public relations which form part of this conversation. It is an attempt to hide, on both sides, the residual realities of the power situation, that is, the differences in wealth and status that are still important. The attempt to conceal these realities of power operates most openly in the movies and popular fiction, where a taxi driver's attitudes may change the life of a bank president. It would be a mistake to see this fantasy, perhaps in any case a disappearing one, as a conscious effort to fool the people. If the movies could make money without tangling with the veto groups by subverting America, they would do so, in a way, by promoting other direction, they do. Nor is the participation by the upper middle class in the conversation of the classes a consciously exploitative device for the most part, for this class in America is by no means as powerful, as psychologically secure, or, indeed, as ruthless, as predecessor ruling classes have been. The seemingly powerful need to be reassured by contact with the seemingly less powerful, by hearing their voices, by exchange of signals. This is not, we may suppose, what Tocqueville had in mind when he made the observation quoted at the head of this chapter. He was describing behavioral opportunism, while opportunism has now become embedded in character. The rich speak to them, the poor, every day, because today they need their smiles and approval and cannot psychologically afford their frowns. Often enough, this need is coupled with a genuine sensitivity to the poor as others, quite different from the inner-directed bossman's paternalism. Typically, however, the other-directed person wishes to appear to himself and others as realistic and hard-boiled, hence, he must overestimate the power of the weak in order to rationalize paying so much attention to them, listening so carefully, and, on occasion, making more concessions than might be objectively required by the real politic he professes as an inside dopester. The consequence of his anxious attention to the indexes of political opinion is that the socially weak are encouraged to overestimate their power, as of course they are only too ready to do. Consequently, we arrive at the paradoxical situation in which the veto groups who actually wield so much power today are not, in terms of the classic interpretations of power, as strong as they appear nor as strong as those who placate them think they are. Their strength arises partly from an illusion that mislocates power and powerlessness on the American scene. To be sure, power and illusion about power are not strangers historically speaking. We saw a less pronounced disparity operating in Tocqueville's age, but their merger in what seems to be a rational conversation of the classes seems to be something new. However, as the Roosevelt-hating conservatives at the top of the social scale, far from taking part in such a conversation, conduct a monologue, so the people at the very bottom of the social scale either do not listen, or when forced to listen, do not believe what is said. Genevieve Knupfer in her Portrait of the Underdog has documented from public opinion polls how little receptivity these people have for information, balloting, opinion exchanging, and other modes by which the conversation of the classes is conducted. 1. Among people in these poorer classes, the image of a ruling class is very strong. Like some of the very rich, they believe the political world is a manageable one, but not by them, the insiders, the 60 families, or just plain, they are in easy control of events. The feeling of impotence in these lower strata is often based less on their own incompetence than on a fear of overcompetence on the side of the higher strata. This is a type of barbershop cynicism and sophistication which frequently turns up in underdog replies to public opinion polls. What do they want to know for? They run their own show anyway. These lower-class people have so little confidence in themselves that they cannot believe that their own amiability or hostility could mean anything to the distant and mysterious they. In a sense, this is only another way of saying that America is a middle-class country and that middle-class values and political styles of perception reach into all levels except the fringes at the very top and the very bottom. But it must be added that America is increasingly a country of the new middle class, bureaucratized in situation and other directed in character, a country in which the class gradients, so clear even in the days of the great Gatsby, are now too confused to be really impressive save for a few laggard snobs and would-be snobs, a country in which, perhaps, people will soon wake up to the fact that there is no longer a we who run things and a they who don't, or a we who don't run things and a they who do, but rather that all a we's are a theys, and all a theys are we's. Conversations across the sea. Study of war and post-war international conferences reveals interesting differences in American and Russian attitudes. Point 2 From the evidence of newspaper reports and published memoirs it appears that the American delegations, regardless of the issues at stake, entered each of these conferences placing much glad-handed emphasis on the emotional value of conference moods. The Americans were pleased, far more than other groups, by the turns and changes of discussion that produced an atmosphere of harmony and agreement, even if the mood was represented only by a joke and even if the mood had no contractual results. As a last gambit, the Americans hoped, and who has not heard a similar phrase in a meeting, that people could at least agree to disagree. The attitude of the Russians was quite different. They appear to have entered the negotiations with no interest in the feeling of the occasion or any stake in the upward or downward shifts of the emotional barometer. They kept their eyes on the trading position, and even used the playful sallies of their adversaries, intended in the joking spirit of American mood relievers, as hooks in negotiation. Obviously, there are differences in the situation of the two sets of negotiators, and these may be more important in interpreting conference behavior by a kind of administrative anthropology than analysis of the character structure of the participants. Of course, the Americans must be concerned with domestic public opinion far more than the Russians. That opinion influences and is influenced by the emotional tone of international relations. Possibly Americans find it harder than other peoples to conceive of getting along with nations they dislike and who dislike them, no matter what interests may objectively unite them. At the same time, Americans place great stress on international mood engineering in order to persuade other countries to like them and vice versa, and often to persuade themselves that they are liked in the face of contrary evidence. Thus not the negotiators, but the public they represent may be other-directed. Nevertheless, it seems clear that the American representatives were during this period extremely anxious to be judged as good fellows, so good that they would not draw back the glad hand of international handshake unless the man across the table seemed about to chop it off. But when that happens, when the glad hand is rebuffed, the mood of tolerance may change abruptly to a mood of hurt. The result may even be a desire not to reach an agreement, again, irrespective of trading advantages. Not all American negotiators are like this. On the contrary, someone who is inner-directed and not especially interested in emotional mood may be in demand for that very reason when the going is rough. It would, moreover, be necessary to study not only current patterns of international negotiation but earlier ones, to see whether American conference practice actually has changed with the spread of other direction. When we consider again how other-directed is the American agenda of attention, it would appear that as on the domestic scene the veto groups are focused on what the significant others are doing, so on the international scene the focus is on what the significant others, in this case the Russians, are doing. And just as people in the veto groups are apt to exaggerate the power of other veto groups in order to justify their attention, so the Americans, concerned with international affairs, have tended to overestimate the monolithic and unshakable quality of the Russian social structure, and hence perhaps to overestimate Russian power, after badly underestimating it before World War II, despite the evidence from Nazism that totalitarian regimes appear more cohesive and well-planned than they really are. American attitudes toward our own world role may shed further light on this matter. If the United States possessed a large store of indignation and enthusiasm both in its political luminaries and its voting public, we might expect that it would by now be well on its way toward worldwide organization. Sporadic moves, to be sure, have been made in this direction. But the exploratory impulse of the inner-directed, the drive to find frontiers and then to capture them, has become attenuated. With no large group favoring extension of American power and no large group favoring curtailment on moral grounds, The world actions of the United States during and since the war have been dominated neither by an inner ideal nor by a clear view of national interest, but rather by a series of off-the-cuff responses to Russia. The Americans have let the Russian leaders make the moves and then have worked out a counterplay. The Acheson-Lilienthal atomic energy proposal and perhaps the Marshall Plan are notable exceptions. In a military sense we have had the power, yet we have been on the defensive. With respect to armament and armament potential, the Americans have said in effect, let the Russians propose the goals for any kind of race they want, whatever goals they propose, we will beat them. This situation resembles the attitude of the other-directed man in business. In contrast with the inner-directed man who had a plan of entrepreneurship that obsessed him so that his competitors were shadows on the edge of it or obstacles en route, the other-directed man lives with his attention dominated not so much by his enterprise plan but by what his associates and competitors are doing. Consequently, the American political leader tends to feel lost when his competitors no longer provide what in the economic field would be called price leadership. For instance, when the Berlin blockade was lifted, there were indications of regret, both in military government and in Washington. James Reston wrote, in the New York Times of May 5, 1949, Western diplomats are reacting to the lifting of the Berlin blockade very much as Paul Makushak, the Brooklyn broom closet hermit, reacted to his freedom last month. It's no good being out, said Mr. Makushak. I'd like to go back where I was. But the ending of the blockade, like Mr. Makushak's freedom, introduces a large element of doubt into their lives. By pointing out these difficulties in an other-directed style of international politics, ICTO not mean to suggest that the inner-directed style was necessarily better. Although the inner-directed person operated according to plan, the plan was often narrow. In fact, he could have a clear-cut plan, in part, because of its narrowness. By sticking to it without attention to the others, he was occasionally in the position of the type of chess player who is so busy figuring out his own strategies that he loses sight of his opponent's strategies. Indeed, there is some evidence that Soviet foreign policy, as in its blind failure to foresee Hitler's attack, has been beset with just such limitations. Moreover, the inner-directed person's plan was often insufficiently concerned with the human element, even apart from the blockages to vision that this insensitivity imposed. On the other hand, other direction as the basis of a political style does break down when the others neither lead nor cooperate. For the first time in our century, America has no models to follow. As late as the 1930s, many Americans saw in the Soviet Union or in the Swedish Middle Way or in fascism a model for their own social system. Now it is thoroughly clear that American domestic problems are more difficult and cannot be solved in imitation of these ways. Similarly, until the last war, many Americans found a foreign policy in backing or opposing Britain, as they seek one today in backing or opposing Russia. But this does not work when Britain looks to us for leadership, and when Russia, as in the Far East, seems determined not to tell us, by negation, what to do there. When we look to the response of the others, to see whether any particular policy is working, we find that our own power and prospects have already influenced the response. Many will ask us, but no one will tell us. Both nationally and internationally, we are like a child who when young found other direction quite successful, since he was always surrounded by a peer group, but who as an adult finds himself suddenly alone with the others looking up to him. The position is frighteningly lonely and conspicuous. Conversations by the Fireside. In the pamphlet, Thoughts on Parliamentary Reform, I had said, rather bluntly, that the working classes, though differing from those of some other countries, in being ashamed of lying, are yet generally liars. This passage some opponent got printed in a placard which was handed to me at a meeting, chiefly composed of the working classes, and I was asked whether I had written and published it. I at once answered, I did. Scarcely were these two words out of my mouth, when vehement applause resounded through the whole meeting. John Stuart Mill, Autobiography. Our conclusions on leadership point up an apparent contradiction in terms. If the other-directed person is by virtue of his character tolerant of others, why does he not anticipate a similar tolerance for his own actions when he is a leader? Why is he so driven to conform, when the others by their nature would tolerate his nonconformity? Would he not be approved of, within wide limits, whatever he did? Certainly, his own attitude toward the deviation of others is tolerant enough, though he sometimes employs rather roundabout mechanisms to evade the problem. When confronted with an opinion or personality that differs from the peer group standard, his mechanism will be to deny the deviation, to talk it away where this is possible. This is one way, in certain circles, of dealing with differences between whites and Negroes, or Jews and non-Jews. The differences are supposed to exist only in the eye of the prejudiced, and the actual minority deviations are glossed over. Still another, more subtle, device is for the other directed person to admit that a deviation exists, but to explain it to himself as not intended as a challenge to the peer group. Thus a conventional businessman may explain away the bohemianism of an associate by ascribing it to a conscious pose, which may even be tomorrow's winner in the race of styles. Yet, when it is his own action that is in question, the other directed person does not seem to count on the same tolerance from the others that he would be willing to extend. At that point the peer group jury with its veto power appears to him to be watching for him to get out of line. Very likely, this is partly because he wants more from the others than mere tolerance. He wants approved. But since he cannot admit this fully to himself, he must interpret the others as intolerant in order to justify his submission to them. And since he has defined the others for himself, he comes to overestimate the need for conformity. His anxiety for approval, then, disguised as a demand for conformity made by others on him, causes him to lead the group, where he is nominally the leader, by providing what he thinks is the appropriate response. Where there is competition for leadership posts, this will bring about marginal differentiation, as people seek on any political issue those positions where they can be seen, without being too visible for comfort. The leader will act not because of an inner-directed plan of action or because he is genuinely involved with politics, but because of his psychological need to be continuously judged by others. This judgment, as a judgment in the realm of taste and opinion, is the act that gives final validity to all of his experiences. He is in the position of an actor, looking for response from an audience, and of course the audience is trained to respond in terms of consumption preferences. Indeed, mood leadership in the topmost social and political groups in America is becoming increasingly self-conscious. It is part of the same development that has taken us from morality to morale. The spread of group dynamics may perhaps be used as an index of this shift. While it has many positive sides, it is sometimes little more than a skilled technique, built on an elaborate rationale, for breaking down privacies and other resistances to group mood. In this way the men who, at an earlier historical period, were political leaders are now busy with the other-directed occupation of studying the feedback from all the others, their constituencies, their correspondents, the friends and enemies of their veto group, and their associates within the veto group. The revolution in communications makes this attention possible in ways that were not available to the equally assiduous client cultivator of an earlier day, who could buy a few editors if he wanted favorable things said. And those who were once the followers have learned the arts of lobbying and media pressure. The roll call of 19th and early 20th century leaders contains many men who refused to follow their flock: Gladstone and Cleveland, Robert Peel and John Stuart Mill as MP, Woodrow Wilson and Winston Churchill. Even today the need to impose unpopular courses brings to the fore inner-directed types, Cripps, for instance, in England, Stimson and Robert Patterson in this country. Of course, political figures in all ages have been dependent on their following, and opportunism is not a 20th century discovery. The inner-directed leader, however, was quite conscious of discrepancies between his views and those of others. If he shifted his course, it was still his course. Moreover, since he was ambitious, he might well prefer later fame to momentary warmth of response. In any event he did not need to have everybody love him, but only those who mattered for his fortunes. It is interesting, in this connection, to compare the incident described by Mill in the epigraph to this section with the American public figures who not only would not think of saying anything that might offend an audience, but who frequently depart from a prepared text, carefully designed to please a wide audience, in order to mollify the smaller face-to-face group before whom the speech happens to be delivered. By this inability to stand the momentary hostility of this small group, the political figure sometimes cuts himself off from the possibility of influencing a much wider audience. It would of course be unfair to compare the autonomous Mill with the more typical individual of either yesterday or today. My point is that the other-oriented leader, unable to take a stand against a particular audience, may actually fail to discover other potentials in the latter. Hearing the signals from the others as they seem to be, and not as they might with his aid become, he actually facilitates a circular process of mutual enslavement. If he were less realistic, he might occasionally have the decisive experience that, by resisting a current trend, the trend itself would suddenly be seen as mythical. Today, even if a leader, ambitious for fame, had a plan in which he was more interested than in approval, he would in all probability be stymied by the veto groups. With them as a buffer between him and his potential following, he could hardly get started. The veto groups present a dismaying series of barriers to action, a series, of course, that is strengthened by the institutional usages that have grown up around certain veto practices such as the filibuster or the vested rights of congressional committee chairmen. Outside of formal politics, the veto practices that are hardly less entrenched, such unofficial barriers as the Hayes, now Johnston office in Hollywood, or the unspoken divisions of territory among some monopolies seem quite impermeable to change. It must be an intrepid person indeed, perhaps, in most cases, an enthusiast or an indignant unable to see some of the obstacles, who undertakes any ambitious program in contemporary America. Few people will run interference for him. Hence the leader can no longer be ambitious for great personal accomplishment, but must cooperate for small competitive gains. The boy who would be senator, and few boys aim so high, no longer has clear models to imitate or clear channels to follow. Thus character and situation combine to discourage the style of the moralizer and to spread the tolerant style of the inside dopister. The latter accepts politics on the terms of the others and uses it as a sphere for the exercise of consumption preferences either on the approval-giving or approval-receiving end. Actors and audience replace the leaders and the led. Conversations across the ages. And shall we not call it unselfishness, when the historical man lets himself be turned into an objective and mirror of all that is? Is it not magnanimity to renounce all power in heaven and earth in order to adore the mere fact of power? Is it not justice, always to hold the balance of forces in your hands and observe which is the stronger and heavier? And what a school of politeness is such a contemplation of the past! To take everything objectively, to be angry at nothing, to love nothing, to understand everything, makes one gend and pliable. Even if a man brought up in this school will show himself openly offended, one is just as pleased, knowing it is only meant in the artistic sense of ire et studium, though it is really sine ire et studio. Nietzsche, thoughts out of season. If, however, other directed political actors care primarily for the verdict of their contemporaries, the concentric circles of peer groups, known and unknown, among which they live, why is it we find today so much discussion about the verdict of history? Here, I think there are a number of elements. When people ask, what will history say of me, they ask primarily because of the insecurity they feel as to whether the signals, even signals of approval, from the others, can be relied upon. Are the others sincere? Will they stick when all the facts are out? Inside dopisters who have themselves had the experience of finding their opinions rapidly fluctuating must be uneasy lest others' opinions about them might change. History is the best inside dopister, it sees and decides all. The leader of today, however, does not appeal to history as against his contemporaries, rather, he joins with his contemporaries in trying to look at himself and his actions through the eyes of future historians. This is why the discussion of history's verdict is not confined to the diaries of the great but spreads throughout the mass media. It is, in fact, an important part of the sophisticated political training in which the media engage. Actors and audience both ask themselves, how will we appear to these future others? Will these others approve us? Will they declare we were on the right track? History is viewed, then, not as a kind of transcendent justice based on the moralizer's tests of goodness and badness, but rather as the verdict of the others, of the not-too-distant future, based on success. The historians are the younger generation, telling the parents what the score is. They are, by definition, more up-to-date. Beyond that, we have already observed the other directed person's craving to be judged. He fears others' judgments, but at the same time needs them as a major consumption item in his way of life. But, like the emphasis on winning in the comics, this judgment has no directly moral significance. The historians are like the photographers at a photo finish who can tell better than the cheering touts who is the winner. What this means is that the other directed person of this inside dopister type is constantly changing roles, now judging the others, now judging himself through their eyes. In all this we must differentiate between, on the one side, an old Bolshevik, fundamentally inner-directed, who is as anxious about the verdict of history as a Calvinist about predestination but who sees history in terms of an Hegelian pattern, and on the other side, an American political figure, fundamentally other-directed, who makes no claims on history, of an Hegelian or any other sort, but who sees future historians as even better inside dopisters than he. The old Bolshevik might worry that he did the wrong thing, in terms of the historical forces with which he must cooperate. The inside dopester might worry that, when the documents are out, he will be shown to have been played for a sucker. The former has an active attitude toward history, his task is to shape it in accordance with its imminent dynamic. The latter has a passive attitude, he is a consumer, not a producer, of history, his task is to bet on the right horse. The old Bolshevik, despite a good deal of abdication to the generalized other of history, still retains his core of inner-directed ambition toward concrete, though not necessarily personal, goals. Indeed, it is just this quality which has led to his elimination in the Soviet Union and the satellite states in favor of more pliable types. An additional motivation may exist for the other directed person's recourse to the judgment of history. Because of the peculiar kind of hypocrisy we noted in Chapter 9, the inside dopester must conceal fine and decent actions underneath a hard-boiled and irrealistic a cloak. So he may justify actions, quite defensible in their own right, in terms of a future generation of even more objective and realistic inside dopesters, the historians, they will prove him no softy. One can see in business and government the performance of an analogous ritual of deference to the record. Good things and bad are done in fact and allegedly, for the record, even when the chances of the records ever becoming known, let alone influential, are negligible. Likewise, goodwill and public opinion are frequently as vague a projection as history but are nonetheless invoked to justify what is done on other, and frequently unconscious, grounds. Instances of this kind, where references to history or to the record are used to rationalize doing something decent, are probably far less frequent than use of these references as evasions of a moral problem. Many social conditions, as well as psychological changes, have tended to make obsolete the practice of the martyr who appeals against the present to the past and to the eschatological future. This practice depends on maintaining the sacredness of public trials, including the privilege against self-incrimination, and the right of the brave defendant to go down in history. When books can be burned and people given trials only to accuse themselves in a prosecution show, under drugs or similar ultimate invasion of the self, and when, in any case, moral judgments have gone out of fashion, the lonely leader, even in less extreme situations, must feel that the ambitious appeal to a future conscience of mankind is slightly ridiculous, if not entirely impracticable. Neither God nor man will hear. Then, only conversation with the living seems real, conversation with the future is imaginary. Let me now summarize the argument in the preceding chapters. The inner-directed person, if he is political at all, is related to the political scene either by his morality, his well-defined interests, or both. His relationship to his opinions is close, not peripheral. The opinions are means of defending certain principles of politics. They may be highly charged and personal, as in the political discussion in the first pages of Joyce's Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, or they may be highly charged and impersonal, a means of defending one's proper Bostonianship or other class position. In either case, one's own opinions are felt to matter and to have some direct relationship to the objective world in which one lives. As against this, the other directed person, if he is political, is related to the political scene as a member of a veto group. He leaves it to the group to defend his interests, cooperating when called on to vote, to apply pressure, and so on. These pressure tactics seem to make his opinions manifest on the political level, but they actually help make it possible for him to be detached from his opinions. No longer operating as an independent voter, mostly an amiable fiction even in the era dependent on inner direction, his political opinions, as such, are not felt to be related to his political function. Thus, they can serve him as a social counter in his role as a peer group consumer of the political news of the day. He can be tolerant of other opinions not only because of his characterological tolerance but also because they are mere opinions, interesting or amusing perhaps, but lacking the weight of even a partial, let alone a total, commitment to one's political role or action. They are mere opinions, moreover, because so intractable is the political world of the veto groups that opinion as such is felt to be almost irrelevant. The inner-directed political moralizer has a firm grip, often much too firm, on the gamut of judgments that he is willing to apply anywhere and everywhere. The other-directed inside dopester is unable to fortify any particular judgment with conviction springing from a summarized and organized emotional tone. It could be argued that the suppressed affect or emotional tone is still there, remaining hidden. Freudian doctrine would predict the return of the repressed. But it seems more likely, social habit being as powerful as it is, that the repeated suppression of such enthusiasm or moral indignation as the inner-directed man would consider natural permanently decreases the capacity of the other-directed man for those forms of response. The other-directed man may even begin as an inner-directed man who plays at being other-directed. He ends up being what he plays, and his mask becomes the perhaps inescapable reality of his style of life. Americans and quackoodles. Moralists are constantly complaining that the ruling vice of the present time is pride. This is true in one sense, for indeed everybody thinks that he is better than his neighbor or refuses to obey his superior, but it is extremely false in another. For the same man who cannot endure subordination or equality has so contemptible an opinion of himself that he thinks he is born only to indulge vulgar pleasures. He willingly takes up with low desires without daring to embark on lofty enterprises, of which he scarcely dreams. Thus, far from thinking that humility ought to be preached to our contemporaries, I would have endeavors made to give them a more enlarged idea of themselves and of their kind. Humility is unwholesome to them. What they most want is, in my opinion, pride. Tocqueville, Democracy in America. The image of power in contemporary America presented in the preceding chapters will possibly not be easily recognized by the reader. Current discussions of power in America are usually based on a search for a ruling class, for instance, Burnham's discovery of the managers, Mills's of the labor leaders, and others. And Americans themselves, rather than being the mild and cooperative people we have portrayed, are, to many observers and to themselves, power-obsessed or money-mad or concerned with conspicuous display. Or, as in the parable I shall use to illustrate my argument, Americans are felt, and feel themselves, to be more like rivalrous quackoodle Indian chiefs and their followers, than like peaceable, cooperative Pueblo agriculturists. Perhaps by further pursuing these images of power and personality we may be able to clarify the discrepancies between political fact and political ideology dwelt on in preceding chapters. Ruth Benedict's book, Patterns of Culture, describes in vivid detail three primitive societies: the Pueblo Indians of the Southwest, the people of the island of Dobu in the Pacific, and the quackoodle Indians of the northwest coast of America. The Pueblo Indians are pictured as a peaceable, cooperative society, in which no one wishes to be thought a great man and everyone wishes to be thought a good fellow. Sexual relations are taken with little jealousy or other violent response. Infidelity is severely punished. Death, too, is taken in stride, with little violent emotion. Indeed, emotion is, in general, subdued. While there are considerable variations in economic status, there is little display of economic power and even less of political power. There is a spirit of cooperation with family and community. The Dobu, by contrast, are portrayed as virtually a society of paranoids in which each man's hand is against his neighbors in sorcery, theft, and abuse, in which husband and wife alternate as captives of the spouse's kin, and in which infidelity is deeply resented. Dobuan economic life is built on sharp practice in inter-island trading, on an intense feeling for property rights, and on a hope of getting something for nothing through theft, magic, and fraud. Except for nearby Allor, few pictures as grim as this are to be found in anthropological literature. The third society, the Quakiad, is also intensely rivalrous. But the rivalry consists primarily in conspicuous consumption, typified by feasts called potaches, at which chiefs outdo each other in providing food and in burning up the blankets and sheets of copper which are the main counters of wealth in the society. Sometimes even a house or a canoe is sent up in flames in a final bid for glory. Indeed, the society is a caricature of Veblen's conspicuous consumption. Certainly, the potaches of the Quakiad chiefs serve as the legitimate channel by which the community's surplus product has been drained off and consumed, to the greater spiritual comfort of all parties concerned. Veblen was, in fact, familiar with these Northwest Coast coming-out parties. I have asked students who have read Ruth Benedict's book which of these three cultures in their opinion most closely resembles the obviously more complex culture of the United States. The great majority see Americans as quackoodles. They emphasize American business rivalry, sex and status jealousy, and power drive. They see Americans as individualists, primarily interested in the display of wealth and station. A minority of students, usually the more politically radical, say that America is more like Dobu. They emphasize the sharp practice of American business life, point to great jealousy and bitterness in family relations, and in terms of aggression see American politics, domestic and international, as existing almost in Hobbes's state of nature. No students have argued that there are significant resemblances between the culture of the Hopi and Zufii Pueblos and American culture. They wish that there were. Yet when we turn then to examine the culture patterns of these very students, we see little evidence either of Dobu or Kwakiutl ways. The wealthy students go to great lengths not to be conspicuous. Things are very different from the coon-coated days of the 20s. The proper uniform is one of purposeful shabbiness. In fact, none among the students except a very rare Lucullus dares to be thought uppity. Just as no modern Vanderbilt says, "The public be damned," so no modern parent would say, "Where Vanderbilt sits, there is the head of the table. I teach my son to be rich." It is, moreover, not only in the virtual disappearance of conspicuous consumption that the students have abandoned Kwakiutl-like modes of life. Other displays of gifts, native or acquired, have also become more subdued. A leading college swimming star told me, "I get sore at the guys I'm competing against. Something's wrong with me. I wish I could be like X who really cooperates with the other fellows. He doesn't care so much about winning." There seems to be a discrepancy between the America that students personally meet and make for themselves as students and the America they think they will move into when they leave the campus. Their image of the latter is based to a large extent on legends about America that are preserved in our literature. For example, many of our novelists and critics still believe that America, as compared with other cultures, is a materialistic nation of would-be Quakiad chiefs. There may have been truth in this picture in the Gilded Age, though Henry James saw how ambiguous the issue was between America and Europe even then. The materialism of these older cultures has been hidden by their status systems and by the fact that they had inherited many values from the era dependent on tradition direction. The European masses simply have not had the money and leisure, until recent years, to duplicate American consumership patterns. When they do, they are, if anything, sometimes more vulgar, more materialistic. The Europeans, nevertheless, have been only too glad to tell Americans that they were materialistic, and the Americans, feeling themselves nouveau riches during the last century, paid to be told. They still pay. It is not only my students who fail to see that it is the turn of the rest of the world to be nouveau riches, to be excited over the gadgets of an industrial age, while millions of Americans have turned away in boredom from attaching much emotional significance to the consumer goods frontier. When, however, I try to point these things out to students who compare Americans with Quakiads, they answer that the advertisements show how much emotion is attached to goods consumption. But, when I ask them if they believe the ads themselves, they say scornfully that they do not. And when I ask if they know people who do, they find it hard to give examples, at least in the middle class. If the advertisements powerfully affected people in the impoverished lower class who had small hope of mobility, there would surely be a revolution. Yet the advertisements must be reaching somebody, the students insist. Why, I ask, why isn't it possible that advertising as a whole is a fantastic fraud, presenting an image of America taken seriously by no one, least of all by the advertising men who create it? Just as the mass media persuade people that other people think politics is important, so they persuade people that everyone else cannot wait for his new refrigerator or car or suit of clothes. In neither case can people believe that all others are as apathetic as they feel themselves to be. And, while in the case of politics their indifference may make people feel on the defensive, in the case of advertising their indifference may allow them to feel superior. In fact, I think that a study of American advertising during the last quarter century would clearly show that the advertising men themselves realize the consumer's loss of emotional enthusiasm. Where once car and refrigerator advertisements showed the housewife or husband exulting in the new possessions, today it is often only children in the ads who exult over the new Nash their father has just bought. In many contemporary ads, the possession itself recedes into the background or is handled abstractly, even surrealistically. It no longer throws off sparks or exclamation points, and copy itself has become subtler or more matter-of-fact. Of course, many old-fashioned enthusiasts of consumption remain in America who have not yet been affected by the spread of other directed consumer sophistication and repression of emotional response. A wonderful example is the small-town Irish mother in the movie, A Letter to Three Wives, whose greatest pride and joy in her dingy railroadside home is the big, shiny, new, not yet paid-for refrigerator. And it may be argued that even middle-class Americans have only covered over their materialism with a veneer of a good taste, without altering their fundamental drives. Nevertheless, the other directed person, oriented as he is toward people, is simply unable to be as materialistic as many inner-directeds were. For genuine inner-directed materialism, real acquisitive attachment to things, one must go to the Dutch bourgeois or French peasant or others for whom older ways endure. It is the other-directedness of Americans that has prevented their realizing this. Between the advertisers on the one hand and the novelists and intellectuals on the other, they have assumed that other Americans were materialistic, while not giving sufficient credence to their own feelings. Indeed, the paradoxical situation in a stratum which is other-oriented is that people constantly make grave misjudgments as to what others, at least those with whom they are not in peer group contact, but often also those with whom they spend much time, feel and think. To be sure, the businessmen themselves often try to act as if it were still possible to be a quaqueudal chief in the United States. When they write articles or make speeches, they like to talk about free enterprise, about tough competition, about risk-taking. These businessmen, of course, are like World War I legionnaires, talking about the glorious days of yore. Students and many others believe what the businessmen say on these occasions, but then have little opportunity to watch what they do. Perhaps the businessmen themselves are as much the victims of their own chants and rituals as the quaqueudals are. Those few students who urge that America resembles Dobu can find little in student life to sustain their view, except perhaps a bit of cheating in love or on examinations. It is rather that they see the capitalistic system as a jungle of sharp practice, as if nothing had changed since the days of Mark Twain, Jack London, and Frank Norris. America is to them a land of lynchings, gangsterism, and deception by little foxes and big foxes. Yet, today, only small businessmen, car dealers or furnace repairmen, for instance, have many opportunities for the awabu-wabu trading, that is, the sharply manipulative property pyramiding of the Dobuan canoeists. If, however, these students turn to social science for their images of power in America, they will very frequently find their own view confirmed. The scattered remarks on the United States in Patterns of Culture are themselves an illustration. My students also read Robert Lind's chapter on The Pattern of American Culture in Knowledge for what? For while noting contradictory exhortations to amity and brotherhood, Lind emphasizes business as highly individualistic and politically ruthless. Elsewhere he stresses the masterful ambition and conspicuous consumption typified by the older generation of the X family of Middletown, though this sedate group would hardly be equated by him with quaqueudal chiefs. Ironically, the outlook of these and other sociological critics of business is confirmed and reflected by those neoclassical economists who construct models for the rational conduct of the firm, wittingly or unwittingly presenting businessmen as dismally economic men. Partly as a result of this image of the businessman, many students at privately endowed universities have become reluctant to consider business careers, and, as more and more young people are drawn into the colleges, these attitudes become increasingly widespread. The abler ones want something higher and look down their noses at the boys at Wharton or even at the Harvard Business School. Business is thought to be both dull and disagreeable as well as morally suspect, and the genuine moral problem involved in career choice, namely, how best to develop one's potentialities for a full existence, is obfuscated by the false choice of making money and losing one's soul in business versus penury and saving one's soul in government service or teaching. The notion that business today, especially big business, presents challenging intellectual problems and opportunities and is no more noticeably engaged in Dobuan sharp practice and quaqueudal rivalry than any other career, seems not to exist even in the minds of students whose fathers are, perhaps woefully inarticulate to businessmen. It is likely, then, that the student's image of business, and of American life generally, will have some self-confirming effects. Business will be forced to recruit from the less gifted and sensitive, who will muff their opportunities. People who expect to meet hostility and calculation in others will justify an anticipatory hostility and calculation in themselves. To be sure, there are plenty of unlovely, vicious, and mean Americans, in and out of business life, plenty of frightening southern mobs, northern hoodlums, dead-end kids with and without tuxedos. There are many cultural islands in the United States where Dobu ways abound, just as there are survivals of late 19th century quaqueudal patterns. But these islands and survivals do not make a system of power, nor are they linked by any conspiracy, fascist or otherwise. Now, of course, to show that Americans are neither like quaqueudals nor Dobuans does not prove they are like Zuni and Hopi Indians. Obviously, in any case, the comparisons must be very rough. From the standpoint of my character types, all three tribes, as long as they are in the phase of high population growth potential, would be more or less dependent on tradition direction. My purpose is to present a parable, not a description. There is evidence, though it is perhaps somewhat understressed by Ruth Benedict, that the Pueblo Indians are actually not so bland and amiable as they seem, that they are, to a degree, antagonistic cooperators, with a good deal of repressed hostility and envy that crops up in dreams and malicious gossip. But this only strengthens the analogy with the middle-class Americans, whose other-directed cooperativeness is also not completely mild but contains repressed antagonistic elements. Indeed, the whole emotional tone of life in the Pueblos reminds me strongly of the American peer group, with its insulting, "you think you're big." While the Quaquiutles pride themselves on their passions that lead them to commit murder, arson, and suicide, the Pueblos frown on any violent emotion. 5 Ruth Benedict writes. A good man has a pleasing address, a yielding disposition, and a generous heart. He should talk lots, as they say, that is, he should always set people at their ease, and he should without fail cooperate easily with others either in the field or in ritual, never betraying a suspicion of arrogance or a strong emotion. The quotation brings to mind the young Vertient New-style political indifference whom we discussed in Chapter 9. It also is illustrative of one of the most striking findings from our interviews with young people. When we ask them their best trait, they are hard-pressed for an answer, though they sometimes mention an ability to get along well with everybody. When we ask them, "What is your worst trait?" the most frequent single answer is a temper. And when we go on to ask, "Is your temper, then, so bad?" it usually turns out that the interviewee has not got much of a temper. If we ask whether his temper has gotten him into much trouble, he can cite little evidence that it has. What do these answers, of course no proper sample, mean? Perhaps the interviewee is boasting, he wishes he did have a temper. But on the whole, my impression is that temper is considered the worst trait in the society of the glad hand. It is felt as an internal menace to one's cooperative attitudes. Moreover, as business enterprise eliminates the men of lean and hungry look, so the peer group regards temper as faintly ridiculous, one must be able to take it with a smile or be charged with something even worse than temper, something so terrible that no one will accuse himself of it even in an interview: lack of a sense of humor. The inner-directed man may also worry about temper, for instance, if he is religious, but his conscience-stricken inhibitions and reaction formations leave the emotion still alive, volcano-like, within him, often ready to erupt in political indignation, whereas the other-directed man allows or compels his emotions to heal, though not without leaving scars, in an atmosphere of enforced good fellowship and tolerance. Many young people today also set themselves an ideal in their sex lives not too different from the Zuni norm. They feel they ought to take sex with little interpersonal emotion and certainly without jealousy. The word of the wise to the young, "Don't get involved," has changed its meaning in a generation. Once it meant, "Don't get, or get someone, pregnant, don't run afoul of the law, don't get in the newspapers." Today the injunction seeks to control the personal experiencing of emotion that might disrupt the camaraderie of the peer group. The chief worry of the Pueblo Indians is directed not to each other's behavior but to the weather, and their religious ceremonies are primarily directed toward rain-making. To quiet their anxiety, the Indians go through rituals that must be letter-perfect. American young people have no such single ritual to assure personal or tribal success. However, one can see a similarity in the tendency to create rituals of a sort in all spheres of life. I have found, for example, that when I ask students why they come to class so regularly day after day, why they do not take 2 weeks off to go somewhere or do something on their own, as they are technically free to do, I receive answers that are mainly rationalizations. For instance, I am told that they must come to class or else they will flunk. But when we examine this allegation, it turns out to be contrary to the evidence. Students often get ahead just when they break through the not yet completely bureaucratized routines of university life. It is just this prospect that is frightening. The students feel safer when they are assured of a course of approval from their peers, their antagonistic cooperators, as well as from the adult authorities. They feel safer when they can engage in a common ritual of attendance. Likewise, people make a ritual out of work, out of having fun, out of political participation as inside dopisters or as indignants, as well as out of countless private compulsions. But the rituals, whether private or public, have usually to be rationalized as necessary, and since this is not self-evident and since the sign of success is not so explicit as a downpour of rain, the American young people can hardly get as much comfort from their rituals as the Pueblo Indians do from theirs. What does all this mean as an indicator of the way in which a group of young people sizes up the distribution of power and power practices in America? The young people have begun to pass out of the adolescent peer groups. They have not yet taken their places in the adult patterning of American life. What will be the effect of the discrepancy in their seeing the United States as a place led by Quakiutl chiefs, leading Quakiutl-style followers, when they themselves have set their feet along the Hopi way? Will they seek to bring about changes, through social and political action, that will make America more comfortable for the tolerant, other-directed types? Or will they seek to adopt more ruthless, Quakiutl-like behavior as supposedly more compatible with real life? Or, perchance, will they admit that they, too, are Americans, after all not so unique, which might require a revision of their images of power, their images of what Americans in general are like? Doubtless, all these things can occur, and many more. But there is perhaps one additional factor which will shape both changing ideology and changing character. The students, aware of their own repressed competitiveness and envy, think that others may try to do to them what they themselves would not dare to do to others. The society feels to them like Quakiutl or even Dobu, not only because that is the ideology about America they have learned, but also because their own cooperativeness is tinged with an antagonism they have not yet completely silenced. And perhaps this gives us another answer to our puzzle about tolerance in the previous chapters, when we asked why, if the other-directed person is tolerant, he is himself so afraid of getting out of line? It may be that he feels his own tolerance precarious, his dreadful temper ready to let fly when given permission. If he feels so irritable himself, no matter how mild his behavior, he must fear the others, no matter how amiable they, too, may appear. This may be simply a way of saying that the transition from inner direction to other direction is not complete, possibly, can never be complete. Perhaps neither my students nor the authorities they read are representative. Perhaps the isunification of America is more widely recognized than I think. In any event, it is significant that these students would prefer to live in the Pueblo culture, if they had to choose among the three described by Ruth Benedict. And, while this choice is in itself not to be quarreled with, the important fact is that they do not know that they already are living in such a culture. They want social security, not great achievements. They want approval, not fame. They are not eager for talents that might bring them into conflict, whereas the inner-directed young person tended to push himself to the limit of his talents and beyond. Few of them suffer, like youth in the earlier age, because they are 20 and so little accomplished. Whereas the inner-directed middle-class boy often had to learn after 20 to adjust, to surrender his adolescent dreams and accept a burgher's modest lot, the other-directed boy never had such dreams. In a profound sense, he never experiences adolescence, moving as he does uninterruptedly with the peer group, from the nursery years on. He learns to conform to the group almost as soon as he learns anything. He does not face, at adolescence, the need to choose between his family's world and that of his own generation or between his dreams and a world he never made. Since, moreover, his adjustment to this group reality begins earlier, it becomes more a matter of conforming character and less a matter of conforming behavior. The popular song, "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire," expresses a typical theme. The Quakiutl wanted to do just that, literally to set the world on fire. The other-directed person prefers love to glory. As Tocqueville saw, or foresaw, he willingly takes up with low desires without daring to embark on lofty enterprises, of which he scarcely dreams. There is a connection between the feeling these students and other young people have about their own fates and the contemporary notions of who runs the country. We have seen that the students feel themselves to be powerless, safe only when performing a ritual in approving company. Though they may seek to preserve a factitious emotional independence by not getting involved, this requirement is itself a peer group mandate. How, then, as they look about them in America, do they explain their powerlessness? Somebody must have what they have not got. Their powerlessness must be matched by power somewhere else. They see America as composed of Quakeids, not only because of their own residual and repressed Quakeid tendencies, but even more because of their coerced cooperativeness. Some big chiefs must be doing this to them, they feel. They do not see that, to a great extent, it is they themselves who are doing it, through their own character. The chiefs have lost the power, but the followers have not gained it. The savage believes that he will secure more power by drinking the blood or shrinking the head of his enemy. But the other directed person, far from gaining, only becomes weaker from the weakness of his fellows. Part 3. Autonomy. Adjustment or autonomy. Among the works of man, which human life is rightly employed in perfecting and beautifying, the first in importance surely is man himself. Supposing it were possible to get houses built, corn grown, battles fought, causes tried, and even churches erected and prayers said, by machinery, by automatons in human form, it would be a considerable loss to exchange for these automatons even the men and women who at present inhabit the more civilized parts of the world, and who assuredly are but starved specimens of what nature can and will produce. Human nature is not a machine to be built after a model, and set to do exactly the work prescribed for it, but a tree, which requires to grow and develop itself on all sides, according to the tendency of the inward forces which make it a living thing. John Stuart Mill, on Liberty. If the leaders have lost the power, why have the led not gained it? What is there about the other directed man and his life situation which prevents the transfer? In terms of situation, it seems that the pattern of monopolistic competition of the veto groups resists individual attempts at power aggrandizement. In terms of character, the other directed man simply does not seek power, perhaps, rather, he avoids and evades it. If he happens to be an inside dopester, he creates a formula that tells him where the power exists, and he seeks to make all the facts thereafter conform to this formula. In a sense, this means that he would rather be right than be president. His need to be in the know, his need for approval, his need in the upper strata for marginal differentiation, may lead to actions that look like a drive to get or hold power. But the fact is that the further away the inside dopester is from inner direction, the less is he ambitious, exploitative, and imperialistic. He expects some others, some Quakiudal or Dobuan types, to be doing the exploiting. He fits himself as a minor manipulator, and self-manipulator, into the image he has of them. If the other directed person does not seek power, then what does he seek? At the very least, he seeks adjustment. That is, he seeks to have the character he is supposed to have, and the inner experiences as well as outer appurtenances that are supposed to go with it. If he fails to attain adjustment, he becomes anomic, a term I shall define in a moment. At most, the other directed man occasionally seeks to be autonomous. His opportunity to become autonomous lies precisely in the disparity that exists between the actual, objective pressures for conformity that are inescapable and the ritualistic pressures that spring not from the Quakiad-like institutions of America but from the increasingly other-directed character of its people. In other words, I do not believe that the social character evoked by today's social structure, namely, the other-directed character, is a perfect replica of that social structure, called into being by its demands. Autonomy and the curve of population. Disparity between social character and adult social role, between the real and inevitable pressures for conformity and the purely imaginary pressures of other-directedness, may become one of the leverages of social change. Probably, the larger the society, the more room there is for such disparity. Moreover, as we saw in Chapter 1, the social character is not all of character. The individual is capable of more than his society usually asks of him, though it is not at all easy to determine this, since potentialities may be hidden not only from others but from the individual himself. Of course, social structures differ very much in the degree to which they evoke a social character that in the process of socialization fills up, crushes, or buries individuality. We may take, as extreme cases, the primitive societies of Dobu or Alor. People there seem to be so crushed from infancy on by institutionalized practices that, while they manage to do what their culture asks of them in the emotional tone which the culture fosters, they cannot do much more. The Rorschach tests taken of the Alorese, for instance, indicate that there is a good deal of characterological uniformity among individuals and that few reserves of depth or breadth exist beyond the cultural norm or what Gardner calls the basic personality type. Such a society might die out as a result of its apathy and misery, especially when further disorganized by white contact, but it is hard to conceive of an internal rejuvenation led by the more autonomous members of the group. Caught between social character and rigid social institutions, the individual and his potentialities have little scope. Nevertheless, even in such a society there will be deviants. As Tuth Benedict has pointed out, we know of no cultures without them. However, before turning to see whether the extent of deviation may be related to population phase, it is necessary to understand more precisely what is meant by deviation. The adjusted, the anomic, the autonomous. The adjusted are those whom for the most part we have been describing. They are the typical tradition-directeds, inner-directeds, or other-directeds, the people who respond in their character structure to the demands of their society or social class at its particular stage on the curve of population. Such people fit the culture as though they were made for it, as in fact they are. There is, characterologically speaking, an effortless quality about their adjustment, although as we have seen the mode of adjustment may itself impose heavy strains on the so-called normal people. That is, the adjusted are those who reflect their society, or their class within the society, with the least distortion. In each society those who do not conform to the characterological pattern of the adjusted may be either anomic or autonomous. Anomic is English coinage from Durkheim's anemique, adjective of anomy, meaning ruleless, ungoverned. My use of anomic, however, covers a wider range than Durkheim's metaphor. It is virtually synonymous with a maladjusted, a term I refrain from using because of its negative connotations, for there are some cultures where I would place a higher value on the maladjusted or anomic than on the adjusted. The autonomous are those who on the whole are capable of conforming to the behavioral norms of their society, a capacity the anomies usually lack, but who are free to choose whether to conform or not. We are concerned here not with deviations in overt behavior but with conformity or nonconformity in character structure itself. The adjusted person may on occasion make mistakes that appear as deviations, though he has not in fact deviated from the requisite character, just as the society to which he belongs may not be adjusted to its material environment or neighbors. Adjustment, as we use the term, means socio-psychological fit, not adequacy in any evaluative sense. Similarly, the anomic person is a characterological nonconformist who is frequently neurotic, but he may outwardly conform most of the time, while paying so high a price for this behavioral conformity as to develop psychosomatic symptoms. The autonomous person may or may not conform outwardly, but, whatever his choice, he pays less of a price, since he decides the matter and is less driven. These three universal types, the adjusted, the anomic, the autonomous, like our three historical types, tradition-directed, inner-directed, and other-directed, are ideal types, that is, constructions necessary for experimental work. Every human being will be one of these types to some degree, but no one could be completely characterized by any one of these terms. To put it in the extreme, even an insane person is not anomic in every sphere of life, nor could an autonomous person be completely autonomous, that is, not irrationally tied in some part of his character to the cultural requirements of his existence. Nevertheless, we can characterize an individual by the way in which one mode of adaptation predominates, and, when we study individuals, analysis by such a method provides certain helpful dimensions for descriptive and comparative purposes. We can also characterize a society by examining the relative frequency with which the three modes of adaptation occur in it, and the relative importance of the three types in the social structure. About the anomies who arise as byproducts, so to speak, of the attempt to create inner direction and other direction a good deal has been suggested in the foregoing pages. Even a society depending on tradition direction will have a certain number of anomies, those constitutionally and psychologically unable to conform or feel comfortable in the roles such a society assigns to its regularly recurring deviants. Some of these people can exploit the kinship system to keep going, but in a society of any size there will be some who are pushed out of that tight web. To these somewhat idiosyncratic and accidental outcrops of anomic character, more complex societies add the people who, once capable of adjustment, are thrust aside by the emergence of a new dominant type. Types brought up under a familial regime of tradition direction may later find themselves misfits in a society by then dependent on inner direction. Likewise, the rise of other direction may drive inner-directed as well as tradition-directed types into anomy. We referred to such people in Chapter 9, where we described the political style, or lack of style of the indifferents, many of whom have not made a successful adaptation to the characterological and social demands of modern, urban American culture. Some of these people despair of politics as they despair of themselves, they cannot understand or grapple with their life experiences. We saw in Chapter 10 that, nevertheless, such people have a considerable political potential, that, by drawing from the reservoir of indignation, they might be mobilized in opposition to the tolerant style of the adjusted other, directed types. The anomies, also, offer a cadre of those who are potentially willing to do the political dirty work of totalitarianism, those whom Marx called the lumpenproletariat, but who are at least as frequently found outside as inside the slum. But the enemies include not only those who, in their character, were trained to attend to signals that either are no longer given or no longer spell meaning or success. They may also, paradoxically, be those who are over-adjusted, who listen too assiduously to the signals from within or without. Thus we have seen that in a society dependent on inner direction there may be oversteered children and oversteered adults, people of too tight superego controls to permit themselves even the normal satisfactions and escapes of their fellows. Likewise, among those dependent on other direction, some may be unable to shut off their radar even for a moment. Their overconformity makes them a caricature of the adjusted pattern, a pattern that escapes them because they try too hard for it. We have seen, for example, the effort of the other-directed person to achieve a political and personal style of tolerance, drained of emotion, temper, and moodiness. But, obviously, this can go so far that deadness of feeling comes to resemble a clinical symptom. The psychoanalyst Ralph Greenson, observing soldiers hospitalized for apathy in World War II, writes of them. The most striking characteristic of the apathetic patient is his visible lack of emotion and drive. At first glance, he may seem to be depressed. Closer scrutiny, however, reveals lack of effect. He appears slowed up in the psychic and motor responses. He shows an emptiness of expression and a mask-like facies. They behave very well in the ward, complying with all the rules and regulations. They rarely complain and make no demands. These patients had no urge to communicate their sufferings and no insight into their condition. My own belief is that the ambulatory patients in the ward of modern culture show many analogous symptoms of too much compliance and too little insight, though of course their symptoms are not as sudden and severe. Their lack of emotion and emptiness of expression are as characteristic of many contemporary enemies as hysteria or outlawry was characteristic of the societies, depending on earlier forms of direction. Taken all together, the enemies ranging from overt outlaws to catatonic types who lack even the spark for living, let alone for rebellion, constitute a sizable number in America. Quite a little is known about them in terms of personality type, social class, and so on. In fact, social science and psychiatry have until recently been preoccupied with understanding the anomic and suggesting therapies, just as medicine has been concerned with fighting the external agents that make people sick rather than with understanding the internal mysteries that keep them well. Indeed, it is usually not too difficult to explain why someone is anomic, since the tragedies and warpings of life, like germs, are omnipresent, and any personal disaster can be traced back to its cause. While in our interviews with over 150 people, only 3 or 4 have turned up who might possibly be classified as autonomous, a very considerable proportion are anomic, and it is possible not only to explain what anomy means in their case but also, within limits, to show how it might have come about. We obviously know much less about those whom I call autonomous. Many will even deny that there are such people capable of transcending their culture at any time or in any respect. Those who become autonomous in our own society, for instance, seem to arise in a family background and class or regional setting that have had quite different consequences for others. In fact, under the conditions of characterological struggle in the advanced industrial countries, autonomous, adjusted and anomic types can be brothers and sisters within the same family, associates on the same job, residents in the same housing project or suburb. Often constitutional factors are introduced to explain those elements of the interplay between person and environment we do not understand. Taking the role of the other. Despite our very limited knowledge, it is reasonable to assume that a decisive step in the road toward autonomy is connected with the social shifts that we see linked to the curve of population. To put this in the negative, it is difficult, almost impossible, in a society of high population growth potential, for a person to become aware of the possibility that he might change, that there are many roles open to him, roles other people have taken in history or in his milieu. As the philosopher G. H. Hamid saw, this taking the role of the other leads to becoming aware of actual differences and potential similarities between the other and the self. That is why culture contact alone does not lead people to change when their interpretations of the contact spring out of a tradition-directed mode of life. High population growth potential, tradition direction, and the inability of the individual to change roles, to think of himself as an individual capable of such change, these, as we saw in Chapter 1, all go together. For centuries the peasant farmers of Lebanon suffered from invasions by Arab horsemen. After each invasion, the peasants began all over again to cultivate the soil, though they might do so only to pay tribute to the next marauder. The process went on until eventually the fertile valleys became virtual deserts, in which neither peasants nor nomads could hope for much. The peasants obviously never dreamed they could become horsemen, the marauders obviously never dreamed that they too might become cultivators of the soil. This epic has the quality not of human history but of animal life. The herbivores are unable to stop eating grass, though they eat only to be devoured by the carnivores. And the carnivores cannot eat grass when they have thinned out the herbivores. In these societies dependent on tradition direction, there is scarcely a notion that one might change character or role. If Arabs could imagine becoming cultivators, and vice versa, it would not necessarily follow that the symbiotic ecology of the two main groups would change. These tradition-directed types might still go on doing what they realize they need not do. Nevertheless, once people become aware, with the rise of inner direction, that they as individuals with a private destiny are not tied to any given ecological pattern, something radically new happens in personal and social history. Then people can envisage adapting themselves not only within the narrow confines of the animal kingdom, but within the wide range of alternative possibilities illustrated, but no more than illustrated, by human experience to date. Perhaps this is the most important meaning of the ever-renewed discovery of the oneness of mankind as a species, that all human experience is relevant. The Arab who can see himself as a peasant, even though he would be, for reasons of temperament or other factors, unable to make so radical a shift, has already gained a new perspective on the relation Arab-peasant. He may conceive of structuring it in some other way, by manipulation rather than by force, for instance. But if he did that, he would change, and so would the peasant. Their relations could never again have the old animal-like simplicity. The more advanced the technology, on the whole, the more possible it is for a considerable number of human beings to imagine being somebody else. In the first place, the technology spurs the division of labor, which, in turn, creates a greater variety of life experiences and human types. In the second place, the improvement in technology permits sufficient leisure to contemplate change, a kind of capital reserve in men's self-adaptation to nature, not on the part of a ruling few but on the part of many. In the third place, the combination of technology and leisure helps to acquaint people with other historical solutions, to provide them, that is, not only with more goods and more experiences, but also with an increased variety of personal and social models. How powerful such an influence can be the Renaissance indicates. Then, a richer picture of the past made it possible to live toward a more open future. Italians, newly rich and self-conscious, tried to imitate Greeks, and northern peoples, such as the Elizabethan English, tried to imitate Italians. The inner-directed character type emerged as the dominant type from the new possibilities created at this period. He built both those possibilities and the limits he put on them into his character. From the masses of the tradition-directed there arose many mobile ones who decided that they could be horsemen, and no longer had to be cultivators, and the new technology and new lands beyond the sea gave them the necessary physical and intellectual store for the shift, while at the same time making it possible for the cultivators to support more non-cultivators. Ever since, in the countries of transitional population growth, men have robbed the earth of its fruits and the farmer of his progeny in order to build the industrial civilization, and the lowered birth rate, of today. In this process the farmer's progeny had to learn how to become something other than cultivator carrot. Today again, in the countries of incipient population decline, men stand on the threshold of new possibilities of being and becoming, though history provides a less ready, perhaps only a misleading, guide. They no longer need limit their choices by gyroscopic adaptation, but can respond to a far wider range of signals than any that could possibly be internalized in childhood. However, with the still further advance of technology and the change of frontiers from production to consumption, the new possibilities do not present themselves in the same dramatic form of passing from one class to another, of joining one or another side, the exploiting or the exploited, in the factory and at the barricades. In fact, those, namely the communists, who try to structure matters according to these older images of power, have become perhaps the most reactionary and most menacing force in world politics. In a society of abundance that has reached the population phase of incipient decline, the class struggle alters as the middle class expands until it may number more than half of the whole population in occupational terms, with an even larger proportion, measured in terms of income, leisure, and values. The new possibilities opening up for the individual are possibilities not so much for entering a new class, but rather for changing lifestyle and changing character within the middle class. Under these conditions, autonomy will not be related to social class in terms of differences between the middle and the working class. Nevertheless, we might consider the autonomous as related to class in one way. Class, as Marx used the concept, referred to a polarization of society caused by the consequences for human consciousness of differing relationships to the mode of production. The historical types of character and the range of adjustment, autonomy, and anomie at any given time are, like classes, the products of differing life experiences. This would seem to hold for groups even though, in the case of individuals, idiosyncratic factors of constitution may be relevant. In the era dependent on inner direction, when character was largely formed for work and at work, it made a great deal of difference whether one owned the means of production or not. Today, however, the psychological advantages of ownership are very much reduced in importance. Character is increasingly formed for leisure and during leisure, and both leisure and means of consumption are widely distributed. Thus, adjusted, autonomous, and anomic outcomes are often the result of very impalpable variations in the way people are treated by and react to their education, their consumer training, and, generally, their encounters with people, all within the broad status band of the middle class. To be sure, there may be correlations, as yet unnoticed, between autonomy and occupation. Work has not completely lost its relevance for character even today. And occupational status affects leisure status. Those who are potentially autonomous may select some occupations in preference to others. Beyond that, the day-by-day work experiences of members of different occupational groups will shape character. On the whole, however, it seems likely that the differences that will divide societies in the phase of incipient population decline will no longer be those between backbreaking work on the one hand and rentier status on the other, between misery and luxury, between long life and short life. Those differences that dominated the thinking of men as varied as Charles Kingsley, Bellamy, Marx, and Veblen during the era of transitional population growth. Most people in America today, the overprivileged two-thirds, say, as against the underprivileged third, can afford to attend to, and allow their characters to be shaped by, situational differences of a subtler nature than those arising from bare economic necessity and their relations to the means of production, understood in Marx's generalizing sense. The autonomous person, living like everyone else in a given cultural setting, employs the reserves of his character and station to move away from the adjusteds of the same setting. Thus, we cannot properly speak of an autonomous other-directed man, nor of an anomic other-directed man, but only of an autonomous man emerging from an era or group depending on other direction, or of an anomic man who has become anomic through his conflict with other-directed and/or inner-directed patterns. For autonomy, like anomie, is a deviation from the adjusted patterns, though a deviation controlled in its range and meaning by the existence of those patterns. The autonomous among the inner-directeds. The autonomous person in a society depending on inner direction, like the adjusted person of the same society, possessed clear-cut, internalized goals and was disciplined for stern encounters with a changing world. But whereas the adjusted person was driven toward his goals by a gyroscope over whose speed and direction he had hardly a modicum of control and of the existence of which he was sometimes unaware, his autonomous contemporary was capable of choosing his goals and modulating his pace. The goals, and the drive toward them, were rational, no authoritarian and no compulsive for the autonomous. For the adjusted, they were merely given. Obviously, however, as long as tight despotic or theocratic controls of conduct existed, it was difficult to choose oneself either in work or play. For, while it is possible to be autonomous no matter how tight the supervision of behavior as long as thought is free, and thought as such is not invaded effectively until modern totalitarian systematization of inquisition and witchcraft trial techniques, in practice most men need the opportunity for some freedom of behavior if they are to develop and confirm their autonomy of character. Sartre, I believe, is mistaken in his notion that men, other than a few heroic individuals, can choose themselves under conditions of extreme despotism. The autonomous are not to be equated with the heroes. Heroism may or may not bespeak autonomy. The definition of the autonomous refers to those who are in their character capable of freedom, whether or not they are able to, or care to, take the risks of overt deviation. The case of Galileo illustrates both points. In order to accomplish his work, Galileo needed some freedom, such as the freedom to exchange astronomical texts and instruments, to write down results, and so on. Yet, while autonomous, so far as we can determine, he did not need to make a martyr of himself for the Inquisition. He deliberately chose a non-heroic course. In the Soviet Union and its satellites today, he could not make even this choice, since the choice between martyrdom or secrecy is not available under the grisly regime of the NKVD. The 4 centuries since the Renaissance have seen the rise and fall of many periods when theocratic, royal, or other authoritative controls were not as tight as in Soviet Russia or Franco Spain today, periods also when economic life for many was raised above mere subsistence, thus providing opportunities for autonomy. And there were loopholes for autonomy even in the earlier despotic periods, since the despots were inefficient, corrupt, and limited in their aims. It is only modern totalitarianism that wages open and effective war on autonomy. Its animating purpose, as Eric Fromm has said, is escape from freedom. Likewise, as Fromm has also pointed out, the diffuse and anonymous authority of the modern democracies is less favorable to autonomy than one might assume. One reason, perhaps the chief reason, is that the other directed person is trained to respond not so much to overt authority as to subtle but nonetheless constricting interpersonal expectations. Indeed, autonomy in an era depending on inner direction looks easier to achieve than autonomy today. Autonomy in an inner, directed mode is, however, no longer feasible. To understand why this is so requires a glance at the powerful bulwarks or defenses for autonomy that an era dependent on inner direction provided and that are no longer so powerful today. These include, in the Protestant lands, certain attitudes toward conscience, and everywhere, the bulwarks of work, property, class, and hierarchy as well as the comforting possibilities of escape to the frontier. In the first place, a Protestant or secular Protestant society of adjusted inner-directed types expects people to conform, not by looking to others, but by obedience to their internal gyroscopes or consciences. This affords privacy, for while society may punish people more or less for what they do, it lacks the interest and psychological capacity to find out what they are. People are like the yachts in a Bermuda race, attentive not to each other but to the goal in view and the favoring winds. In the second place, there was always available a line of defense in the existence of frontiers of settlement and the right of asylum. The power to move around the globe in the days before passports placed limits on the tyrant's reach and gave reality to the concept of inalienable rights. Point 2 Roger Williams lighting out for himself, Voltaire shuttling back and forth over Europe, Karl Marx finding refuge in the British Museum, Karl Schuss fleeing to America, these are scenes from an almost vanished past. In the third place, the autonomous and the era dependent on inner direction had available to them the defenses provided by work itself, in a period when the adjusted people also were mainly work-oriented. Though it was hard to admit that one found joy in one's work in the Puritan countries, it was permissible to regard it as an end in itself, as well as a means to other ends. The hardness of the material attracted the autonomous, indeed, again, like their less autonomous fellows, often hardened them to all other considerations. The following passage from Claude Bernard's Experimental Medicine, first published in 1865, expresses this outlook. After all this, should we let ourselves be moved by the sensitive cries of people of fashion or by the objections of men unfamiliar with scientific ideas? All feelings deserve respect, and I shall be very careful never to offend anyone's. I easily explain them to myself, and that is why they cannot stop me. A physiologist is not a man of fashion, he is a man of science, absorbed by the scientific idea which he pursues. He no longer hears the cry of animals, he no longer sees the blood that flows. He sees only his idea and perceives only organisms concealing problems which he intends to solve. Similarly, no surgeon is stopped by the most moving cries and sobs, because he seeks only his idea and the purpose of his operation. After what has gone before we shall deem all discussion of vivisection futile or absurd. It is impossible for men, judging facts by such different ideas, ever to agree, and as it is impossible to satisfy everybody, a man of science should attend only to the opinion of men of science who understand him, and should derive rules of conduct only from his own conscience. It is clear, moreover, that such a man as Claude Bernard looked to his scientific colleagues, not for approval of himself as a person but for the validation of his objective work. He had less need for people, for warm interpersonal response, than the autonomous man who arises among the groups dependent on other direction. In the fourth place, property and class were substantial defenses for those who strove for autonomy. They protected not only the crazy millionaire's conspicuous consumption but the irreverence of the secluded Bentham and the integrated double life of that fine horseman and industrialist of Manchester, Friedrich Engels. The hierarchical pattern of the era dependent on inner direction also provided certain protections for autonomy. If people could manage to fulfill their hierarchical role, what they did in their off hours was more or less up to them. They were protected then, not only by their work and their property but by their position, be it elevated or humble. Henry Adams, at least an aspirant for autonomy if not an achiever of it, could spend his days as an ambassador's secretary and his evenings in contemplation and writing. Charles Lamb as a petty official could write in his spare time. Hawthorne, and many other 19th-century American writers, held posts that did not require them to give much of themselves, certainly not the self-exploitations on and off the job asked of far better paid writers who hold hack jobs today. The hierarchical chain, so long as it was not too tight, held people in place with some degree of security, while permitting sufficient tether for the autonomous. Within certain given limits of property and place, one could move without arousing shocked antagonism, traumatic either in terms of one's feelings or one's worldly fate. More subtly, in the ways also indicated in Chapter 5, a hierarchical society kindled emulation in the young. The would-be autonomous were given models to follow in their chosen field, and the society, though changing, moved slowly enough so that if they caught up with their models they were not too far behind their own times. Many of these same defenses, however, operated far more frequently as barriers to autonomy than as defenses for it. A society organized in terms of class, private property, and hierarchy resisted autonomy with all the weapons of family, wealth, religion, and political power. The complaints and protests of political and religious reformers, artists, and artisans against this type of largely bourgeois social organization, now vanishing, were true and just enough. But we must never forget that these barriers and oppressions could frequently be organized as defenses of the individual. Once their flanks were turned by energy and talent, they provided the freedom in which autonomy as well as rentier complacency could flourish. In biographies and memoirs of the last several hundred years, we can watch individuals begin their struggle for autonomy within the despotic walls of the patriarchal family. The family operated, much more than the state, as the executive committee of the inner-directed bourgeois class, training the social character both of future members of that class and of future servants to it. We have seen in Chapter 4 how print might succor a child in his lonely battle with parents, teachers, and other adult authorities, though a book might also disorient him and increase the pressure on him. But with good luck a book, like a sympathetic teacher or relative, might break the solid front of authority in the Homer. Not until adolescence could other children be of much help, though then, especially when adolescence later took the institutional form of a youth movement, they might assist the break from home. Adolescence, in fact, was usually the period of crisis for the boy or girl who sought autonomy. While even the adjusted had to make the passage from home, they moved thence into a social system that still held them fast, finding such authoritative parent surrogates as were necessary to calibrate their already internalized parental signals. However, the would-be autonomous youth, in breaking with parents, were breaking with authority as such, internalized as well as external. One can trace this process in all its poignancy in the development of John Stuart Mill, who got out from under his father only when well along in life, or of Franz Kafka, who never did. Once out in the world, the person struggling for autonomy faced directly the barriers of property, if he was without it, of hierarchy, if he sought to climb or oppose it, of religion, if he contravened its controls on expression. It was not thought sufficient punishment for a man that he was destined to hellfire, but his life on this earth, too, had to be made miserable for his own good, and at times this attitude led to a good deal of theological resonance between one person and another. In strongly Protestant communities in particular, one's discreet overt behavior could not assure to oneself the freedom Erasmus or Galileo had made use of. The result was that between the oversteered and the understeered there was little room for autonomy. The struggle to turn these obstacles into defenses was often too tough, and the individual was scarred for life, as were Marx, Balzac, Nietzsche, Melville, E. A. Robinson, and many other great men of the era dependent on inner direction. Still others, however, John Dewey, wiry Vermonter, is a magnificent example, and so, in a very different way, is Bertrand Russell, more favored by fortune, could live lives of personal and intellectual collision and adventure with little inner conflict. The autonomous among the other directeds. The same conditions that produce conformity in the adjusted majority and force great numbers into anomie also provide for autonomous choice. We have seen how the autonomous man, emerging from an inner-directed culture, freed himself of the restrictions which that culture imposed, how he was able, in part, to convert the very barriers to autonomy, work, property, social hierarchy, into protective devices. His freedom, always a partial affair, was acquired by the process of coming to understand his society and the alternatives which it held open to him and by creating entirely new alternatives. The character of the autonomous individual is derived from, hence in part determined by, the prevailing modes of conformity in the society in which he lives. Autonomy is never an all-or-nothing affair. It does not come about suddenly, but sometimes imperceptibly, and always as the result of a continual struggle with the forces of the culture which oppose it. I like to interpret the conception that its man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains, to mean that man is born a slave to his biological and cultural inheritance, but that he can become, through experience and experiment, increasingly free. No one entirely lacks the capacity for autonomy and freedom, though people often willfully reject them. But even in those instances in which the struggle for freedom is abandoned, the rationalizations for denying freedom seem to testify to the pull of freedom, else why do the world's deniers of freedom argue so much and, in purely logical terms, so well? Men desire freedom through understanding and control of their ceaselessly changing and problematic inner and outer environment. Lawyers and lawmakers have a technique called incorporation by reference. By means of it they can refer in one statute or document to another without full quotation. In the same way I would like to incorporate by reference here the writings of Mill which deal with individuality, the autobiography, the essays on liberty and on social freedom, and the subjection of women. These writings represent an extraordinary foreshadowing of the problems of the autonomous individual when, with the decline of the older barriers to freedom, the newer and far more subtle barriers of public opinion in a democracy arise. Indeed, in reading modern writers, such as Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Erich Fromm, José Ortega y Gasset, and Bertrand Russell, who deal with similar themes, one is struck by the degree to which, underneath differences in idiom, their philosophic outlook resembles Mill's in many important respects. Mill wrote, "In this age, the mere example of nonconformity, the mere refusal to bend the knee to custom, is itself a service." But his interest was more in the individual than in the service. He observed two tendencies that have grown much more powerful since he wrote. He saw, as many others did, that people no longer took their cues from dignitaries in church or state, from ostensible leaders, or from books, but rather from each other, from the peer group and its mass media organs, as we would say. He saw, as few others did, that this occurred not only in public matters but also in private ones, in the pursuit of pleasure and in the development of a whole style of life. All that has changed, perhaps, since he and Tocqueville wrote, is that the actions they saw as based on the fear of what people might say, on one kind of opportunism, that is, are today the more automatic outcome of a character structure governed, not only from the first but throughout life, by signals from outside. In consequence, naturally enough, a major difference between the problems of Mill's day and ours is that someone who today refuses to bend the knee to custom is tempted to ask himself, is this what I really want? Perhaps I only want it because. This comparison may overstate historical changes. The autonomous at all times have been questioners. The autonomous among the inner directeds, however, were partially shaped by a milieu in which people took many psychological events for granted, while the autonomous among the other directeds live in a milieu in which people systematically question themselves in anticipation of the questions of others. More important, in the upper socio-economic levels in the Western democracies today, these being the levels, except for the aristocracy, most strongly permeated by other direction, the coercions upon those seeking autonomy are not the visible and palpable barriers of family and authority that typically restricted people in the past. This is one reason why it is difficult, as an empirical matter, to decide who is autonomous when we are looking at the seemingly easy and permissive life of a social class in which there are no problems left, except for persons striving for autonomy. These latter, in turn, are incapable of defining the enemy with the relative ease of the autonomous person facing an inner-directed environment. Is the inside dopester an enemy, with his sympathetic tolerance, but abysmal disinterest and inability to understand savage, five emotions? Are they enemies, those friends who stand by, not to block but to be amused, to understand and pardon everything? An autonomous person of today must work constantly to detach himself from shadowy entanglements with this top level of other direction, so difficult to break with because its demands appear so reasonable, even trivial. These demands, to be sure, are not actually demands for conformity in the sense of the term as Mill used it. The adjusted middle-class people of the era dependent on inner direction were often aggressively unconcerned with their own feelings and tastes or those of others. For them life was not something to be tasted but something to be hacked away at. Among the autonomous, and also the enemies, of that era were the people who were very much concerned with taste, with what they liked, people who rejected the Philistine norm. In their sensuous feeling for experience, their concern for nuance, many of the Romantic poets and other artists of the 19th century were strikingly amodern. What they put into their poems and other works, in refinement and subjectivity, is part of the legacy to the very language and activities of the other directeds. In this respect, the groups dependent on other direction have made an advance over the era dependent on inner direction, an advance already prepared by the latter's autonomous wing. But given today's style of taste and sensitivity, the ways of rebelling and finding one's own tastes and shades of feeling are much less clear-cut than they were when the simple exercise of nonconformity to inner-directed standards was enough to make a person stand out as autonomous. In what spheres does autonomy exist today, when the older barriers have crumbled and can serve neither as defenses nor as obstacles for a lifelong agenda of attack? For the other-directed person's sexual life, as we have seen in Chapter 7, is perhaps the last frontier of consumption, an area of mystery in which he anxiously tests the power to attract others and to have the experience. This pursuit is accelerated by the anxiety which the other-directed brings to it, and the anxiety, in turn, is reinforced and intensified by the seemingly casual demand of the sophisticated peer group that one's achievements be publicized. The tolerant inquisition multiplies the variety of possible meanings to be given to sexual life. Men compete with the image of their forefathers, who, having chaste and modest women, could retain the initiative. They may also feel compelled to compete with the Kinsey athletes who belong to their peer group. And, as women become more knowing consumers, the question of whether or when to assume the initiative becomes a matter for anxious speculation. Perhaps even more difficult roles are forced upon women. Also pioneers of the sex frontier, they must foster aggressiveness and simulate modesty. They have less chance to escape the frontier even temporarily through their work, for, if they have a profession, both men and women are apt to think that their skill detracts from their sexual life or that their sexual life detracts from their skill. Many middle-class women appear to have turned back, in a futile effort to recapture the older and seemingly more secure patterns. But in doing so, they have bowed not to authority or internalized inhibitions, but to a diffuse image of male expectations, female peer group jealousies, and reactionary counseling dressed up as the psychoanalytic inside story. By no strategy can men and women today evade the problems of their sexual life. The person who seeks to come to terms with sexual life as part of a more autonomous lifestyle must pick his or her way, without clear models, among easy regressions and easy aggressions, in a social setting where, on the one hand, couples either degenerate into two exclusive circles, men and women separately engaged in shop talk and office gossip, or on the other hand into a mixed company, with subtle or not so subtle efforts at mutual flirtation. We are unlikely to invent the society that can escape Rilke's question, aren't lovers forever reaching verges in each other? But the question of pushing back the verges by mutual growth toward autonomy cannot arise among groups that are not aware of different possible structurings of expectations or, if aware, are unable to respect them. Another look at the changed face of Bohemia may register the kinds of novel problems faced by the would-be autonomous among the other directeds. Among the groups dependent on inner direction, the deviant individual can escape, geographically or spiritually, to Bohemia, and still remain an individual. Today, whole groups are matter-of-factly Bohemian, but the individuals who compose them are not necessarily free. On the contrary, they are often zealously tuned into the signals of a group that finds the meaning of life, quite unproblematically, in an illusion of attacking an allegedly dominant and punishing majority of babbits and quaquiudal chiefs. That is, under the aegis of the veto groups, young people today can find, in the wide variety of people and places of metropolitan life, a peer group, conformity to which costs little in the way of search for principle. We saw as an example of this, in Chapter 12, the attitude of the businessman who is tolerant of die bohemianism of an associate because he regards it as a form of marginal differentiation, an entry into tomorrow's race of styles. Now we can see, somewhat more precisely, what this sort of tolerance may mean for the individual. He may find himself in the position, unanticipated by Mill, of an eccentric who must, like a movie star, accept the roles in which he is cast, lest he disappoint the delighted expectations of his friends. The very fact that his efforts at autonomy are taken as cues by the others must make him conscious of the possibility that the effort toward autonomy might degenerate into other-directed play acting. Tolerance raises other problems too. If rotten behavior is tolerated under the prevalent modern rationalization that the individual whose behavior is excused couldn't help it, or because all standards of conduct have become relativized, the individual is prevented from finding out what ails him. Often he is in the position of the child in the other-directed home, who succeeds in pushing his parents around and regrets his success because he would really like to be told in a friendly, not overbearing, way what the limits of decent behavior are. The humanistic conscience, which Erich Fromm describes as man's recall to himself, is, to be sure, an inner voice. It can be silenced by external authority. But it can also be muted when other people refuse to remind the individual of how his conduct looks to them. One frequently observes that, in emancipated circles, Negroes who have behaved badly are treated by whites in this tolerant fashion. Everything is forgiven them, because they are Negroes and have been put upon. This sails dangerously close to prejudice in reverse. The Negroes who are allowed and even sometimes covertly encouraged to get away with murder are not confronted with standards of human decency that the whites may be more ready to apply to each other. Moral issues are befogged on both sides of the race line, since neither whites nor Negroes are expected to react as individuals striving for autonomy, but only as members of the tolerating or the tolerated race. Plainly, to sort out what is valid in the mood of tolerance from what is suspect requires a high level of self-consciousness. The individual striving for autonomy also needs a great deal of self-consciousness to differentiate between actions he takes because they will be tolerated and those he takes because he really wants to. Indeed, it is just this type of heightened self-consciousness that, above all else, constitutes the insignia of the autonomous in an era dependent on other direction. For, as the inner-directed man is more self-conscious than his tradition-directed predecessor and as the other-directed man is more self-conscious still, the autonomous man growing up under conditions that encourage self-consciousness can disentangle himself from the adjusted others only by a further move toward even greater self-consciousness. His autonomy depends not upon the ease with which he may deny or disguise his emotions, but, on the contrary, upon the success of his effort to recognize and respect his own feelings, his own potentialities, his own limitations. This is not a quantitative matter, but in part an awareness of the problem of self-consciousness itself, an achievement of a higher order of abstraction. As we know all too well, such an achievement is a difficult thing. Many of those who attain it cannot manage to mold it into the structure of an autonomous life, but succumb to anomie. Yet perhaps the anomie of such processes is preferable to the less self-conscious, though socially supported, anxiety of the adjusteds who refuse to distort their culture and end by distorting themselves. We cannot, of course, be sure whether in the future the autonomous will be able to change the culture in which they live in order to make it more hospitable for themselves. Nevertheless, it seems quite possible that, as other direction spreads, the characterological victory of the rising other directeds over the waning inner directeds may become more certain, just as the opposition between the latter and their tradition-directed predecessors has diminished to the point of disappearing altogether. Thereafter, polarization will occur among the other directeds themselves, between those who will cling to adjustment and those who will strive for autonomy. And since the latter threaten, by their very presence, the whole shaky mode of adaptation of the adjusted majority, the struggle between this saving remnant of autonomous ones and those not capable of being autonomous and not desirous of allowing others so to be can conceivably become quite fierce. Point 4. The autonomous among the other directeds face different and more subtle obstacles than the autonomous among the inner directeds and have lost many old defenses available to the latter. With greater experience, however, the new obstacles to autonomy may in turn be made into defenses. In the preceding discussion I have emphasized the negative aspects of tolerance, because it is these aspects that create problems for Thai groups sufficiently privileged to have moved into the phase of other direction. At the same time we have observed that the other directeds often refuse to act as if they were tolerated. Once people can become accustomed to tolerance, they can use it to help them grow, rather than as an Alice in Wonderland drink with which they shrink themselves to the size of the others. If we look at the social situation of the adjusted other-directed man, we see that not all his character resources are inevitably occupied in being and becoming adjusted. Indeed, his very other direction gives him a sensitivity and rapidity of movement that may be historically new. That part of his social character which fits him for his roles at work is a smaller part of his total character than among most tradition-directed and inner-directed types. To be sure, he has been strenuously socialized and has lost much of himself in the process. But his repressions are probably less opaque than those of the adjusted inner-directed man in the Protestant lands. We know that the inner-directeds help to create the potentialities of the more self-conscious and in certain ways freer society which is emerging among the other-directeds today. They left us a great legacy of material abundance and scientific technique, a legacy so great that in moments of despair we act as if we would prefer to have been disinherited. But this is suicidal. Let us try to see whether American institutions actually provide a larger opportunity for the other-directed man to explore his character resources than he now realizes. False personalization, obstacles to autonomy in work. Only man can be an enemy for man, only he can rob him of the meaning of his acts and his life because it also belongs only to him to confirm it in its existence, to recognize it in actual fact as a freedom, my freedom, in order to fulfill itself, requires that it emerge into an open future. It is other men who open the future to me, it is they who, setting up the world of tomorrow, define my future, but if, instead of allowing me to participate in this constructive movement, they oblige me to consume my transcendence in vain, if they keep me below the level which they have conquered and on the basis of which new conquests will be achieved, then they are cutting me off from the future, they are changing me into a thing. Life is occupied in both perpetuating itself and in surpassing itself. If all it does is maintain itself, then living is only not dying, and human existence is indistinguishable from an absurd vegetation. Simone de Beauvoir, The Ethics of Ambiguity I. Cultural definitions of work. The character reserves of the other-directeds are the possible sources of increased autonomy. But it should be clear from the discussion of the work, the play, and the politics of the other-directed man that his reserves, while perhaps more flexible than those of the inner-directed man, are constantly exhausted by his social organization. These reserves are especially exhausted by our current cultural definitions of work and play and the relations between them, definitions which, as we saw in chapters 6 and 7, introduce much strenuous play into the Gladhander's work and much group-adjustive work into their play. All of us are forced, to a degree, to accept these cultural definitions of work and play, just as we are forced to accept certain cultural definitions of class, sex, race, and occupational or social role. And the definitions are forced on us by the ways of the culture and by the socialization process we undergo, whether they happen to be timely or anachronistic, useful for or destructive of our character reserves and of our fundamental humanity. In the present state of our knowledge of man, it seems well nigh impossible to give a correct definition of work and of play, to say precisely how society in general, or any given society, should define these spheres and how it should value them. We are using the word play here, it should be noted, as a kind of extreme or limiting case of the leisure and consumption sphere, much of which is admittedly not play in any sense of playfulness. Yet, even if it is impossible to propose universal definitions, it is possible to show that current cultural definitions are cramping and unsatisfactory. And it needs no argument that, right or wrong, these definitions are widely influential. They channel the character resources of society, and they confirm the pattern of these resources, once they have begun to be organized into the various social character types discussed in previous chapters. Work has the greater prestige, moreover, it is thought of as alien to man, it is a sort of disciplined salvage operation, rescuing a useful social product from chaos and the disorders of man's innate laziness. The same era, that of transitional growth of population, that saw the most astounding increase in man's mastery over nature, took it as axiomatic, echoing a series of writers from Malthus to Sumner and Freud, that people had to be driven to work by economic necessity. This necessity, furthermore, had to be directed and distributed through a system of hierarchical social organization. Today, knowing more about the nature of man and of work, we still nevertheless accept the psychological premise that work and productivity are disciplines exerted against the grain of man's nature. We do not quite see, though we are close to seeing, that what looks like laziness may be a reaction against the kind of work people are forced to do and the way in which they are forced to define it, just as such a reaction as political indifference, New Style, says more about the state of current politics than it does about the psychological apathy of the individual citizen. Because work is considered more important than play, it has been traditional to take most seriously the work that looks least like play, that is, the more obviously physical or physically productive work. This is one of the reasons why, though we would rather read about the captains of non-industry than the captains of industry, the latter are still considerably less vulnerable to veto group attack, and why generally the prestige of the tertiary service, entertainment, education, and communication trades is low. But this ranking is probably changing, though at differing rates in the several social classes. As the older ruling class patterns wane, a reasonably glamorized service trade like medicine comes to outrank all but the very largest posts in manufacturing or railroading. And doubtless there are many people who would rather be movie stars or directors than bankers of equivalent salary. But these alterations in cultural definition, reflecting alterations in our social structure, have not moved to the point where they help the housewife who, though producing a social work product, does not find her work explicitly defined and totaled either as an hour product or a dollar product, in the national census. The housewife is credited with being a worker only to the degree that she and her husband agree so to define her, and this usually means that she is exhausted at the end of the day without feeling any right to be, thus adding insult to injury. In contrast, the workers in the Detroit plant who finish their day's production goal in 3 hours and take the rest of the day off in factory loafing, are defined as 8-hour-per-day workers by themselves, by their wives, by the census. These cultural definitions of work have curious implications for the health of the economy as a whole and, therefore, derivatively for the chances of autonomy in living. We tend to emphasize the importance of expanding those parts of the economy that have prestige and to overlook economic opportunities in the parts closer to play. For example, in the days of the CCC camps, it was widely assumed that CCC work on fire trails was more important than CCC work on recreational areas, just as the WPA Federal Theater was considered as less important economically than the stalwart Georgian public buildings of the PWA. All but a few of our current estimates of capital growth needs seem to rest on similarly sticky notions as to the kind of production America needs. Indeed, when one reads some economic and social screeds, one might have the impression that the consumer or the player exists primarily for the work he does in leading and controlling the economy by his $1 one vote sovereignty over production planning and investment. Of course, production also legitimizes itself by reference to presumed consumer wants. This tendency to define consumption as a means rather than as an end in society is one reason, of course, not the only one, we make full employment our principal economic and social goal, and then look for full employment through more production of production rather than through an increased capital budget of the enormous variety of recreational resources our leisure, our training and consumption, and our educational plant allow us to develop. However, by thinking of expansion of consumption in terms of the market for durable and semi-durable consumer goods, with the skies eagerly scanned for such new gadgets as television to hurl into the Keynesian multiplier formula, we are left open to an antiquated set of economic habits and assumptions. By clinging to them, one heavy draft, politically feasible outlet remains for the overexpanded primary and secondary spheres, a war economy. We can sum up both this economic specter and the characterological problem of autonomy with which we are mainly concerned by saying that the struggle for a personally productive orientation, one based on the human need for active participation in a creative task, has become exigent precisely because we live in a period when the solution of the technical problems of production is in sight. In a sense, this dilemma sums up all the aspects of the current cultural definitions of work we have discussed so far. The inner-directed man had to accept these definitions, his institutions and his character combined to prevent him from choosing his work, and made him accept it as a Malthusian necessity. The other-directed man does not have to accept these definitions, and cannot do so if he wishes to move toward autonomy. Both his institutions and his character give him a greater degree of flexibility in redefining and restructuring the field of work. At present, however, he uses this flexibility to go through a process of semi-adjustment to the new potentialities of work which allows him at the same time to accept the old definitions and the new situation of relative abundance. He does this by throwing into work all the resources of personalization, of glad handing, of which his character is capable, and just because he puts so much energy and effort into work, he reaps the benefit of thinking it important. In short, he becomes adjusted via the definition of work. Glamorizers, featherbedders, indispensables. We turn now to examine the first of a pair of twin concepts that will concern us in this and the following chapter. The one we call a false personalization, the other, enforced privatization. We have met false personalization in this book before, in the form of the spurious and effortful glad hand. I see false personalization as a principal barrier to autonomy in the sphere of work. It is this, not the technical problems of production still remaining, that exhausts the character reserves of the other-directed man. Enforced privatization is the principal barrier to autonomy but, as we shall see, by no means the only one in the sphere of play. Privatization is our generic term for the restrictions, economic, ethnic, hierarchical, familial, that keep people from adequate leisure opportunities, including friendship. To some degree, those who suffer most from false personalization at work also suffer most from enforced privatization at play. As we have seen, the other-directed man does not personalize his work in a vacuum but in a social world of others who take some of their cues from him, give him some in turn, and mirror his dilemma. For example, we can see a steady spread of other-directed work values into the white-collar lower middle class, as well as the way in which this process boomerangs on the glad-handed manager himself. We can also see an effort to inject false personalization into the relations between management and factory labor, and the resistance to this effort that takes the form of featherbedding. In general, we can see how the other-directed man goes about donating his energies to the sphere of work in order to be rewarded with the badge of indispensability. White-collar personalization, toward glamour. The inner-directed manager never saw his secretary. The latter, as a member of a different class and, often, a different ethnic group, also seldom saw the boss as an individual. Brought together by the invisible hand, both were concentrated on the work, not on each other, save as a benevolent but insensitive paternalism bridged the social gap. By contrast, the other-directed manager, while he still patronizes his white-collar employees, is compelled to personalize his relations with the office force whether he wants to or not because he is part of a system that has sold the white-collar class as a whole on the superior values of personalization. The personalization is false, even where it is not intentionally exploitative, because of its compulsory character. Like the antagonistic cooperation of which it forms a part, it is a manipulative and self-manipulative mandate for those in the white-collar ranks and above. This shift toward false personalization in the white-collar class is visible in the media. For example, we can see the change from morality to morale in comparing the attitudes toward women's office work signified by two Chicago dailies. One, the Tribune, stands by the older values of job-mindedness, the other, the Sun-Times, speaks implicitly for the newer values of personalization. The Tribune conducts a regular daily column called White Collar Girl, which preaches the virtues of efficiency and loyalty. Its tone suggests that it is written for the office girl who wants a paternalistic response from a somewhat distant boss, but does not expect much more. It is beamed at readers who on the whole accept the classic inner-directed pattern of office management, though just the same they would not mind if the boss personalized a bit more, while staying definitely boss. The Sun-Times speaks to a presumably somewhat more liberal and progressive group in the same occupational stratum, but under the general classification of the career girl. The career girl is appealed to not in a single column focused on the employee relationship, but in a variety of columns emphasizing careers, successful self-entrepreneurships by glamorous women, and articles on the psychology of office relationships. These articles project the sense of a personnel-managed economy in which most executives are dutifully other-directed and, whether male or female executives, interested in the girls as more than they help, in fact, as glamour-exuding personalities. The Sun-Times makes a much closer connection between styles of leisure sociability and styles of relationship to a working group than the Tribune does. It conveys the idea that the boss is personalizing all the time, and as well as he knows how, and that the problem, virtually the only problem, for the white-collar girl is to determine the style in which to respond to the boss and to make him responsive. The Tribune, far less interested in mood engineering in the office, retains respect for the no-glamorous skills of shorthand and typing, such as one still finds in, say, the efficient head of a law office secretarial pool. But one feels that this is a passing phase in American office life and that today the sociability of the white-collar girl is not only a demand made by her own ambitions for marriage and demands made on her by others, by the constant liberalizing of employer attitudes, but also a result of the sophisticated disrepute into which her non-personality skills have fallen. Where there is apathy about politics, we expect to find an appeal to glamour. So here, where there is apathy about work, the appeal is again to glamour, which depends less on the work itself than on whom one does it for. Most unpopular of all is work in a pool, which minimizes glamour, or work for a woman boss, which inhibits it. It appears that the women actually wish to throw their emotional reserves into the office situation, rather than to protect them for the play situation. And we must conclude from this that neither their work nor their play is very meaningful in itself. This puts the boss, in effect, in the position of having to satisfy an almost limitless demand for personalization that is partly based on the unsatisfactory nature of the white-collar girl's life outside the office. Their enforced privatization often prevails. Despite an urban milieu, white-collar girls seldom have the resources, educational, financial, simply spatial, to vary their friendship circle and their recreations. Grasping at glamour, these women are driven to find it, as vicarious consumers in their playtime, in listening to a crooner or a presidential candidate, as they are driven in their work time to find it in the boss and in the superstructure of emotions they weave into the office situation, in which everyone becomes the personal customer of the other. That the other-directed manager helped start this chain of personalization because he, too, holds skill in disrepute and lives an inadequate leisure life is not much comfort to him when he must personalize, not only as a banker selling bonds, a statesman selling an idea, or an administrator selling a program, but simply as a boss or customer surrounded by white-collar girls. It is this same sort of sensitivity, moreover, that makes it difficult for people to extricate themselves from chains of false personalization by wearing a completely alien work mask. Some inner-directeds can do this without cynicism. They simply do not see the others as people, or as highly differentiated and complicated people. But the other-directed managers, professionals, and white-collar workers cannot so easily separate coercive friendliness on the job from a spontaneous expression of genuine friendliness off the job. The conversation of the classes, factory model. The white-collar worker imitates, even caricatures, the style of the other-directed upper-middle class. The factory worker, on the other hand, is from Missouri. He has to be sold on the virtues of the glad hand. To be sure, in the small open-shop plant the worker may feel an emotional tie to the boss, though this is more apt to take the older paternalistic rather than the newer personnel form. And there have been cases, as illustrated by the Jack and Heinz Company during the last war, when egregiously manipulative mood engineering seems to have carried the day in the factory. There each of several thousand workers became an associate, as eager as Mr. Jack himself to exorcise those gremlins of resentful mood that might show up in absenteeism and low productivity. Point 8 On the whole, however, the manager has an uphill fight in getting factory workers in large unionized plants to accept the proffered glad hand, and this very resistance furnishes him with a virtually unlimited agenda for the devouring of his own work energies. As we saw in Chapter 6, he can go on endlessly adding people to the management group, training directors, counselors, and other morale builders, and he can also become involved in arranging research on morale to test the efficacy of these men and measures. Just as the factory worker, when he was at school, regarded the teachers as management and went on strike or slowdown against their well-intentioned or class-biased efforts, so in the factory he does not take the glad hand held out by the personnel department. Indeed, while the manager believes that high production attests high morale, the opposite may be the case. High morale can coexist with low production via featherbedding. For if the workers feel united in solidarity and mutual understanding, which they would define as high morale, the conditions exist for facilitating slowdowns and the systematic punishing of rate-busters. There are many managers, however, who do not content themselves with allowing top management and the personnel department to tell workers that they have a stake in the output and that their work is important and glamorous, whether it is or not. Many sincerely seek to put plans into operation that give workers an actually greater share by rearrangement of ownership, production planning, and control. One aim of these proposals is to introduce emotional vitality, or a game-like spirit, into the factory. Both results, along with higher productivity, are often attained. Yet an element of false personalization typically remains in the fact that these programs, in addition to their manifest aims, are also something in the nature of a catharsis for other directed managers. The harmony of feelings among manager, worker, and work process often matters more to the manager than it matters to the worker or the work process, partly because, as we have seen, the other directed manager cannot stand hostility and conflict, and partly, as we have also seen, because trying to eliminate hostility and conflict keeps him busy. In this situation, the achievement of harmony sometimes becomes not a byproduct of otherwise agreeable and meaningful work, but an obligatory prerequisite. The consequence in some cases may even be to slow down the work because people have been led to expect harmony of mood and need to be persuaded and re-persuaded constantly that it exists. This does not deny that much can and needs to be done to reduce the monotony of the production line and the mood leadership boners of the supervisors. When the morale engineers have power to move people from job to job and to change team patterns, they accomplish a great deal. But, as I have said, it is often the psychological needs of the managers that determine the emphasis and priority of factory reorganization. For the conversation of the classes goes on at the workplace, too. Much of the conversation concerns, on the one hand, the isolates who, while doing their production job, refuse to involve themselves in the harmony of feelings of the factory workers and, on the other hand, the featherbedders who involve themselves all too well. Both these groups seek to retain their emotional freedom against the efforts of the factory to force them to mix work and play. The isolate does not want to be involved in emotional planning and factory group dynamics. The featherbedders, the far more numerous group, want management to stop its own featherbedding first, before agreeing to stop theirs. But featherbedding, as compared with management personalizing, puts a relatively light tax on the emotions. It requires little moral ingenuity, since it is simply regarded as resistance to the boss's exploitation, the way work is culturally defined in the larger unionized plants. Featherbedding becomes as hard work as personalizing only in the crisis situation of the planned slowdown, when teamwork is required to sabotage skill effectively. At other times it is no more demanding than the sociability of the men's room. Obviously, in the face of such resistances from both isolates and featherbedders, it will be a long time before the factory worker follows the example of the white-collar worker and, in imitation of the boss, puts pressure on him to personalize still more and better. But perhaps we see here one source for the envy of the working class that many middle-class people feel. They envy not only its greater freedom in overt aggression but also the very refusal to get involved in the work situation and the consequent ability to save reserves for play even where the work is monotonous, physically tiring, or sweated. The Club of Indispensables. Responding to the personalizations of the secretary or trying to give mood leadership to the factory floor, these occupations do not alone account for the manager's keeping himself busy. He is busy because he is more than busy, he is indispensable. In earlier chapters we saw how the other-directed man clings to a picture of his social position and function which tempts him to regard himself as indispensable. He believes that America possesses a ruling hierarchy whose hands are on the controls of the economy and polity. He builds these assumptions into the manner and mood of his work and so proves himself right. In this way he clings to the notion of scarcity that was so thoroughly elaborated in the official American culture of the school, the church, and politics. He needs to combat the notion that he himself might not be so scarce, that he might be dispensable. And surely, in the world as it is now, this fear of being considered surplus is understandably frightening. Yet the other-directed man buys his feeling of being scarce at the expense of failing to see how little work, and much less teamwork, is needed in many productive sectors to keep the society rolling. It is of the very nature of false personalizing to conceal this fact. And of course the cultural definitions of work also play a part in building up the notion of indispensability, for instance, by making paid work an ideal expression of man's effortfulness, and in providing the indispensables with secondary gains, such as sympathy from wives and children and exculpation from leisure demands and possibilities. The over-personalized society. There are many possibilities for opening up channels for autonomy. Among them high priority must be given to efforts to depersonalize work, to make it less strenuous emotionally, and to encourage people to decide for themselves whether and how much they want to personalize in what the culture inescapably requires in the way of work. But of course there are psychological obstacles in the way of any institutional changes. The character of the other-directed man is elicited by contemporary institutions, and then, as an adult, he demands that the institutions exploit the character he has come to assume as his. Consequently, if the institutions should no longer employ him in the way he expects to be employed, will he not feel empty emotionally? Percival and Paul Goodman ask themselves this same question in Communitas, a book which includes one of the most imaginative discussions of work and play in any contemporary writing. 5 They portray a utopia in which people could earn their living by a minimum of effort and would then be faced with the really shocking problem of how to get through the day. Suddenly, the Americans would find themselves rescued from the physical necessity and social pressure which alone, perhaps, had been driving them to their habitual satisfactions, they might suddenly find the commercial pleasures flat and unpalatable, but they would not therefore suddenly find any resources within themselves. Like that little girl in the progressive school, longing for the security of the grown-ups making her decisions for her, who asks, "Teacher, today again do we have to do what we want to do?" All these difficulties are granted. But it is necessary to make a start somewhere and, preferably, in many places at once. We can try to alleviate the psychological pressures of work while at the same time we seek to make play more inviting, and this in turn, in one of Mordall's virtuous circles, will reduce the use of work as therapy for other directives. Perhaps a real opportunity for autonomy lies in a reconsideration of the emotional space left in our society by its impersonality, and chiefly the impersonality of the productive and distributive machinery. Perhaps we must take far greater advantage than we do of the fact that industrial automatism permits the release of our attention from productive process. The failure to accept this, and the attempt instead to personalize, emotionalize, and moralize machine process at every point, appears to be a fallacy of misplaced participation. This fallacy is characteristic of the proposals for introducing joy and meaning into modern industrialism that come from the schools of de Man, Mayo, and many other recent writers. These men, like some of the syndicalists and those who put their faith in the cooperatives, want to restore the personal relations at work characteristic of a society dependent on tradition direction as well as of the earlier stages of inner direction. At least in America they make the mistake of seeing our civilization as an impersonal society and bemoaning it. The unintended effect of many of their strictures is to lend moral support to the false personalizing of the managers. To put this in other terms, perhaps it is possible to gain from layout engineering greater results in making work more tolerable and less exhausting than are gained from the manipulative practices of the mood engineers. Pending automatization, assembly work can be rearranged to reduce monotony, plants can be relocated to reduce travel time. This means working with rather than against the grain of impersonality in modern industry. This outlook may remind the reader of two historically earlier views of related problems. It was the belief of Alfred Marshall that man's activity as a machine tender caused him to absorb some of the rationality of the machine. The views expressed here imply none of this particular pragmatism. In fact, contact with engineers can incline one to the belief that rationality is least of all to be expected among those who are closest in their daily work to the hardness of the material as embodied in machine production. Again, it was the belief of Thorstein Veblen that man's activity as a machine tender might encourage his sense of the matter of fact, as opposed to myth and archaisms, provided that the machine tender was neither swindled by the predatory captains and their satellites nor misled by a parental bent, a fatherly attitude toward his product, that may become compulsive. The views presented in this volume are closer to Veblen's than to Marshall's in assuming that cultural definitions of work can distort technological imperatives. But there is this important difference. I do not look to machinery as such to encourage man's sense of the matter of fact. Maybe there is some long-run effect of this sort. Americans, however, seem to be not particularly aware of the mechanical power grids by which they live. While they do not stand in animistic awe of machinery, neither do they find it a pacifier, according to the view of Veblen, or a tutor, according to the view of Marshall. Both men lived before the really great strides made by mechanization in the last several decades. They did not live to see die bounteous possibilities of abundance in the United States today. And Veblen at least was perhaps too much of a secularized Puritan to appreciate these possibilities. He wanted the producer to produce, with no nonsense about it, and the consumer to consume, guided by strenuous consumer research in the direction of functionalism. From the point of view of this book, we can agree that work should not be loaded down by featherbedding either among managers or workers, but this for the sake of pleasure and consumption and not for the sake of work itself. Industrial automatism should be defined not as a tutor to man nor as a personalized, grimacing servant of the Tootle type, but as man's increasingly successful effort to turn repetitive and boring work over to mechanical energies. One nightmare of our contemporary situation is that the work as a machine tender, boring as it is often felt to be less boring than the alternatives. For many white-collar workers, as we have seen, false personalization is the only personalizing that they meet. For many factory workers, featherbedding is the only sociability they get. Work, when it has these overtones for people, still remains real, important, and magnetic. This was one lure that during the last war drew many women of the middle and lower middle classes into the factories and held them there despite poor working conditions, inadequate transportation, and pressure from spouses. Escaping from domestic lives of extreme privatization, they were willing, even eager, to accept the most monotonous-seeming jobs. Any effort, therefore, to further automatize work must take account not only of temporary technological unemployment but of the situation of those overly privatized ones who still suffer from the residual barriers of family, poverty, and hierarchy we have inherited from the era dependent on inner direction. But surely we can think of better things for them than the factory as a refuge from home, just as we can think of better ways of giving poverty-stricken people security and good medical care than shutting them up in prison. The automat versus the glad hand. In the present state of our social and economic accounting, it is impossible to say where necessary personalization ends and unnecessary personalization begins. Nor can we clearly separate profitably productive effort from busy work. We cannot tell, for example, how much the slow progress toward automatization in the tertiary trades is due to low wages, as where Negro laundresses and pressers are engaged in a muscular race with existing mechanical power, how much to failure to invent the necessary machinery, how much to consumer demand to buy personalization along with a product, and how much to the needs of the workforce itself to personalize, for reasons already given, whether the consumer asks for it or not. If we look at the florist, the undertaker, the airline hostess, the car hop, or the dress shop keeper, we must ask how much of their personalizing is the result of a measurably competitive response to a consumer demand. Is there any way of showing its relation to a product or a profit output? Or to work drives of the workers themselves? How much depends on the cultural definitions of work? We can put at one extreme the case of the chef who delights in making ice cream sculpture chiseled for each banquetier, and at the other the salesperson who provides a monogrammed manner in the sale of a routine mass-produced product. We cannot be very specific about such matters, we lack the proper social inventories. But what is clear is that there has been a historic reversal in the work effort of the different parts of the economy. Steelmaking, once a tough man's job, has been reduced in some modern rolling mills to a button-pushing process. Conversely, the growth of the consumer and luxury market in the United States, coupled with the rise of other direction, may make the salesperson's work harder than it was in 1900. Then, for example, the salesgirl in the Fifth Avenue store sold her limited stock to the carriage trade at a pace set for her by the relative slowness of the trade itself. Indeed, shopping and not buying was a pastime even then. But the customer was not in a hurry, nor, within the range of her class-based style, was she too anxious about her choice, though she might cavil at the price. Moreover, the salesgirl, serving only a few customers, could recall their requirements and therefore be of some assistance where assistance was in order. Today the salesgirl in the department store, a typical figure in the distributive chain of personalization, faces a mass clientele huge in size, nervous in motion, and unsure in taste. She is asked to respond in a hurry to a series of vaguely specified wants. These observations suggest that much of the pathos of our current stage of industrialism resides in the fact that we need rapidly to expand the tertiary trades that cater to leisure, while these are the very trades which may today combine the greatest difficulty and tediousness of physical work. There is much of this, for instance, in the department store, along with the severest emotional demands. The problem of where to automatize is generally looked at by economists as a problem in investment and reinvestment, and also in labor mobility. Yet perhaps a national capital goods budget should include in its forecasts a guess as to the degree of false personalization that it may evoke or eliminate. In our recent past, the development of the automobile and the oil industry was carried out without any particular sense of the employment possibilities they would create in service stations, let alone any sense of the psychology of employment there. During the Depression, the service station man was bound more than ever by a discipline of false personalization. While on his own so far as the big oil companies went, he had to treat each potential customer to the full treatment. But, perhaps, as compared to the waitress or salesgirl, entangled both with customers and with others involved in the same distributive chain, the independent gas station operator was not too badly off. What we very much need is a new type of engineer whose job it is to remove psychic hazards springing from false personalization, as safety engineers now remove hazards that endanger life and limb. For instance, such an engineer might seek a way of making gas pumps automatic like slot machines, and of turning service stations into as nearly automatic form as some of the most up-to-date roundhouses for engines now are. By careful layout engineering, an effort could be made to eliminate working conditions and locations that coerce the emotions, making sure meanwhile that other jobs are available for those displaced by automatization. But of course, a culture that took psychic hazards, the slower menaces to character, as seriously as it takes or tries to take physical ones, would look rather different from ours. Some imagination and ingenuity will be required to construct indexes by which to measure the amount of false personalization required by a given job under normal conditions and to set ceilings beyond which such personalization would not be allowed to go. Allowing for all these difficulties of accepting and assigning responsibility for characterological risks in commerce and industry, it would still seem that we have lagged in the automatization of the distributive trades. Bellamy saw some of the possibilities quite lucidly, and in looking backward he made consumer purchasing take the form of giving an order, untouched by human hands, to merchandising centers much like the local depots in which one today can make out orders to Sears or Montgomery Ward. For us, too, the machine and proper organizational arrangements provide the criterion by which to judge whether any given agenda of personal attention is necessary or not. Clearly, if most vending could be made automatic, both consumers and salespeople would be saved from much motion and emotion. The Piggly Wiggly style grocery, the automat, the mail order, all dependent on colorful, accurate display and advertising, are the technical inventions that widen the interstices of the distribution system where autonomy can thrive. It is a curious paradox that automatic vending, such as is incorporated in jukeboxes and other coin machines, tends to be mixed up with rackets, as if there is something illegal in attempting to take advantage of one of the great gains made possible by the mechanical ingenuity fostered in the era of free trade and the invisible hand. It is odd, too, that advertising, which helped end that era, has done so little to eliminate the unnecessary salesperson, sales space, and sales wrapping. It is interesting to speculate on the possibilities of an institutional advertising campaign, sparked, say, by the Advertising Council, that would enhance the desirability of those products that not only were untouched by human hands, but that were untarnished by false personalization. Perhaps displays of goods on TV may eliminate other sales steps. But we know from the dramatic example of the failure of Savings Bank, over-the-counter life insurance, how reluctant people are to buy without the interjection of the personalized touch. In the meantime, the restructuring of the economy to cut down false personalization by the acts of automatization will certainly not come in a day. The task of shifting our American selves away from jobs and job situations where we can only make a living at the expense of productivity by a regime of glad-handing, feather-bedding, and veto group politicking requires great economic and still greater political ingenuity. How should we proceed pending such utopian reorganization? It might be possible to reduce the feeling of many other directives that their take from make work is an exploitative social dividend, a feeling that the labor featherbedder, resting on more traditional cultural definitions of his job, is less likely to have. We have lost the inner directed justifications that protected far more unjust income distributions than we see before us today. Frequently, moreover, it is the felt antisocial character of the work itself, not of its dividends, that makes for guilt, and the feeling of what work is social is also the heritage of our antiquated cultural definitions. These tend to rank as parasitic much work that is not defined as production, whether in the distributive trades or in such auxiliary services as insurance, accounting, and law. However, by a newer ethic, work, say, in insurance, accounting, or law, for the government is defined as productive even when, if done for private interests, it would not be. It will be a long time, despite the work of Norbert Wiener and other builders of electronic computers, before the automat replaces the script writer. But the automat could already eliminate many jobs about which people feel guilt, and we should put on the list for mechanization all work that is viewed as unnecessary by those who do it. Meanwhile, pending large-scale and difficult reorganization, such jobs help keep the system going. It goes without saying that people should feel free to vote against the system and to seek to change it without having to bear prematurely, in terms of their own occupational role and generous paycheck, all die burdens and guilts for the system's present-day inadequacies. The guilts are all too likely to lead both to self-constriction in the leisure sphere and to expiation either in further personalizing at work or, in some cases, in a burst of political indignation. Such redefinitions might be accelerated by drawing once more from Bellamy. His plan, requiring all youth to serve a 3-year term in the industrial army, was designed by him to facilitate national industrial organization and to guide the young in their final vocational choices. When the CCC gave us something of the same sort, it was, like so many of the good things we do, only for relief, the well-off were excluded. Something like a combination of Bellamy's army and the CCC would perhaps serve all of us as an initiatory alleviation of guilt about later unproductive work, pending the arrival of our new definitions of productiveness. Once people had done an arduous stint in the late adolescent years of strong energies, and, for some, of strong idealisms, they might feel entitled to the life of Riley. Certainly, many veterans, studying or loafing in an interesting way under the GI Bill of Rights, the phrase is exceedingly important 6, feel far less guilty about pulling down a check from Uncle Sam than they would about pulling down a scholarship, or a stipend from hard-driven parents. Another possible stopgap solution might come not from extensive social rearrangement but from individual decision. Those seeking autonomy might simply refuse to take the cultural definitions of what constitutes a work for granted, a kind of strike, not against work as such but against the requirement that all recruitable emotional energies be harnessed by endless reciprocal chain and work. Thoreau was a first-class surveyor. He chose this occupation, a near-vanished craft skill par excellence, as a well-paying one that would give him a living if he worked 1 day a week. Dr. William Carlos Williams is a popular general practitioner in Paterson. Charles Ives worked by heading an agency that sold $500 million worth of insurance, and he had played, by composing some of the more significant, though least recognized, music that has been produced. Ives felt, and feels, not in the least guilty about the money he made or about the fact that he lived a normal American life rather than a bohemian one. Yet many men are unwilling to do what these men have done or what Charles Lamb or Hawthorne or many others did in the 19th century, to justify their work primarily by its paycheck, especially if the work is short and the paycheck large. Instead, as we have seen, they try by false personalization, by mood leadership, by notions of indispensability, and by countless similar rituals and agendas, to fill up the vacuum created by high productivity. Yet people's real work, the field into which, on the basis of their character and their gifts, they would like to throw their emotional and creative energies, cannot now conceivably coincide, perhaps in the majority of cases, with what they get paid for doing. I conclude, however, with the thought that the anxieties that turn up in people's feelings about their work can perhaps not be alleviated by either the temporary or long-run expedients suggested here. For their source may not lie in the meaninglessness or inadequacy of the work itself, but deeper. It may be that the other-directed man feels guilty about being himself, or more accurately, as Eric Fromm suggests, about not being himself. No therapy at work or from work need necessarily satisfy so basic and bottomless a need for justification. Yet we should consider the possibility that, if the other-directed is to be made free, it will be not by work but by play. The first step may consist of giving play a far higher priority as a producer both of societies and character than we give it today. Enforced privatization, obstacles to autonomy in play. I may remark that though in that early time I seem to have been constantly eager to exchange my lot for that of somebody else, on the assumed certainty of gaining by the bargain, I fail to remember feeling jealous of such happier persons, in the measure open to children of spirit. I had rather a positive lack of the passion, and thereby, I suppose, a lack of spirit, since if jealousy bears, as I think, on what one sees one's companions able to do, as against one's falling short, envy, as I knew it at least, was simply of what they were. Or in other words of a certain sort of richer consciousness supposed, doubtless often too freely supposed, in them. They were so other, that was what I felt, and to be other almost anyhow, seemed as good as the probable taste of the bright compound wistfully watched in the confectioner's window, unattainable, impossible, of course, but as to which just this impossibility and just that privation kept those active proceedings in which jealousy seeks relief quite out of the question. Henry James, A Small Boy and Others. Because the distribution of leisure in America has been rapid as well as widespread, leisure presents Americans with issues that are historically new. At the same time, part of the promise of leisure and play for the other-directed man is that it may be easier in play than in work to break some of the institutional and characterological barriers to autonomy. We can see, from our preliminary examination of autonomous possibilities in the sphere of work that play, far from having to be the residue sphere left over from work time and work feeling, can increasingly become the sphere for the development of skill and competence in the art of living. Play may prove to be the sphere in which there is still some room left for the would-be autonomous man to reclaim his individual character from the pervasive demands of his social character. Admittedly, we know very little about play, partly as the result of the cultural definitions that give priority to work. Research has been concerned mainly with the social character of the producer. Only recently has the same attention been paid to the consumer. We have still to discover the player. We do not know, for instance, whether we are training more group players than solitary players in America today, and if so, how this reacts on the prevailing cultural definitions of play. We do not know to what extent culturally defined success at play has become a more important badge of group approval than success at work, and if so, how this serves to foreclose untutored and unpublicized escape routes. Is it sensible to suggest research into play when it is possible that it would lead to increasing public and systematic interference with an area that ideally deserves privacy and lack of system? Perhaps a conspiracy of silence about leisure and play is its best protection. We must return later to the problem of overguided play. First, let us deal with those people who are denied, or deny themselves, freedom in the realm of sociability and friendship. This may stand for denials of freedom in the sphere of play generally. The denial of sociability. In the previous chapter, we noted the excess of sociability in the form of false personalization, which is forced on many people in our economy. Such observations do not deny that for the other-directed man a deficit of sociability is even more serious than an excess. The presence of the guiding and approving the others is a vital element in his whole system of conformity and self-justification. Depriving him of the sociability his character has come to crave will not make him autonomous, but only anomic, resembling in this the cruelty of depriving the addict of liquor or drugs by a sudden incarceration. Moreover, if the other-directed man is seeking autonomy, he cannot achieve it alone. He needs friends. The other-directed man is socialized in a peer group of children who resemble him in such visible indexes as age, color, and class, but who may not resemble him at all in his more private temperament, interests, and fantasies. He has learned, if he is adjusted, to look like those others with whom he has been brought up, with whom he has learned cooperation, tolerance, and restraint of temper. In this process, he has learned to forget aspects of his character that are not social, not other-directed. So long as he continues to remain in a peer group of his happenstance neighborhood, his occupational colleagues, his status equals or would-be equals, the chances are that he may not notice, or notice only in boredom and other vague unrest, any discrepancies between his image of himself and his image of the others. Conversely, if he should begin to find himself among people who welcome and appreciate or at least do not punish expression and exploration of these buried parts of the self, he may be able to move toward greater autonomy. To make this move, however, requires the ability, psychological and institutional, to find one's way to the new friends, the new or overlapping peer group. As matters stand, however, greater freedom in friendship choice is not by any means the most fashionable remedy offered today for the sociability problems of modern urban people. Many critics of contemporary life would move in the exactly opposite direction, on the assumption that people have not too little freedom but too much. Some of these critics speak from a religious platform, others out of a preoccupation with urban anomie. Greatly troubled by the fact that Americans move their households once in every 7 years, they do not seek to make this movement easier by developing, for example, trailers or Buckminster Fuller-type houses that possess a relative freedom from their sites. Rather, they would like to freeze people into communities in which friendship will be based largely on propinquity. They are apt to share the outlook of the city planner who said that he thought the ideal communities in America were to be found among the rural Negroes of the Deep South and the French Canadians of the Quebec villages. It was disclosed later in the conversation that his own friends were scattered over 2 continents. Here we find the classes planting roots to privatize the masses by the same kind of magical incantations the Dobuans used to keep their yam tubers in place. We might term those critics the neo-traditionalists. They seem to want to deny to others the privileges of modern society which, however, they themselves take as a matter of course. Their own choice is for French food one day and Italian the next. They select their ideas from all ages and their friends from all places. They enjoy primitive African and Renaissance Italian sculpture and read books in 4 languages. These are felt as advantages, not liabilities, and it is ironic that many sophisticated other-directed people, out of fear, impatience, fashion, and boredom, express nostalgia for a time in the past in which they could not have had such choices. Mark Twain's Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court indicates a greater awareness of the irony, and Twain, with all his bitterness, expresses a sounder sentiment about the road back. Despite such critical voices, however, American sociability, or the friendship market, like the American goods market, is in many ways the freest and largest in the world. Parents can monitor their children's social relations only at the class and ethnic fringe, and this they are still free to do assiduously. In adolescence, however, the automobile frees many Americans from parentally supervised sociability. By adulthood, ease of transport, unity of language, and plenty of spending money release people for vacations, parties, and trips in search of many and varied friends. Nevertheless, the friendship market is beset with many tariffs, economic, political, and cultural. First of all, there are the grosser inequities in income distribution, often based in turn on cultural definitions of work that limit individual access to consumer goods, leisure, and play. Although floors are built under the consumption of some farmers and workers, many of them fancy featherbedders, other farmers and workers remain unprotected by subsidies or wage contracts and are therefore excluded from the 4-H club culture, or UAW culture, variants of taste, sociability, and play. These exclusions and privatizations have complex results for the excluders and, in general, for the more privileged groups. Especially, the other directeds may find their paths to autonomy twisted by guilt for the excluded, by the limitation of their own choices that exclusion entails, and by the overall reduction of the play potentialities of the economy that is the consequence of such reduction in any of its subsectors. Guilty associations. Have we really considered the effects on the more privileged middle-class groups of the existence of people on the other side of the tariff walls for whom the promises of the leisure economy have not yet come true? We do know something about the social anxiety of those who become willing enforcers and prisoners of Jim Crow or the Red Scare or other less definite status bogeys. And we know well the mood of those inner directeds who approach blockages in others' sociability with a relatively simple moralizing decision to demolish the barrier on grounds of social necessity or justice. But these attitudes are not our chief concern in this chapter. We deal here rather with that limited group of sensitive, upper-middle-class other directeds who experience the barriers not only in their ethical, political, or economic meaning but in terms of a personal challenge to their friendship choices. In this latter group, sociability is sometimes subtly and paradoxically limited by the very efforts undertaken, in the name of tolerance, to cross the tariff walls and to establish associations that the general culture may still call guilty ones. The other directed man, moving with a tolerant peer group, is not permitted to expand his friendships to wider social strata at his own pace. He may be asked suddenly to drop not only one barrier at a time, say, the caste barrier, but two, say, the class barrier as well. For example, he may be asked to meet Negroes of a class position lower than his own, while the moral issue is posed for him simply in terms of color. This can happen to him at precisely the time when he has cut himself off from the customary sources of his morality and, thereby, from the personal forcefulness he needs in order to live up to his new equalitarian values. One possibility here is that he will feel sudden panic at the forcible dropping of tariffs on the friendship market to which his psychic economy has grown accustomed, and react violently toward his older standards. Another, perhaps more frequent, possibility is that association with the former non-associates may even present itself as a form of punishment that a person ought to accept as a penalty for his previous wrong-headedness. This may show up in work and politics as well as in play. Sociability and the privatization of women. So long as the woman's place is consistently that of a drudge, she is, in the average of cases, fairly contented with her lot. She not only has something tangible and purposeful to do, but she has also no time or thought to spare for a rebellious assertion of such human propensity to self-direction as she has inherited. Veblen, The Theory of the Leisure Class. If, on the one hand, an American woman cannot escape from the quiet circle of domestic employments, she is never forced, on the other, to go beyond it. Tocqueville, Democracy in America. As with the other minorities, the education and partial emancipation of women puts the majority, in this case, the men, in an ambiguous position. They are no longer protected against women by a rigid etiquette or other formal arrangements. Moreover, as we saw in Chapter 7, women make sexual demands and offer sexual potentialities that their mothers would never have dreamed of, or would only have dreamed of. By the same token, they make demands for understanding and companionship. But men, already anxious among the antagonistic cooperators of their own sex, do not always welcome the cooperation and companionship from the opposite sex that the dropping of an older tariff permits and in a way requires. While the inner-directed man, who could still patronize women, complained to his mistress that his wife did not understand him, the other-directed man in effect complains that his women understand him all too well. Indeed, any man who reads such stories as "Let's Go Out Tonight" must feel wary among magazine-educated women. These uneasinesses among the newly liberated are one source of the current attempts to re-privatize women by redefining their role in some comfortably domestic and traditional way. Many people, both men and women, are troubled by the so-called disintegration of the family and look longingly back to the family structure of societies at an early point on the curve of population. They usually fail to see that the current divorce rate is, in part, an index of the new demands for sociability and leisure freedom of sensitive middle-class couples, that these demands not only begin high in the choice of a mate, but, as Margaret Mead has observed, include the dynamic that each partner to a marriage expects the other to grow and develop at approximately the same rate as himself. To be sure, many divorces are the result of wildcatting on the sex frontier that our leisure society has opened up for exploitation by others than aristocrats and bums, and by women as well as men. Doubtless, too, many women act as non-pecuniary pirates on that frontier, as if to punish men for the previous privatizations of women. Yet clearly, any effort by the neo-traditionalists to close the sex frontier, while it might help restore the glamour sin had in the earlier era, would be irrelevant to the problems created by the greater demands a leisure-oriented people put upon their choice in companionship, sexual and otherwise. The autonomous, as I stated in Chapter 14, point the way to a new model of marriage that finds its opportunity precisely in the choices that a free divorce, leisure society opens up. Because women are less privatized than they have traditionally been, marriage offers more for millions of people than ever before in its long history. Nevertheless, we have quite a way to go before women can associate with men at work and play on any footing of equality. Today, men who find it easy and natural to get along with women and prefer mixed company both at work and play have to fight the residues of older privatizations. For one thing, they are hardly able to avoid many stag occasions, into which some men retreat from the liberations forced on them by the new intersex ethics. As the latency period in childhood gets shorter and shorter, so that boys can be boys only from 6 to 10, adult males try to create or retain artificial latency periods in which they will not be under pressure from women, or, worse, from male judgments as to how they are succeeding with women. Thus, both sexes experience the limits, pressures, and guilts of emancipation. Hence, we should not be surprised to see in the social strata where other direction prevails that very considerable privatization even of the women of higher economic status still goes on, and that these women, often compulsory players and consumers, have not solved the problems of competence in play. The heroine of Let's Go Out Tonight, for example, is frozen into her suburban cottage, cut off from the whole friendship market of both men and women, except those she can meet socially with her husband. Many suburbanites, not to speak of farm wives, are much worse off. The husband drives to work in the only car and leaves his wife a prisoner at home with the small children, the telephone, and the radio or television. Such women can easily become so uninteresting that they will remain psychological prisoners even when the physical and economic handicaps to their mobility are removed. And this privatization in turn limits the friendship choices and increases the guilts of everyone else. As we saw earlier, the war helped deprivatize many women who welcomed work in industry or other war work as a real increase in their sociability. Even in those cases where earnings are not vital to the established living standards of a family, the working woman frequently does find her way to an independence that would hardly be recognizable by the middle-class woman of the 19th century. This independence lays the groundwork for some autonomy in play, even when the work remains, as it does for most working women, routine. Does this view neglect the unembattled leisure possibilities of certain middle and upper middle-class women who compose an advance guard in the use of leisure? Suppose that a woman of this group has successfully passed the point where her consumption is budgeted wholly to satisfy the canons of conspicuous consumption. Suppose, too, that her leisure is not entirely controlled by the leisure habits of her husband's business-minded peer group and that she has solved in one way or another the battle of the housework. She has decided either to do her own work, reducing the domestic production schedule to fit her capacity, or has decided to accept outside help and thus has taken up the burdens of being a labor manager and morale builder right at the frictional sore point of the class system. Suppose that she even gets credit for the variety and complication of these tasks which she must accomplish prior to play. What then? When all this is attended to, some middle and upper middle class women do have time to play. Such a woman can move into the peer groups of the bridge players, the garden clubbers, any of the other groups of pastimers. The transition sounds easy. The difficulty is that women are being driven out of many of the areas in which they formerly occupied their leisure with amateur competences. For example, they are no longer welcome as ladies bountiful. The social workers have so professionalized the field of helping people that any intrusion by benevolent amateurs is deeply resisted and resented. Likewise, amateurs can no longer help sick people, unless they are willing, as nurses' aides, to help registered nurses be professionals by doing all the dirty work for them. They cannot help others enjoy themselves, because settlement work and recreational activities have also been professionalized. Point 2. While they can discuss politics and race relations in the League of Women Voters and the YWCA, they can do so only under the packaged and, in fact, quite excellent programs provided from central headquarters. Thus everywhere they turn to put their part-time energies to work, they face a veto group and its insistence that, to participate, they must go through channels, or become slavies and money raisers for those who control the channels. And money raising itself is now increasingly professionalized, with only the money giving left to the participants. Reacting to this situation, the women either sink back into indifference or conclude, like their working class sisters, that only through a job, a culturally defined job, will they be liberated. Instead of moving toward autonomy in play, an autonomy toward which they could also help their men, they often simply add to their own domestic problems all the anxieties men endure at work. Packaged sociabilities. These culturally defined tariffs that crisscross the friendship market among the American peer groups severely limit the choices any given individual has for finding those who can help him become autonomous. Perhaps one other example should be mentioned, namely the tendency towards self-privatization on the part of the various not quite assimilated ethnic groups. For we encounter here a rather paradoxical development, which results from a change in the meanings read into the otherwise admirable doctrine of a cultural pluralism. What has happened is that the older pressures toward forcible Americanization, which we associate with the settlement house, have receded. Only recent groups of poverty-stricken immigrants, like the Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, are steadily subjected to such pressures. The lower-class Negro, Italian, Jew, or Slav is permitted to approach the American middle-class norm at more or less his own mobility pace. Under the practice of cultural pluralism, this means that the ethnic groups are no longer urged to accept the whole package of work and play as the Americans define it. On the contrary, the ethnics are invited to add to the variety of the nation by retaining the colorful flavors of their racial heritages. As we saw in discussing food in Chapter 7, these are precisely the heritages that are combed over by the dominant groups in search of gastronomical differentiations. So far, so good. But at the same time the middle and upper class Negro, Italian, Jew, or Slav is not quite assimilated, he remains identifiably or in his own feeling an ethnic. He is kept from complete social participation in the dominant groups by subtle and not so subtle barriers. Meanwhile veto group leaders in his own ethnic group come along to urge him to welcome the autarky thus partially forced on him from outside, to confine his sociability voluntarily to his own group, and to obey the leisure styles of that group. This, too, is called cultural pluralism, though for the individual it operates as a monolith. Thus, for example, while lower-class Negroes in the big northern cities are immobilized by poverty and segregation, the upper-middle-class Negroes are subject to their race leaders' definitions of what it means to be a Negro, especially in those fields, like leisure, which more than the field of work, are under race control. Sociability with whites runs risks not only from the side of the newly liberated whites, but from the pressures of the race leaders, who may for instance interpret friendliness as Uncle Tomism. Other leisure pursuits may similarly become tainted by race considerations. In some circles middle-class Negroes are forbidden to like jazz because there are whites who patronize Negroes as the creators of jazz. Other Negroes may be compelled to take pride in jazz or in Jackie Robinson, as Jews may be required to take pride in Israel or Einstein. Still other middle-class Negroes cannot enjoy watermelon or other foods that are part of the traditional Negro diet and certainly are not allowed to enjoy popular culture portrayals such as those of Rochester or Amos and Andy. Similarly, while the lower-class Jew is not much bothered by metaphysical definitions of Jewishness, the almost but not wholly assimilated Jew is subservient to the Jewish cultural compartmentalizers who tell him what his leisure style and friendship practice should be. These indivisibilities, in which one must submit to the packaging of one's sociabilities by a combination of external pressure and small-time culture dictators among the marginally underprivileged, operate both through peer group censorship and through the exhortations of the media beamed at the particular minority. Play and sociability are then consumed in guilty or anxious efforts to act in accordance with definitions of one's location on the American scene, a location which, like a surviving superstition, the individual cannot fully accept or dare fully to reject. 5. The threat of the lonely players. If we sum up all these restrictions, remembering that we have been illustrating here the more impalpable varieties, we can see that a cultural bill of rights is necessary to liberate sociability for all in the United States, before any can be wholly liberated. If this is so, it means that the autonomous among the other directeds face problems far more acute than those faced by the autonomous among the inner directeds. We have seen this already in the sphere of work, where we noticed how widely and sensitively the other directeds respond to their business and professional teammates, not only at their own job or skill levels, but at lower levels as well. Similarly, the man who is upper middle class by either birth or achievement finds it more difficult today than 50 years ago to luxuriate in consumption goods and leisure, among other reasons because he knows that some people are privatized to the point of lacking even minimum satisfactions in a consumer-oriented economy. The advertising man, for instance, may pay heavily for the presence in society of those who cannot afford or are not allowed to consume the very commodity he advertises. In this case, the sharp contrast between the society he advertises as a utopia of efficient distribution and bountiful consumption and die facts of consumption stickiness and tariffs are apt to bother his playtime. These problems troubled few middle and upper middle class consumers in an era depending on inner direction. Even those who rose through achievement might find in their farewell to former class associates far less inner perplexity than in their dismissal of former ethnic, kin, or sectarian affiliations, for this, we recall, was the era of the concern with the hardness of the material rather than with the softness of the personnel. Indeed, until the age of Taft, most consumers, whatever their blockages and escape, could remain innocently uninvolved in the lacks of others. They could easily moralize them away. Or if they were especially troubled they could assuage their consciences by personal benevolence. They did not think of the poor as people but as an abstraction, or in terms of the few they personally knew and helped. Often they could actually believe that their own consumption and sociability served the public weal in some fashion guaranteed by the invisible hand. Moreover, as we have also seen, the inner-directed person was protected at his play by the fact that he felt himself to be a great producer. This definition of himself at work gave him a large measure of confidence in whatever pattern of sociability and consumption he chose. His right to play was supported, and of course limited as well, by his class position and his power to assure himself of moral and physical privacy. But such escapes and protections are largely closed to many other directeds of the upper middle class today. We can see this, for example, when we observe the kinds of sociability practiced by an other-directed father with his children, as compared with those of his inner-directed predecessor. The latter's authority easily structured the parent-child relation into one of great social distance. Play meant a sudden gift from the gods, something quite wonderful for the child happening without any reason. The father could unbend, could be sociable and gay, just because of the gratuitous nature of the move. Or in other cases he was too stiff, too withdrawn to play at all, or the forms of his play would be so remote as not to have any conceivable relationship to children. 5. When the other-directed father plays with his children, he is responding to an immediate demand, not acting as a nodding Jove. In the unstructured situation he may be very aware of his incompetence at play, of the distance that separates him from his own childhood, its tastes and pleasures, and even more from the new tastes and pleasures of youth. If he has to learn the rules of the game from the child, who is the patronizer and who is patronized? Beyond all that, the father is almost inevitably bound up in his play with morale considerations. He may view play as therapy for the children, for himself, or for their relationship. Lacking models and unwilling to grant the difficulty either of play or of contact with the alien civilization of childhood, he is as likely as not to end up wondering whether he has given too much or too little time to the children and perhaps feeling with some resentment that he has enough to do being sociable with his own peer group, without trying to cross the barriers of age. We may draw another quite different example of other directed inhibitions in play by noticing how often the objects of consumption themselves can testify to misplaced guilt on the part of the privileged groups. It is quite possible that a man buying a painting may become confused in his choice by worrying as to whether he ought to patronize American artists or those of his own city or region, or perhaps a deserving refugee, or at a less conscious level he may buy a Gropper or early George Grosz to haunt him. Or he may look for paintings that he can justify as ode to his wife, to the space on his wall, to his station in life, to his investment policy. Similarly, the consumer choice of many in the 1940s for poorly made movies with a high moralizing content, e.g., tolerance, rather than for well-made movies regardless of overt message, is a response of the kind I am trying to analyze here. Under these conditions, play and sociability become not the area in which to refresh character reserves, but the area in which one pays for one's failures or the failures of one's symbolic group in the work and political areas. 6. Freeing the child market. This is not meant to imply that autonomy in character will come about immediately by getting rid of the barriers to autonomy that false personalization and enforced privatization constitute. The individual may or may not make use of the freedoms offered him by such institutional changes, and obviously many complex factors are involved in determining whether he will welcome his freedom or seek to escape from it. Indeed, throughout this discussion I can only indicate some of the barriers to autonomy which have received inadequate recognition. To go on from there to see what are some of the positive sources of autonomy in character is another, far more difficult, undertaking. Asterisk. Still proceeding, then, along the line of blockages, I want to suggest a more or less fantastic model to stimulate thinking about what might be done, here and now, this year, to reduce the amount of privatization from which people suffer. I have chosen as a paradigm a model, World's Fair for Children, to indicate how we might work along the lines of existing institutions once we become convinced of the importance of experience as a consumer in shaping character today. Although small children rapidly get over the stage of passionate belief in the advertising of the box top and its radar signal rings, there is, as we have seen, one feeling they learn in that stage which they do not get over. This is the belief that they must have a reason for consuming anything, a reason acceptable in the taste exchanging process. While the advertiser opens the children up to this kind of preference rationalization, it is the peer groups of child and adult fife which step in later to provide the reasons. It is this support, as much as any intrinsic power of advertising itself, that makes advertising appear to many observers as a powerful barrier to or manipulator of consumer free choice. The advertisers themselves seem to be unaware of the possibilities of loosening the rules of this game, both for their own benefit, the benefit of their clientele, and the benefit of the economy. Ideally, of course, the advertisers and their clients should see to it that all their potential consumer trainees have the wherewithal to practice bounteous consumption. Quite sad is the life of the child who, while being exposed to consumer training, lacks even the minimum wherewithal. The proposal I want to make to advertisers is modest, that some of the funds reserved for national promotion and advertising of consumer goods used by children should be set aside in a fund for experimental creation of model consumer economies among children. A number of possible patterns suggest themselves. A group of advertisers, for example, might issue script money to groups of children, allowing them to patronize some central store, a kind of everyday World's Fair, where a variety of luxury goods ranging from rare foods to musical instruments would be available for their purchase. At this point of sale, there would stand market researchers, able and willing to help children make their selections, but having no particularly frightening charisma or overbearing charm or any interest on the employer's side in pushing one thing rather than another. These experiment stations might become the source of revealing information about what happens to childhood taste when it is given a free track away from the taste gradients and reasons, as well as freedom from the financial hobbles of a given peer group. In precisely such situations, children might find the opportunity to criticize and reshape in their own minds the values of objects. In the free store, they would find private alcoves where they might enjoy books and music, candy and comics, in some privacy. It would be interesting to see whether children who had had the luck to express themselves freely in consumption preferences, released from ethnic and class and peer group limitations, might develop into much more imaginative critics of the leisure economy than most adults of today are. Only the craftsmen of retailing and market research could help refine such a model and iron out the many practical problems involved. Perhaps, rather than or in addition to a World's Fair, advertisers might send out a salesman, whose purpose it was, not to sell, but to give away goods. They would seek to discover reasons for blockages in choice and, again like the play therapist, try to encourage the non-cash customers to become more free and imaginative. 6. The closest existing analogy to this commodity library is perhaps the neighborhood librarian, who can help children find their way to books because she seems to be out opound the direct line of school and home authority, because her interest often actually is in helping rather than enforcing children, and because being typically of an inner-directed background, she does not insist on personalizing the relationship with the child. Ideally, the libraries ought to provide each child with a cubicle where he would have a key and complete privacy, where he could paint, listen to music, read, or just loaf, away from the peer group and from the adult world. Unfortunately, as we have seen, children do not have such privacy at home or at school. One can conceive of other such model economies of abundance, in which every effort would be made, on an experimental basis, to free children and other privatized people from group and media pressure. Indeed, market research has for many years seemed to me one of the most promising channels for democratic control of our economy. Market researchers know as well as anyone that their methods need not be used simply to manipulate people into buying the goods and cultural definitions that already exist or to dress them up in marginal differentiations, but can be employed to find out not so much what people want, but what with liberated fantasy they might want. 9 Without mock-ups and pilot models, people rarely enough make this leap of the imagination. The problem of competence, obstacles to autonomy in play, continued. For as soon as labor is distributed, each man has a particular and exclusive sphere from which he cannot escape. He is a hunter, fisherman, a shepherd, or a critical critic, and must remain so if he does not want to lose his means of livelihood, while in a communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity, but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes. Society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for one to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, to fish in the evening, to criticize after dinner just as I have in mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. Karl Marx, on the amateur. I can play the lute and the pipe, the harp, the organist drum, the bagpipe and the tabor. I can throw knives and catch them without cutting myself. I can tell a tale against any man and make love verses for the ladies. I can move tables and juggle with chairs. I can turn somersaults and stand on my head. Medieval entertainer, on the professional. The play's the thing. The last chapter, dealing largely with limitations on play, suggests that the sphere of leisure is blocked in America. As in all such situations, it is important to understand the institutional difficulties involved, if we are not to become too pessimistic about the future. If we realize that the other-directed man can hardly be expected to have done better in play than he has done, we may expect a good deal more of him once we can develop institutional means to release the American leisure society from some of its chains. There are a few signs, to be considered later, that already point in this direction. Privatization as an obstacle to play can be thought of primarily as a relic of previous eras of status-dominated leisure. But it is by no means the only obstacle to leisure we have inherited. A whole historic spectrum of play, in sport, art, idleness, and other ceremonial escapes, was destroyed or subverted by the Puritan wing of inner direction. Today the other-directed man retains few play ceremonials, and those he has are seldom fixed and objective. They are fluctuating and innovational and demand a kind of subjectivity that is far different from the readier, perhaps less complicated, fun-making of earlier character types. Myth and ritual are not absent from the life of modern urban, other-directed men. As we have seen, work and politics and consumption are filled with myth and ritual, which are not recognized as such. But the same forces that have led us to disguise our work rituals as rational necessities have had perhaps a more disruptive impact on our play rituals, which could not so easily retreat behind the rationalizations and opacity that continue to screen the mythical and magical elements of our daily work. Thus even our holidays make work out of fun-making or gift-giving which we have neither the wit to welcome nor the courage to refuse. We know holidays are calculated steps in the distributive economy and that new holidays, e.g. Mother's Day, are foisted on us. There are more commercially sponsored weeks than there are weeks in the year. Here Puritanism is an Indian giver. It not only gives priority to work and distribution, but, what is more, takes back the niggardly holidays it gives us. The scars that Puritanism has left on the American, and not only on the Philadelphian, Sunday are well known. In general, our Puritan heritage is obviously responsible for much of the rigidity and unimaginative use of our leisure. It may take a long time before the damage done to play during the era, depending on inner direction, can be repaired. In the meantime, other direction has added new hazards. Among these, the demand on the other directeds that every sphere of life be attended by the responsibility for making a group mood, by manipulating one's own mood, and often by seeing to it that everyone gets equally tight, constantly interferes with spontaneous sociability, not to mention privacy, in play. Indeed, while privatization as an obstacle to play may be thought of as an inheritance from the era depending on inner direction, lack of privacy in play may be thought of as an obstacle especially prevalent among the other directeds. We have seen that children learn early in their lives that they must have no secrets from companionable peers and adults, and this includes their use of leisure. This is perhaps to be expected from the other directeds who care more for the mood and manner of doing things than for what is done, who feel worse about an exclusion from others' consciousness than about any violation of property or pride, and who will tolerate almost any misdeeds so long as it is not concealed from them. Presumably, parents who want their children to become autonomous may help them very much by letting them learn they have the right to make their choices, by lying if necessary, between those leisure situations in which they wish to be intimate with others and those in which intimacy is merely the demand of an authority, parental or groupish. Obviously, an individual who needs, for the autonomous use of leisure, both play which is private, reverie-filled, and fantasy-rich, and play which is sociable, even ceremonial, has a hard time combating all at once the privatizations we have inherited and the personalizations we have newly elaborated. These are very general considerations, and they must be supplemented by reminding ourselves of the continuing consequences, both for work and play, of the Great Depression. The Depression did not lead to a redefinition of work, but on the contrary made work seem not only precious, but problematic, precious because problematic. It is significant that we have now taken full employment, rather than full non-employment, or leisure, as the economic goal to which we cling in desperation. This is not surprising when we realize how stunted were the sociabilities and other play opportunities for the man unemployed in the Depression. We could see then, in the clearest form, how often leisure is defined as a permissive residue left over from the demands of work time. Even financially adequate relief could not remove this moral blockage of play, any more than retirement pay can remove it for the forcibly retired oldsters. For the prestige of work operates as a badge entitling the holder to draw on the society's idleness fund. Even the adolescent who is engaged in producing himself suffers emotional discomfort if he cannot demonstrate that he is at work or training assiduously for narrowly defined work aims. In sum, taking together the young, the unemployed, the post-employment old, the housewife, and the guilty featherbedders, not to speak of the idle rich, we may have a great number who more or less unconsciously feel some uneasiness in play, because by cultural definition the right to play belongs to those who work. If the Depression is one highly visible specter that distorts our cultural and economic thinking, with fears of recurrence leading both to frantic spending and frantic saving, to frantic working and frantic featherbedding, another specter closely related to the Depression is only barely and arguably visible. This is the feeling that the consumption of what used to be called surpluses is now obligatory on a large and complex scale, both to direct the economy and keep it going. I do not mean to suggest that people eat potatoes because the Commodity Credit Corporation is glutted with potatoes. The transfer of values from production to consumption is not so simple. Rather, today's middle-class man, having lived through the Depression, may be encouraged to consume as an element, a final step, in the productive and distributive process. He is made to feel he is there so that the producer will do the right thing and so that he will do the right thing by the producer. As at Christmas, he uses his play to absorb the surplus, to work it off, so to speak. Curiously enough, he finds for himself in this way some of the fictitious indispensability we have already traced in his political and work attitudes. The images of power are built with such elaboration that every effort looks inevitable and many a non-expensive leisure hour, just sitting, for instance, seems a waste. Everyone is reassured he has a place, and pays for this by using up much of the playfulness which he might waste in becoming autonomous. We seem in this way partly to have inherited, partly to have reproduced, the same sort of fetishism about leisure as a whole that Marx observed about commodities and market relations. Many observers of the contemporary American scene, both European and domestic, believe that this fetishism is a necessary trait of capitalist culture. In their view, the American distributive system makes such excessive demands for emotional involvement in the market as to exclude the possibility that the individual can make other uses of fantasy and spontaneous playfulness. These observers seem to feel that advertising and myth manipulation cannot afford to let go their grip because the whole social and economic order depends on the identifications built up by irrational appeals. Being of the opinion that there is only a limited amount of fantasy to go around, they feel that all of it must inevitably be channeled to power the mechanism of production, display, and distribution. The commercialization and alleged standardization of the media are explained, in terms of this perspective, as the other side of the mechanization and standardization of the capitalist work sphere itself. It is argued, accordingly, that only a change in the system will permit a change in the patterns of leisure and allow the now passive audience to participate actively and critically in its entertainments. There can, of course, be no doubt that industrialism coupled with Puritanism worked havoc with play along these lines, and changes in the system are overdue. Current Marxist or Weberian diagnoses of our present play shortcomings, however, seem to me to overlook a number of important problems. First, we do not yet possess a clear grasp of the work-play axis of the system today. We do not know how much actual as against alleged standardization there is in work or how much actual as against alleged standardization there is in audience uses of popular culture materials. Whatever the system is, it is changing fast. Moreover, it is far less systematic than in our quest for certainty we like to suppose. Second, advertising and sheer consumption no longer have their old pre-World War II magic for that sophisticated trainee in consumption, the other-directed man. He is not impressed by standardization and commercialization of leisure, he is simply oppressed by them. His oppression springs, in part, from the tremendous development of virtuosity that specialization and division of labor have brought to the field of play as well as to the field of work. The varied capacities of the medieval entertainer, whose boast is quoted at the chapter head, include some amiable virtuosities. But they would hardly get him a billing on the RKO circuit or television today, and he would certainly not be good enough for Ringling Brothers. The amateur player has to compete with professionals who are far more professional than ever before. Can he tell Laurence Olivier how to play Hamlet, as Hamlet himself could get away with telling the professional players how not to do it? We saw in part 1 that, while the inner-directed man held on tenaciously to his competence as a player at least in his downward escapes, the other-directed man is faced with and oppressed by virtuosity from the omnipresent media wherever he turns. Thus it looks as if the task of restoring competence to play is almost, if not quite, as difficult as that of restoring it to work. While a change in income relations, or even in the organization of industry, might make for fairer distribution of leisure and a lessening of guilts, it could not of itself teach men how to play who have historically forgotten how and who have turned the business over to professionals. Are we right, then, supposing that play offers any easier channels to autonomy than work? Are not both equally alienated, in Marx's sense, so much so that even the coming of socialism would mean little? The problem is actually even more thorny than that. As we have already seen, and as we shall see perhaps more clearly as we proceed, the consequences of making people more competent players can be ambivalent. The very measures taken to increase competence may result in decreasing play. Yet it is, in my opinion, largely through competence and leisure that most other-directed people can develop autonomy and political imagination. For a while, as we have seen, the inner-directed man, even if he could not play, could feel, qualitatively, that he was a participating member of his society by virtue of his work alone. The other-directed man, if he cannot play, is apt to feel disqualified from participation in a society which is increasingly governed by a leisure ideology. And even apart from such cultural pressures and definitions, I believe play is of basic human importance for achieving autonomy. The competence the other-directed man needs to attain in play is thus related both to his situational pressures and to the problems play would present in any culture. His competence need not be especially high in any virtuoso sense, but it must be high enough so that the individual, faced with the mass media and the class media, does not regard himself as a helpless duffer at every point. There is evidence that various types of competence are being built up in the play of the other-directeds, in the face of all the obstacles we have listed. Some of these skills, such as craftsmanship, have old foundations, others, such as consumership, have new aspects. Even taste exchanging, that intangible product of the playwork of the other-directed peer groups, can be seen as a training ground for leisure skills. Perhaps there is more competence at play than meets the eye, less passivity, less manipulation, less shoddiness than is usually charged. The problem of competence. The forms of competence. Consumership, postgraduate course. Consumership is the most generalized and all-embracing of the channels of play. While delight in a sport, a craft, or an art object may in our culture be far more than mere consumership, such delight seldom far transcends consumership when the individual's orientation is toward a specified, peer-oriented ideal. Success in play in this style of consumption becomes little more than felt approval from the peers, real and imagined, with whom one associates oneself. In Chapter 4, we identified the mass media, whose influences are in turn reshaped by the peer group's opinion leaders, as the main tutors in this kind of consumership. We saw there an audience structure in which the peers and the media provide overlapping images of appropriate consumption. Now we can carry this analysis one step further, by noting that it is only for the characterologically adjusted that peers and media provide a felt unity. For the anomic, peers and media diverge so sharply that, if the media are comprehensible at all, it is only as a savage critique of the peers or the self or both. For the autonomous, by contrast, the divergence of peers and media is sufficient to create a tension favorable to criticism of both, and partial escape from both. This suggests that there are situations in which the media can be set against the power of the peers, and situations in which the power of the peers can be set against the media. Let us consider the first of these possibilities. Competent consumership in the other-directed economy is, as we have seen, no longer focused on the consumption object itself but on the internalized image of the consumer. Since for most Americans the entertainment world represents the biggest image of how consumership should be undertaken and in what spirit, show people are the most influential of our tutors in consumption style. They do this, of course, both on and off the air or screen, in a life role which is a blend of artistic illusion and social reality. In this respect, café society has replaced society. Actors and entertainers, the promoters of movies and sports, the radio and advertising men, the entrepreneurs and similarly glamorous professions, inevitably set our sportist and bohemian styles. Surely these styles are often little more than cues for marginal differentiation among groups of fans and servile imitators. But this is not the only use made of these leisure style models. We must acknowledge our debt to the entertainment world and defend its freedom to find new leisure patterns against the fears of the censors. The veto groups are always at work to haul the entertainers into line, to forbid their developing new models of personal dress and other items of consumership in which they have vested interests. If a famous actor becomes too preoccupied with stamp collecting, we can be sure that the button collectors will needle him. Entertainers, setters of the lighter, brighter pace, are increasingly under the older brother rule. They must act as nice tutors for the younger brother, the consumer. Jimmy Fidler and Luella Parsons crack the ruler on the actress who fails to be sincere on the night shift where she practices the public arts of private consumption. All these informal controls seem to be part of a structure in which the media artists are systematically limited in their impact on the existing profiles of PIO group consumption. In spite of these pressures, a few mass media personalities manage to develop great styles. McCarthy Bergen, for instance, finds how to be funny while operating under the proviso that, both as artist and citizen, he must offend no interest group larger than 3. W.I.C.F. Fields projected a wild, fantastic resistance to amiable, smooth American ways in his Tales of Norm and Abnorm. There are signs that the purely on-the-screen effects of the movie makers are beginning to deal more directly with the feelings of a middle class not yet fully aware of the extent of its play problems. A number of recent movies can be interpreted as encouraging new leisure and domestic styles among men, with the implication that freedom from their peers will help them to increase their own competence as consumers and encourage their development toward autonomy. In Letter to Three Wives and Everybody Does It, the hero, Paul Douglas, is represented as a power seeker with hair on his chest who is making the one-class jump, the jump from lower middle class to upper middle class, which still propels much of our economic and social life. The one-class jumper, caught as he is between a peer group he has left and another he has not quite achieved, is usually too insecure, too driven, to be a good candidate for autonomy. Douglas begins with a stereotyped, inner-directed tone of toughness and insensitivity but ends up by discovering new angles in his own complex emotions when he learns, in Everybody Does It, that the singing talent being sought by his socialite would-be canary wife is actually his own. This discovery may constitute a commentary on the fact that men need no longer delegate artistic sensibilities to wives seeking culture as status or as career, but can if they wish enjoy them as part of their own competence. This is a new twist and one that James M. Cain and the scenarists must have been perfectly aware of in the old comedy dilemma of the man who meets and surpasses the leisure ideals of his new, upper-class peer group. Still other comedies of manners of recent years tackle a similar theme of peer-free competence from a different perspective. They portray with sympathy the style of a man who allows himself the luxury of being as generalist at life, self-educated, eccentric, near autonomous. In the Mr. Belvedere series, for instance, Clifton Webb is a thinly disguised intellectual and social deviant who is an expert at anything he cares to turn his hand and brain to. Yet, like Beatrice Lilly, he attains his range of skill and competence only in situations where society permits a high degree of individualism, and he is allowed to create his breathtaking personal style only because of his astonishing dexterity. On one level, the message of the Belvedere movies is quite different from that of the Douglas movies, where a heightened expressiveness is suggested as an attractive extra in life to the ordinary upper-middle-class man and not to the nonconformist. But on another level, the two types of pictures are very much alike. Both seem to be saying, among all the other amusing things they have to say, that the so-called power of the peers is not important. Both characterizations give the individual the right to explore and elaborate his own personality and sensitivity with a work-leisure competence that goes beyond the requirements of the peers. Surely the great mass media artists, including the directors, writers, and others behind the scenes who create and promote the artists, make an important contribution to autonomy. The entertainers, in their media, out of their media, and in the never-never land between, exert a constant pressure on the accepted peer groups and suggest new modes of escape from them. The sharpest critics of American movies are likely to forget this too easily. They concentrate heavily, these days, on their attempts to use certain peer group standards of a high taste as a resistance point to be set up against admitted failures of quality in the movies. Obviously, my point here is not that we are abundantly supplied with movie criticism, we have almost none. Rather, my point is that autonomy, building on an exploration of a tension between peers and media, must take advantage of both sides of the tension. The advanced peer grouper who attacks the movies indiscriminately often only demonstrates his adjustment to those class media where Hollywood is a cuss word. He never gets the chance to see that many movies, in many conventionally unexpected ways, are liberating agents. In more general terms, this rejection of the movies often symbolizes a blanket rejection of our passive popular culture consumership. By contrast, the critics are likely to place their bets on leisure activities that are individualistic and involve personal participation. For instance, craftsmanship. Craftsmanship, is the hand quicker than the eye? The Belvedere movies happen to be flashing satire on competence and craftsmanship, in much the way that the admirable Crichton is a satire on competence and class. Today the craftsman often seems eccentric because of his fanatical devotion to his craft or hobby. Mr. Belvedere uses his various craft skills to flaunt and enjoy his eccentricity, to rub it in. In this sense, his lifestyle is a new commentary on the question whether craft competence and leisure is on the decline in America. Certainly many people have the leisure and encouragement to pursue crafts who never did before. We are told that the employees at the Hawthorne plant of the Western Electric Company include thousands of active, eager gardeners, that they run an annual hobby show of considerable size and style, that the factory helps bring together amateur photographers, woodcarvers, model builders, the whole countless range of modern hobbyism, in addition, of course, to the usual sports, music, and dramatic groups. But there are no statistics to show whether hobbies that were once privately pursued are now simply taken over as part of the program of the active, indeed world-famous, industrial relations department. This is another way of saying that, beyond a few careful exploratory works such as the Lundberg, Komarovsky, and Glenerney book, Leisure, a Suburban Study, we do not even begin to know whether craftsman-like leisure has developed new meanings in modern America. Are there correlations between styles of leisure and character types, and are these correlations discoverable? It seems plausible to assume that the craftsman-like use of leisure has certain compatibilities with the whole way of life of men dependent on inner direction, their attention to the hardness of the material, their relative unconcern and lack of training for the more complex forms of peer group taste exchanging. Moreover, the inner-directed man who carries into his hobby some of his surplus work impulses might find the maintenance of his technical skill playing directly back into his value on die job, making him, for instance, a better and more inventive gadgeteer. Even today, among many skilled workmen, such interchange between the home hobby shop and the plant suggestion box is not by any means a forgotten folkway. But the craft skill is valued more than ever before for its own sake, as in the case of the Sunday painter. The dramatic turn toward craftsman-like hobbies in a full-employment post-war economy has perils of its own variety. The conservatism of the craftsman, in this aspect, part of the conservatism of play itself, finds its ideals of competence constantly threatened by a series of power tools and hobby products that make it possible for the dub to appear like a professional. The craftsman backwoods cook, for instance, is now imitated by the suburbanite with store-furnished backyard grill and metallurgical wizardry of pots, pans, and weenie holders. True, the economic advances of the last decades have done much to enrich the older forms of mechanical hobby and craftwork. The home craftsman of real craft aspirations is better off with a power tool than without one. But how many can retain the spontaneous craft aspiration? Some of the ambiguities of craft hobbyism dependent on a power tool are illustrated by a study of automotive hobbyists, especially the hot rodders. 1. A wide range of standards of technique and design gives room to both the green amateurs and the semi-professional car racers, while all the hobbyists have the comfort of working within an old American tradition of high-level tinkering. Competence and imagination are on the scene in force among the youths who race their quasi-Fords and quasi-Chevrolets on the dry lakes of the far west, in a continuous competition with the mass-produced standards of Detroit. Among these groups there exists an active and critical attitude toward the Detroit car as it is now built, or as it was built until recently. Here, astonishingly enough, the top commercial product of the country, the Detroit car, far from driving out amateur performance, has only stimulated, perhaps even provoked it. Moreover, the individual who remakes cars according to standards of his own devising is obviously not exploiting any questionable social dividend in his pursuit of leisure, but is doing for himself, with what parts and help he can muster on a small bankroll. The very economy of his means helps give the procedure its atmosphere of high competence and high enjoyment. But this field too is becoming professionalized and standardized. The Hot Rod, a magazine founded to cater to the growing number of auto hobbyists, at the same time standardizing their self-image, reports that the business of supplying the amateurs with parts and tools is becoming a big business, some $8 million in 1948. In the meantime, Detroit has found its way to many of the hot rodder power plant notions, if not stripped-down body notions. We see looming upon the horizon of the hot rodder much the same fate that has overtaken other amateur competences, not only in the area of crafts and hobbies, but, as we shall see below, in the instance of jazz, in the area of taste exchange and criticism. Those who seek play autonomy in a craft must keep an eye on the peer groups, other than their own immediate one, and on the market, if only to keep out of their way. But this in turn may involve them in a steady search for difficulties in execution and privacies in vocabulary, in some ways, like the mysteries of medieval craftsmen, in order to outdistance the threatening invasion of the crowd. Then what began more or less spontaneously may end up as merely effortful marginal differentiation, with the roots of fantasy torn up by a concern for sheer technique. The paradox of craftsmanship, and of much other play, is that in order to attain any importance as an enlivener of fantasy it must be real. But whenever die craftsman has nourished a real competence, he also tends to call into being an industry and an organization to circumvent the competence or at least to standardize it. Moreover, as with any other activity, the pursuit of a severely technical competence can become an end in itself. The hobby of the replica or miniature is a striking illustration. On the one hand, it shows the paucity of imagination that finds itself capable only of literal imitation, where banality is concealed by ingenuity of means. Such an obsession may demonstrate a pathetically uncritical acceptance of the design of industrial forms as they now exist. It may also demonstrate a greater respect for the capital goods economy, the toy railroad, than for the consumer economy, the toy dollhouse, and thus exhibit a pathetically uncritical acceptance of cultural definitions. On the other hand, the ingenuity may become so technical as to call into being prefabricated parts and designs if more than a very few craftsmen are to be successful. The creation of a fictionally difficult craft object with the help of someone else's blueprints, factory tools, and factory parts is a last step in the disintegration of the hardness of the material as the attraction to craft hobbyism. Nevertheless, the man whose daily work is glad-handing can often rediscover both his childhood and his inner directed residues by serious craftsmanship. an advertising man, involved all day in personalizing, may spend his weekends in the craftsman-like silences of a boatyard or in sailboat racing, that most inner-directed pursuit where the individual racers independently move toward the goal as if guided by an invisible hand. And yet it is clear that these players may locate themselves in the craftsmanship pattern for reasons that have nothing to do with the search either for competence or for the more distant goal of autonomy. There may be status motives. There may be an unconscious or barely conscious desire to run away from the problems set up in the play worlds of taste exchanging and criticism. All these ambiguities are, of course, more present in the response of the middle-class person than in that of the mechanic or farm worker. Craftsmanship, the moralizing specter. It is important to see how perplexing these ambiguities are, because otherwise we may be tempted to place more stock in craftsmanship as the best form of play than is warranted. This temptation is particularly strong among those who try to deal with the challenge of modern leisure by filling it with play styles drawn from the past in Europe or America. Indeed, there is a widespread trend today to warn Americans against relaxing in the featherbed of plenty, in the pulpy recreations of popular culture, in the delights of bar and coke bar, and so on. In these warnings, any leisure that looks easy is suspect, and craftsmanship does not look easy. The other-directed man in the upper social strata often finds a certain appeal in moralizing about craftsmanship versus consumption. High prestige is still associated with inner direction and with inner-directed political moralizing. Yet it is a blind alley for the other-directed man to try to adapt his leisure styles to those which grew out of an earlier character and an earlier social situation. In the process he is almost certain to become a caricature. This revivalist tendency is particularly clear in the type of energetic craft hobbyist we might term the folk dancer. The folk dancer is often an other-directed urbanite or suburbanite who, in search of an inner-directed stance, becomes artsy and craftsy in his recreations and consumer tastes. He goes native, with or without regional variations. He shuts out the mass media as best he can. He never wearies of attacking from the pulpit of his English bicycle the plush and chrome of the new model cars. He is proud of not listening to the radio, and television is his bugbear. Yet the vogue of the folk dancer is testimony to people's search for meaningful, creative leisure. The folk dancer wants something better but does not know where to look for it. He abandons the utopian possibilities of the future because, in his hatred of the American present, as he interprets it, he is driven to fall back on the vain effort to resuscitate the European or American past as a model for play. Like many other people who carry the ancestor within of an inner-directed character and ideology, he fears the dangerous avalanche of leisure that is falling down on the Americans. In this fear the folk dancer is near cousin to a number of other contemporary critics who, though genuinely concerned with autonomy, have no hope of finding it in play, not even, for the most part, in the hard play of crafts or sports. These critics go the folk dancer one better. They look to experiences of enforced hardship in work, or even to social and individual catastrophe, as the only practicable source of group cohesion and individual strength of character. They see men as able to summon and develop their resources only in an extreme or frontier situation, and they would regard my program for the life of Riley in a leisure economy as inviting psychological disintegration and social danger. Hating the softness of the personnel, not seeing how much of this represents a characterological advance, they want to restore artificially, in extreme cases, even by resort toward the hardness of the material. That catastrophes do sometimes evoke unsuspected potentialities in people, potentialities which can then be used for further growth toward autonomy, is undeniable. A serious illness may give a man pause, a time for reverie and resolution. He may recover, as the hero, Laskell, does in Lionel Trilling's novel, The Middle of the Journey. He may die, as does the Russian official in Tolstoy's short story, The Death of Ivan Ilyich, who near death, confronts himself and his wasted life honestly for the first time. And the swath of the last Devar does offer repeated evidence that not only individuals but whole groups and communities can benefit from hardship, where not too overwhelming. An example is reported by R. K. Merton, P. S. West, and M. Jahoda in their study of a war workers' housing community in New Jersey. The war workers found themselves living in a jerry-built morass, without communal facilities, without drainage, without a store. Challenged by their circumstances, they responded by energetic improvisation and managed, against all kinds of obstacles, to make a decent, livable, even a lively community for themselves. The dispiriting sequel is familiar. The community, its major problems of sheer existence surmounted, became less interesting to live in, its cooperative store, built by so much energetic and ingenious effort, folded up. There are many interlacing problems here. It is one thing to be able to face hardship when necessary. It is another thing to see /hardship. Many people will run to a war or a fire because they want threats and demands made on them and find these neither in their business as usual nor their play as usual. Others, however, seem to be able to regard as an imminent catastrophe the danger that they will not become what in character they might be. They suffer from the kind of humanistic conscience Erich Fromm describes in Man for himself. Mere adjustment is a hardship, and at the same time a temptation, for people who can recognize potential autonomy in themselves. To become and remain autonomous is never easy. Taste exchanging, the newer criticism. Craftsmanship, whatever part it may play in the leisure of an individual or a group, is obviously not a complete solution, any more than consumership is, to the problems of leisure among the would-be autonomous. Often, indeed, craftsmanship is far from a creative expression but serves instead as an escape from the peer group, an escape not into a chosen reverie or a select sociability but self-organized loneliness. We know many a man whose radar is not in very good working order who tries to shut off the signals by attaching himself fiercely to the objects of his craft or hobby, to nature, or to animals. Here enemy may be hidden under, or only barely avoided by, the hobby. While the inner-directed man could solace himself in these pursuits and even move toward autonomy through them, the other-directeds can hardly maintain such an unambiguous relation to craftsmanlike leisure. By definition, the other-directeds in search of autonomy have no choice but to pass into and through taste exchanging, that characteristic process by which the other-directed person makes his temporary alignments with the peer groups and takes the next step beyond the general consumership prevailing in the leisure economy. Once he has traversed this stage successfully, he may be able to value and develop his own standards of taste, even to criticize the taste-making operations in the society as a whole. What do we mean by contrasting the taste-exchanging use of leisure with craftsmanlike use of leisure? The contrast is really one between two worlds and two character types. Craftsmanship has its historic roots in the artisanship of the era dependent on tradition and direction, and it survives in the ways already touched on among the inner-directeds. Taste exchanging can scarcely begin until there is a surplus of goods and leisure. It has its historic roots in the connoisseurship of the era dependent on inner direction. Now, while the 19th century connoisseur might exchange tastes in good cigars or raffiols, the onset of other direction vastly increases not only the range of consumer goods and intangibles about which one talks, but also, as we have seen, the degree of involvement of the individual with the peer group judgments and their media reinforcements. The connoisseur might feel a mistake in taste to be a reflection on his class status and aspirations. The other-directed man feels a mistake, if it goes beyond the tolerant limits of de gustibus, as a reflection on his most vital asset, his radar. The result is that while connoisseurship was generally leisurely, taste exchanging is often harried and desperate. It is important to understand this transition in order to see how grave is the problem of competence that modern taste exchanging presents, how much greater its demands on the individual than mere middle-class consumership. For while connoisseurship and craftsmanship alike make their appeal to standards of judgment that are old and established, standards related by easy stages to the workmanlike impulses of work-minded economies, taste exchanging on the other hand is the rich and amorphous social byproduct of the sudden stream of consumer goods provided in the incipient decline phase of population growth. Inevitably, gradients of taste and taste exchanging have become part of the panoply by which the sensitive middle classes have sought to cope with the fluctuating values created by the impact upon them of a luxury mode of life. The taste exchanger is one who has been forced very quickly to make judgments on an enormous variety of novel objects over whose conditions of production he has had little control and of whose productive process he has had small knowledge. The movie audience is an example. Knowledge of the techniques of movie making has been limited, until recently, to a few well-read movie fans and to the even fewer home movie makers who know how to cut film. Indeed, there are still some people in the movie audience who have so little understanding of the art as to be unable to distinguish between fictional and factual elements in the personality of a movie actor. Obviously, to become good critics they must gain this understanding, but do they need, in addition, to have a grasp of film techniques? While I do assert that taste exchanging can ascend to competence in criticism, I do not assert that competence depends on being able to produce the artwork oneself or on being able fully to understand the techniques. It is too aesthetic, too inner-directed, and not really relevant today to ask every car driver to become a mechanic. All he needs to know is how the car looks and feels to him. One can judge movies without understanding booms, montage, or editing. There are many avenues to competence, which will differ for different people. What I want to emphasize here is the wealth of competence that the American consumer actually is able to muster, considering the novelty and magnitude of the problems he is up against. Advertising, we must observe, was one of the first tutors in competence. By providing the images and the terms for taste exchange, it sought to reassure people that they did possess the critical talents and vocabulary necessary to distinguish between high and low quality. One of the effects of advertising, however, is to make such distinctions increasingly difficult. It becomes necessary for the peer group to modify or even oppose the advertiser's critical analysis of the flow of goods and services. How do the peers accomplish this? We have already seen something of the talk of the town the peer group develops in order to confront or to evade these challenges to its critical competence. We saw, for instance, in Chapter 10 how contemporary audiences are likely to apply the test of sincerity in responding to entertainers whose virtuosity can no longer be judged. Such rudimentary critical vocabularies do not bridge the growing gap between the advancing peer group taste exchangers and the lagging advertisers. A new group of e-culture diffusionists, or, as Russell Lines calls them, tastemakers, has been growing up to fill professionally the other-directed man's need to find a pedigree, a ticket, a label, and generally a way of talking, for each item or constellation of items in the flood of objects. The 19th century connoisseur had his tastemakers, too. Bernard Berenson is a fine survival, but such men operated more as diffusionists of the old, high culture of Europe than as mediators between the various brow levels within America. The contemporary American culture diffusionist makes a living or a reputation by diffusing the taste judgments of the peer group he belongs to other peer groups lower down on the taste gradient. The celerity, refinement, and drive of this process should be viewed as a tremendous experiment, perhaps the really strategic one, in American adult education. The process must be seen, moreover, as going on both among the audience for goods and services and among the producers of goods and services. Thus we have already observed how the media men look up to the tastemakers in the realm of political moralizing. In this chapter, however, our concern is only with the audience which is being pushed, and is pushing itself, up the taste gradient, and, in a reciprocal process, is pushing the tastemakers in their turn toward further sophistication. The speed with which this taste gradient is being climbed has escaped many critics of the popular arts who fail to observe not only how good American movies, popular novels, and magazines frequently are, but also how energetic and understanding are some of the comments of the amateur taste exchangers who seem at first glance to be part of a very passive, uncreative audience. One of the most interesting examples of this is the criticism of jazz among the aficionados that grew almost as rapidly as jazz itself. I speak here not of such critics as Wilder Hobson and Panacea but of the large number of young people who, all over the country, greeted jazz affectionately and criticized it fondly, on a level of discourse far removed from the facile vocabulary of sincerity or swell. These people found in jazz, as others have found in the movies or the comic strips, an art form not previously classified by the connoisseurs, the school system, or the official culture. They resisted, often violently, and occasionally with success, the effort of the popular music industry itself to ticket its products, in the very form of their choices, preference for combos over star soloists, preference for improvisation, distrust of smooth arrangers. They set up their own standards in opposition to standardization. Much like the hot rodders, they developed their own language and culture to go with their new skill. Here again, as with the hot rodders, the verbal craftsmanship of jazz lovers' taste exchange could not long continue to develop among isolated peer groups. Jazz has long since been parceled out by a cult or a series of cults, in which the increasingly exacting aesthetic criteria employed by the peer groups are no longer amiably built up by the free flow of critical energies operating on the intangibles of jazz performance. Through their very precision and almost fanatical insistence on values untainted by commercialism and showmanship, the criteria have often become ends in themselves. In the meantime, jazz itself, other than subtle bop, has lost much of its vitality, and the level of popular music other than jazz has declined even more markedly. These illustrations serve to indicate the ambiguity of the demands for active participation made by the critics of American popular culture and peer group taste exchange. Play can easily vanish when people have to strain for competence. Many of the folk dancers and hardship lovers discussed in the preceding section seem to have formed their standards of proper and active recreation by reference to some kind of plainly strain for pursuit, muscle building, or mind building. They may be imitating much 19th century, and later, recreation and fail to see that this, and not only on the supervised playground or in the YMCA, was often little more than a sublimating mobility channel for ambitious youth or an effort to divert the attention of presumptive juvenile delinquents. And they also, as we have seen, may not recognize how self-conscious and self-critical many of the popular culture audiences have become. Unwilling to see that taste exchanging in popular audiences often is the basis for increasing competence in criticism, they view jazz, soap opera, the movies, and television with the same horror with which the inner-directed man was urged to view the brothel and burlesque, with the result that they may add still further elements of effortfulness to the group-adjustive and work-adjustive strains already present in the peer media context. This is an unanticipated consequence of their application of inner-directed standards to the new situations created by the flood of leisure. These critics of mass production often fail to observe that, while in its earlier stages mass production did drive out fine handicrafts and debase taste, we have now a situation better termed class mass production where our industrial machine has become flexible enough to turn out objects of even greater variety and quality than in the handicraft era. Likewise, these critics of mass consumption may fail to observe that, while the first consequences of mass leisure were often destructive of older values of craftsmanship and ceremonial consumption, we have today a situation of seat/orge mass consumption in which it is economically possible for the first time in history to distribute first-class novels and nonfiction, paintings, music, and movies to audiences that can fit them into leisure patterns of great individuality. These considerations lead me to suggest that one step toward autonomy may come through the seemingly idle and contentless practice of taste exchanging. The other-directed man may begin to realize that he is actually a good deal more competent than he gets or gives himself credit for being. He has learned a lot, successively, from the advertisers and the culture diffusionists, as well as from the process, seemingly so aimless, of peer group taste exchange itself. His judgments are increasingly sensitive and sharp. Provided he were more aware of the competence he has, he could move more easily and less anxiously toward new competence. This dialectic between an externally testable competence and felt subjective competence can be seen in its simplest form among many industrial workers who have remained relatively untouched and untroubled by the increasing complexities of leisure among the other directeds. They can assume that their competence as spectators of the sports and entertainments they follow is high, that their vocabulary is adequate not only for the peer group but for the media beamed to the peer group. By concentrating on certain aspects of sports and movies for instance, they can know their tastes pretty well and at the same time can come close to meeting their own self-demands for competence. They know all the things they feel they must know, and know them without a sense of strain. But the industrial worker pays a price for his occasionally undisturbed ability to find an enclave within the wider American culture. He escapes from virtuoso competition, but he must be satisfied with the play package as it exists in his subculture, and cannot experiment with wider play horizons. By contrast with many among the industrial workers, the middle-class other-directed man is taught by his education to accept sharp and often unexplained breaks with the tastes of his childhood. He feels obligations to abandon trashy books and comics, though he may allow himself to return to them as an adult, provided he returns in a new, e.g., a sociological, way. Forced toward new peer groups as he moves on to high school and college, he cannot retain the old taste-exchanging vocabularies of his former peer group. And he may never feel fully in control of the taste gradients of the new peer groups, since these in turn are under pressure from the mass media as well as from the seekers of marginal differentiation within the group itself. There is a point, however, where the process of straddling peer groups and climbing taste gradients may begin to be an exhilarating and liberating one, in which the golden bowl of leisure objects and their aura of critical vocabularies can at last be comfortably enjoyed. For this to happen, the other-directed person needs to become even more self-conscious than he already is of the game of taste exchange and more aware than he is of the gifts he brings to the game. To feel that one is just a working, straining member of a distributive economy of leisure is not enough. For one thing, the other-directed man seems often to feel that he is making a judgment only when he is making a conscious effort to make a judgment. He may thus gloss over the competence he has in those residual areas of his leisure life where he is accepting objects and fantasies directly and naturally, without continuous checking by the criteria of the tastemakers. He may, for instance, be a good judge of science fiction and not know it, or a good judge of public statuary and not know it. He may be blaming himself for lapses from realism and not know he deserves credit for retaining his ability to have good daydreams. He may be making judgments of the qualities or a taste of experience much of the time and know it only some of the time. It is safe to predict that the most important developments in our leisure life in the next few decades will be influenced by the growing impact of this unrecognized virtuosity in taste. It will not be the result of inner-directed force majeure but of other-directed awareness. The avocational counselors. Despite this growing awareness, the other-directed person may not be able to rescue himself either from the peer group or the taste-makers, all by himself. Even though he may feel aware of his competences and opportunities, he still may not be able to become autonomous. Indeed, he may be swamped by his opportunities. We know that if we increase the social space within which a person can move, we may only induce agoraphobia. To bring an individual into unfrightening contact with his opportunities therefore often requires some guides and signposts. In our urban, specialized society, these take the form of avocational counselors, operating at least partially through institutional channels. Let us take a look at a few of these. Avocational counseling may seem like a rather clinical term to describe the activities undertaken by a number of relatively rapidly growing professions in the United States, including travel agents, hotel men, resort directors, sports teachers and coaches, teachers of the arts, including dancing teachers, and so on. But there are also many counselors who supply advice on play and leisure as a kind of byproduct of some other transaction. The interior decorator, for instance, seems at first glance to belong in a different occupational group from the dude, ranch social director. To be sure, most clients of the interior decorator may be looking for the correct design for conspicuous display. Moreover, the relationship may be simply one of culture diffusion and taste exchange, concerning the relative merits of antiques and Rob's John Gibbings. But beyond these functions may lie a realm in which the interior decorator is looked to for more basic domestic rearrangements that can facilitate a more comfortable leisure life, more colorful literally and figuratively. The sale of the decorating service may conceal the sale of this significant intangible. This function is perhaps even more evident in the work of the domestic architect for the upper middle-class client. True, like the decorator, he still counsels his clients in providing the correct public feed, and his current lesson of conspicuous retreat from display may for many be only a change in style of display and not necessarily a decline of architectural or decorative exhibitionism. But a generation ago, he would not have dreamed of counseling his clients about the functional interior relationships in the dwelling in terms of anything more avocational than gracious living. Today, however, the architect, by interior and exterior planning, can lead as well as follow the play patterns of his clients. Through him and his views there filters a variety of tastes, inclinations, social schemes, as in easily rearranged living rooms, leisure time ecologies that scarcely existed a generation ago. The architect, and, beyond him, the city planner, brings together play opportunities that might otherwise remain subdivided among a score of specialists. We all know how little use Americans have made in the past of the architectural avocational counselor in disguise, how they have fled into some historically standardized solution from the autonomous possibilities of designing a house to fit their individual needs. Increasingly, however, many Americans seem to feel they must build modern houses without knowing whether they really like them, because it would be stuffy and reactionary to do otherwise. In other words, out of the same kind of compulsive liberation that drives many people to other guilty choices in friends and consumption goods. Nevertheless, with the architect's encouragement and help, it is possible that people are becoming willing to have a house fit them. This requires that they find out who they are. Another set of avocational counselors is clustered around the chronological center of American leisure habits, the vacation. The vacation itself, frequently involving the meeting of others who are not members of one's own peer group and who may be located outside one's own experience with the social structure, may be considered as dramatic a symbol of the encounters among people in the population phase of incipient decline as the marketplace was in the population phase of transitional growth. To be sure, with high wages millions of Americans spend their vacations hunting animals rather than people, other millions putter about that residue of earlier eras, the house and garden. But increasingly the vacation serves as a time and place for bringing those who have leisure and money to buy in contact with those who have a leisure skill to sell, riding, swimming, painting, dancing, and so on. But of course avocational counseling here, except perhaps for ship and shore recreational directors, is usually trying to sell a commodity or a service rather than to help the individual find what he wants and might want. While, however, we are finding new avocational counselors, some older ones are going out of business. This is especially noticeable in the media. Thus we seem to be losing our leisurely magazines, with their essayistic tradition and their encouragement of fantasy and escape. Indeed, the disappearance of the old-style Harpers, the genteel Atlantic, the Old Life, etc., has left us almost without any low-pressure journalism. It is significant that the principal upholder of an Addisonian tradition, the New Yorker, serves both as an avocational counselor of great imagination and as a Consumers Union report, a weekly taste guide for those in the so-called provinces, including, of course, many New Yorkers. We need many more journals as good as the New Yorker. Even more, we need more journals operating in a non-slick manner on still another emotional level. What is necessary, in fact, is a new kind of institutional analysis, in which we re-examine our tertiary and service employment sectors, on the one hand to see where false personalization exists and where we can get rid of it, and on the other to make an inventory of such avocational counseling as goes on and see how this might be expanded. Certainly our rule of thumb should be that all distribution which is personalized without being individualized should be pushed rapidly toward automatization. Correspondingly, all distribution where avocational counseling accompanies the sale of a leisure commodity might be examined for possible increases in resources, personnel, and training. For instance, while the waitress in Childs might be done away with for an automat, the waiter in a Japanese restaurant who does his cooking and chromatic food arranging at the table should be kept, and certainly the waiter or waitress who, where a long a la carte exists, can unobtrusively help introduce Americans to the glory and variety of presently available fish. While the automobile salesman might sometime disappear, Americans know enough about cars not to need salesmen, the sporting goods salesman of fish flies and golf clubs might stay. The previous chapter made some suggestions as to the changes in distributive technique *cat might encourage such developments. Such suggestions, for example the World's Fair for children, may look simply like a shift from less expensive selling to more expensive specialty selling. The inference is correct. As our national income grows, this merchandising shift is needed and desirable. But over and beyond merchandising changes the urgent shift that is required, in our present state of technique, character, and culture, is a shift of service people from jobs in which they are the mere personalizing handlers of stock consumption goods to jobs in which they can maintain a closer, more craftsmanlike or critical touch with the commodities they handle and the consumers with whom they do business. It is easy to foresee, in the next decades, a great expansion among the avocational counselors, though, obviously, there are other non-utilitarian competitors for the American surplus. The objection remains that to turn the other-directed man over to an avocational counselor to teach him competence in play is merely to increase the very dependence which keeps him other-directed rather than autonomous. Will not the virtuosity of the counselor make the tutor feel still more incompetent than he already does? Will not any effort at social inventories and planning of play rob him of such spontaneities and privacies as he may still retain? Possibly. But it is not a question of shall we or shall we not have avocational counselors. They are already here, all around us. In the field of craftsmanship and taste exchanging, as in other fields of monopoly and veto group pressure, we have seen that the private planners are energetically at work. It seems, therefore, that our effort should be directed toward making the avocational counselors as good and as available as possible. The other-directed man suffers from failure to realize what he is up against when he searches for competence in his leisure time, or stops searching. The avocational counselor may then help him realize, as a good golf pro does, that most American adults have no simple time learning to play and need help. For one does not become autonomous by being hard on oneself. On the other hand, the other-directed man may in a way not expect enough of himself, may not take his failures in play seriously enough, settling too easily for an adjustment that gets by with the peer group. The avocational counselor might stimulate, even provoke, such a person to more imaginative play by helping him realize how very important for his own development toward autonomy play is. It should be plain, in view of this discussion, that we still know very little about the relations between the varieties of play and the varieties of autonomy. This chapter is merely an attempt to redefine for the individual those over-industrialized elements in himself and his environment that constitute a threat to his humanity. I believe that one major premise of any utopian society will be its recognition, as a matter of course, that failure in play is a psychic hardship of the most intolerable sort. Autonomy and utopia. Time, events, or the unaided individual action of the mind will sometimes undermine or destroy an opinion, without any outward sign of the change. It has not been openly assailed, no conspiracy has been formed to make war on it, but its followers one by one noiselessly secede, day by day a few of them abandon it, until at last it is only professed by a minority. In this state it will still continue to prevail. As its enemies remain mute or only interchange their thoughts by stealth, they are themselves unaware for a long period that a great revolution has actually been effected, and in this state of uncertainty they take no steps, they observe one another and are silent. The majority have ceased to believe what they believed before, but they still affect to believe, and this empty phantom of public opinion is strong enough to chill innovators and to keep them silent and at a respectful distance. Tocqueville, Democracy in America. In these last chapters have set forth some thoughts about the middle-class world of work and play, in the hope of finding ways in which a more autonomous type of social character might develop. The reader who recalls the concepts of the first chapter may ask how my emphasis on gross ecological and economic factors, as symbolized by the curve of population, can be reconciled with my belief in the importance of new models of leisure in implementing characterological change. My emphasis on ecology and economy does rule out the purely rationalistic interpretations of much contemporary intellectual history, for I believe that only certain ideas will be generated and catch on, under any given socioeconomic conditions. Furthermore, my focus on character structure leads me to view the role of ideas in history still more narrowly. Character, with all its intractabilities and self-reproducing tendencies, will largely dictate the way ideas are received. In contrast to those few people who still put their faith in some worldwide intellectual or religious revival, I do not believe any idea, no matter how noble and necessary, is likely to capture a globe that, though composed of people with the same basic humanity, still contains people at very widely differing stages on the not easily accelerated curve of character and population. However, I have dealt in much of this book with the importance of ideas and how they take hold. I have dealt, for instance, with the part played by the storyteller who structures the world for the child and with the part played in character formation by cultural definitions of work and play structuring vital segments of experience for the adult. Hence, despite the massed obstacles to change inherent in the relative compatibility between social structure and character structure, I believe that ideas can make a decisive historical contribution. Marx is a good example of this. While he denied that ideas are very important and argued that conditions make history, still his own writing is a series of inflammable ideas. While he dismissed the utopian speculations of his predecessor socialists, remarking that historical action is to yield to their personal inventive action, historically created conditions of emancipation to fantastic ones, yet as we all know, he did not leave the working class to be emancipated only by events. In his alternate role as propagandist, he tried himself to shape the ideological and institutional environment in which workers would live. And since he had ruled out utopian speculation as mere idle dreams, this environment turned out to be much more constricting than that imposed by the capitalists. It was and is a party environment. Indeed, I think we need to insist today on bringing to consciousness the kind of ideas that Marx dismissed as a utopian. However, since we live in a time of disenchantment, such thinking, where it is rational in aim and method and not simply escapism, is not easy. It is easier to concentrate on programs for choosing among lesser evils. We are well aware of the damned wandlessness of the poor, the rich as well, for the most part, have inhibited their claims for a decent world to their practical point, limited to what can be mentioned in the conversation of the classes. Both rich and poor avoid any goals, personal or social, that seem out of step with peer group aspirations. The politically operative inside dopester seldom commits himself to aims beyond those that common sense proposes to him. Actually, however, in a dynamic political context, and, as the population cycle moves unevenly throughout the world, such a context seems unavoidable. It is the modest, commonsensical goals of the insiders and the constructive of critics that are unattainable. For example, it often seems that the retention of a given status quo is a modest hope. Many lawyers, political scientists, and economists occupy themselves by suggesting the minimal changes which are necessary to stand still, yet today this hope is almost invariably disappointed. The status quo proves the most illusory of goals. Of course, it does not follow that the utopian goals of the would-be autonomous are attainable. It is much more likely that, out of impatience with uncertainty and with the sluggish masses, parties and authoritarian movements will force people toward goals which are neither commonsensical nor utopian but merely regressive. In any case, the autonomous, insignificant in numbers, play a minor and scarcely discernible role in our politics. One might expect, a priori, that the autonomous in character would, in their political style, go beyond the intellectual limitations of the moralizer and beyond the moral limitations, and hence the intellectual ones, of the inside dopister and would become genuinely involved with politics, intelligent about it, and emotionally committed to it. But this is not always what we find. Many people who are clearly autonomous in character are sometimes political indifferents. Other autonomous people, less adequate in politics than in other life spheres, are indignants and sometimes inside dopisters. Conversely, some people may manage to be productive in their political roles who are anomic or adjusted in character. Politics may be their most creative sphere. On reflection, this is perhaps what we should expect if we remind ourselves that such words as autonomy and adjustment are constructions, not real people. Of course, these are not the only reasons why we cannot point to a political style that is distinctively the style of the autonomous. We happen to live at a time when the older motivations for political activity, namely, clear self-interest and clear morality, are operative only among the groups I have termed the moralizers. But, for reasons we have seen, the moralizers are able to bring sufficient pressure on many other directives so as to make politics for them a group-conforming and group-consuming activity. Their political participation is not based, as the moralizers would like it to be, on clear political interests and self-evident duties. It is simply another peer group ritual and requirement. Moreover, the moralizers are always ready to tell an individual what his political constituency is. He should interest himself in local affairs and know the name of his alderman. But he should also know what is going on in Burma. The moralizers would not allow him to make the decision, on the basis of his individual temperament and reflections, either to concern himself exclusively with manageably local matters, as in the decision described thoughtfully by Granville Hicks in Small Town, or to concern himself only with international affairs and leave it to others to put out all local fires. However, in the politically saturated strata, the citizen needs a right of non-participation, under cover of which to make his own decisions, quite as much as he needs the right of participation in occasional periods of threat or crisis. Under non-crisis conditions, people may find new motivations for political interest and participation, motives neither moralistic nor group-conforming. They may turn to politics because it is interesting, because it is one important way of helping them to understand their environment, because of a desire to have less misery in the world. Out of such materials, the autonomous may invent a new political style. For this reason I have emphasized the industrial cornucopia rather than the shack in the slum, even though, according to Hanson's economic policy and pull employment, we have 7 million substandard houses and no public dynamite days to get rid of them. As against the brilliant morbidity with which community surveys have exposed the evils of industry and the banalities of our leisure, I have concentrated on some of the economic richness of our middle-class life. In the same vein, we might ask, is it conceivable that these economically privileged Americans will someday wake up to the fact that they overconform? Wake up to the discovery that a host of behavioral rituals are the result, not of an inescapable social imperative, but of an image of society that, though false, provides certain and secondary gains, for the people who believe in it? Since character structure is, if anything, even more tenacious than social structure, such an awakening is exceedingly unlikely, and we know that many thinkers before us have seen the false dawns of freedom while their compatriots stubbornly continued to close their eyes to the alternatives that were, in principle, available. But to put the question may at least raise doubts in the minds of some. Occasionally city planners put such questions. They comprise perhaps the most important professional group to become reasonably weary of the cultural definitions that are systematically trotted out to rationalize the inadequacies of city life today, for the well-to-do as well as for the poor. With their imagination and bounteous approach, they have become, to some extent, the guardians of our liberal and progressive political tradition, as this is increasingly displaced from state and national politics. If, to take a fine example, we look at Percival Goodman's plan for Queens County, we see expressed in physical form a view of life which is not narrowly job-minded. It is a view of the city as a setting for leisure and amenity as well as for work. As people, and not only oldsters, increasingly move to the frontiers of leisure and as companies, freed by electrification and trucking, increasingly ignore the older conventions for the location of industry, the future of cities may well be transformed by such planners rather than by the bomb distributionists or the doctrinaire decentralizers. But at present the local power of the local veto groups and the vicious urban circle of taxes, flight to suburbia, and more taxes put even the most imaginative of city planners under great pressure to show that they are practical, hard-headed fellows, barely to be distinguished from traffic engineers. However, just as there is in my opinion a greater complexity of leisure response in contemporary America than appears on the surface, so also the sources of utopian political thinking may be hidden and constantly changing, constantly disguising themselves. While political curiosity and interest have been largely driven out of the accepted sphere of the political in recent years by the crisis mood of the press and of the more responsible sectors of public life, people may, in what is left of their private lives, be nurturing newly critical and creative standards. If these people are not straitjacketed before they get started by the elaboration and forced feeding of a set of official doctrines, people may someday learn to buy not only packages of groceries or books, but the larger package of a neighborhood, a society, and a way of life. If the other directed people should discover how much needless work they do, discover that their own thoughts and their own lives are quite as interesting as other people's, that, indeed, they no more assuage their loneliness in a crowd of peers than one can assuage one's thirst by drinking seawater, then we might expect them to become more attentive to their own feelings and aspirations. This possibility may